Yo, what's going on, everybody? Hello, production streams. Today we are going to be casting the Yeti Webcam Weekly. It is April 18th, and I'm joined today by the lovely, wonderful, and brilliant Lineage Breakcam.
Hey, what's going on, guys? That's a lot of adjectives. I don't know if I deserve all of those, but happy to be here. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here. I'm also glad we ate your glorious background because, like, I saw that, I was like, "Whoa, that's so cool! This guy's so cool." He loves anime
I had to clean up and make sure it looks nice back there. And I have the bad webcam here, so you probably can't see it that well. But
I mean, my home. It is what it is. I'm just glad to have you here, so I really appreciate it. Welcome on in, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, this is the third week we'll be streaming our weeklies. Just a reminder, this weekend, we do have the online Yeti Regional. If you haven't already signed up, please do so. It's best if you get it done early. It's just a lot easier on our host, Mr. Andy K, Mr. Yeti himself. If you guys get that in early, make sure to register on OmniDex to pay the way you're supposed to pay, and then join the Discord server to make sure everything's all set up. Also, I'm not sure if everyone has announced this yet or if everyone knows, but I will be joined casting that with the one and only Lineage Break Cam.
Oh, hi. Yeah,
Whoa!
I didn't tell anybody. We got a sort of communication mix up that I didn't know if I was supposed to tell people about it, but yeah, very excited to be casting regionals. It's great to be here. Doing some Yeti webcam stuff. I embarrassingly had to join the server today as I was not in it before, but very excited
Hey,
to see.
webcams are not for everyone, and I understand that. But
Well, I'm glad to be here from this side, right? We get to watch some great games. I don't have to have the pressure of playing, you know.
yeah. All right. Are you ready for these matches? This is gonna be hype.
Yeah, we got a real spicy one coming up first. I believe we have
First match is Giga Spice.
Fire Nico deck.
Yeah.
Fire
Nico.
Their opponent looks like they're playing some pretty traditional Fire Luxem Xander. I'm sure that you guys have seen a Luxem deck or two if you've been playing Grand Archive for the past couple of months. But we'll see if this spicy Nico deck has something to do about it. I think maybe like Nico seems like she might be okay there, right? Like the if they're are they on the mill plan in this Nico deck?
So it's like it's a little bit of mill, but it's not quite the mill. It's the mill's one of the ways to get through it. So if they do manage to mill enough, they can kill in like 2 turns. But there's actually a lot of allies here that do like a lot.
Sure.
Right. So we got Crystalline Archer, Frostborn Paladin, like Vapor Jet Shield Bearer. So like you mill cycle, but you also get benefits from it. So with Crystalline Archer or Krusty, as others would say, you get the range bonus if you discard the floating, right? So you actually end up doing a lot of damage. It's a lot more than people are expecting. But it does help you really set up those lash counters really, really quickly. Something worth noting that I think is hilarious is there is a prototype pistol in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just efficient, right? Like to
Nico with a gun.
Nico with a gun, you can get that cascading round out there, sort of work into that mill plan just a little bit more. So I can see where they're coming from. Yeah, it's a very interesting
though, right?
take. Yeah, yeah. I'm curious if this will, you know, prove to be fighting on too many angles for this Luxem deck to take care of. Like you said, there are a lot of allies that can pressure life total, but also like something really to consider about these Luxem decks is they have so few actual ways to win the game in like Luxem Sight and Lightweaver's Assault because they never have to cast them, right? So you don't need to like redundancy. But if the Nico player can manage to get those into their graveyard, they're not gonna have a great way to get them back. So definitely
there are a couple super unique things with both these decks. So first of all, the Xander deck is not running a Serene Spirit.
Oh, interesting.
And the Nico deck is running Lorraine.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Or a Bulwark Sword. So
yeah.
You do get the class bonus with that though, as you know, Nico is a guardian in this situation, but not running the Serene Fire deck also goes along with the fact that he's running Blazing Bowman, Hasty Messengers, and Creative Cremation Rituals. So it's actually like an extremely aggressive. It's an extremely aggressive Luxem Xander deck that I think honestly might focus more on the potential Korhazi's Chosen setup.
And this might be really, you know, what they need to focus on here because this Nico deck is going to be trying to slow the game down, so they might have to take the aggressive route. Looks like players are getting stuff set up here. It looks like Xander has cards in hand, so are they going first? Has the die roll been decided?
They just messaged me asking if they were good to go to start. Right. And I said, "Oh yeah, we good."
We good. We have that beautiful Astral Seal playmat over there from Glass, our Nico player. All right, so it looks like all right, but both players have cards in them, so not sure exactly what's going on here. Maybe there was just a pass from Xander here, and then we're going back over to Glass. Let's see. All right, so looks like Glass is going to start off the action. They're going to start by casting a Creative Shock. No big surprise. Gonna look to probably find some floating memory to ditch here.
And a Shieldmate. Oh, does get the +1. Feels good. Always nice to be able to ditch your floating memory there. And then Lurking.
Yeah, so it looks like they are going to come across for 2 here. So it looks like it was a pass from Xander on turn 1, and this is our second turn. So we're going to get 2 damage in here on Xander. Going to see a Resolute stand. Whoa, the turn 1 Resolute stand. Probably just to put some cards into memory so that they can level up safely here. But that does gotta not feel good.
Maybe that was intentional. You know, it doesn't have maybe didn't pull the Creative Shock.
Right.
There's not a lot of other things that can be played, like pre-recollection. I mean, you can end step juggle knives, but you won't get the draw cards. So there, you need fast here, resolute stand in this situation. There's not much else you can do.
Yeah, got to do what you got to do. So they're going to go ahead and level up to Xander Prepared Scout. Going to get that glimpse too, and a preparation counter. Like you said, going to be looking for those floating memory cards to try to get safely to Xander level 3. Obviously, going to be trying to find a dungeon guide in these top 15 cards or so.
Yeah, with one card in Glass's hand, Thieving Cut is definitely the thing you're digging the most for here.
Yeah, for sure.
You want that. You want to be able to use that preparation counter, put a assassin attack or action card in your graveyard and be able to take it back when you come level 2.
Yeah, such huge value if they can Thieving Cut this Lurking Assailant here, draw a card, and like you said, get it back with Deft Executor next turn. So we'll see. We'll see if they got it. Hopefully they got a better turn 2 than they had their turn 1.
There it is, the Thieving Cut.
Yeah, Thieving Cut probably coming across here to kill that Lurking Assailant, we have to assume.
Read a Face would be interesting here if he actually goes for the higher damage focus, but realizes like Lurking Assailant is going to be cycling a lot of damage in. You don't want to leave too many things on the field. You also don't necessarily know that it's an eco deck, right? Like you could be like, right. Oh my god, it's a Fire Xander out of nowhere with Lurkings. They're like, oh my god, Fire Lorraine out of nowhere with Lurkings, and you just get double Inspiring called one turn. And you're like, oh, that was a mistake.
Yeah, so I think a heads up play to deal with the creature, but like you had said earlier, maybe they're going to look to take a more aggressive approach here, try to close the game a little bit quicker. Looks like we're just going to see a Scry this guys here get a little bit of advantage, some cycling. Oh yeah, there we go. We got the main deck Dan special. Temporal Spectrometer.
Oh, beautiful. It's actually quite good in this deck. He does have a couple things that can be used with it that are decently nice. I also like that he has the Wild Heart Liar in there as an available option. But leveling up with the Temporal Spectrometer is good because it either forces your opponent to play cards into it that you don't want to, or it just gives you kind of that potential like setup for later when you want to go level 2 quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely underrated for sure. And we'll see them surely get some value out of it. We did see a Hasty Messenger come down, and Magical Christmas Land discards a Fast Cure to get yet another floating memory. So just lots of resources here to work with on the side of our Nico player. That Spectrometer, couple of floating memories, so they should be leveling up pretty safely.
Oh, GCR on the side of the Xander deck. So a lot of time we will see a lot of people using Quicksilver Grail in this. GCR is pretty standard, pretty easy to use as well. But interested to see if he goes for like a really aggressive play early on. Does have dungeon guides in the deck, but I think what I really want to see here is I want to see the potential to kill without necessarily going to level 3. Sure. It's difficult because we see 16 Luxem cards on the deck, which is a lot to be honest.
Yeah.
But we have a lot of other ways to kill, right? We're seeing Blazing Bowmans, Thieving Cuts, Hasty Messengers, Cremation Rituals, so lots of different ways to pitch fast floating.
It looks like they're just gonna pass it back over to Glass, maybe holding up maybe another Resolute Stand or something like a Creative Shock. Looks like we are gonna see that prototype pistol that you mentioned coming to play here. Start getting that set up. Maybe get a Cascading Round next turn. No real rush here to level up since they have so many resources.
Yeah, one of the nice things about the Temporal Spectrometer is you don't necessarily have to tap it on your turn, so you can kind of wait to see what your opponent does. You tap it on their end step, and then it'll wake up for you, or just at any point during their turn.
Mm-hmm.
The Glass setting up for that Spicy Mill, and have a lot of opportunities to mill things once the Cascading Round comes out. Oh, interesting.
Discard Storm of Thorns. That card also has floating memory, right?
Yes, but it requires the class bonus, so it's not floating yet, but it will most likely be the floating for when he's able to materialize the Magebane Lash.
Yeah, and if the jig wasn't up now, it surely is with the discard this Storm of Thorns blue card in my fire deck. That's probably going to give it away. And we are going to see yet another Resolute Stand from our Xander player here to just stem the bleeding a little bit and hopefully level up safely to level 2.
2 Resolute Stands this early is kind of scary, though, because not being able to use them once the Lash counters come in is going to be a little on the scarier side. He does have Luxem Sites to be able to heal, which is nice, but I don't think he has anything in his deck that can actually deal with Magebane, which means that Lightweaver's Assault is useless unless played. The reveal Lightweavers actually won't do anything in this deck.
We no access to Excalibur here?
I don't think he has Excalibur. Oh, wow. Yeah, he has no Excaliburs. Sideboard 3 Meltdowns, though.
Gotcha. Very interesting take on the the traditional Luxem Xander deck. So we love to see people trying to innovate a little bit. So gonna level up to that very powerful Xander Deft Executor and probably look to pick up that Thieving Cut that we used earlier in the game off of that enter play trigger.
Yeah, Thieving Cut would be nice here. Does get you the card back. One preparation counter for one card is pretty valuable. The influence gain is, I mean, unless you're trying to have low influence for like a fast cure or something for healing, the influence difference is really, really nice.
Yeah, looks like we did grab that Thieving Cut.
Yeah, so it's going to be tough here. Nothing to deal with that spectrometer means the next turn we will see Glass going to Nico level 2. Enables the water element for him, does pull out the floating memory from his graveyard, so that Storm of Thorns will give him the floating.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see it again, and he's going to have it anyways.
We're unbiased here, right, in the booth, Tyler, but I do really want to see this Nico get away with some nonsense here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even biases completely aside, this is actually a fantastic matchup for the Nico. Yeah. Having no way to deal with Regalias is like the really feels bad against Nico. Like Nico's Magebane Lash is a hard counter to things like Lightweaver's Assault, right? Nico bonus whenever your champion's dealt non-combat damage, recover 2. So unless it kills in the first 2, it hits you for 2 and then you recover for 2. So it's like it's super free. So it does give you a lot of opportunity to kind of build up your game, like your board state and your lash state, while the opponent tries to build up their influence for that double Lightweaver's Assault cast.
Yeah, of course. All right, so we're going to see this Temporal Spectrometer come to play. Has those 2 time counters on it, going to allow Nico to come into play for free. So now it's time to get things set up. Do you think that Glass is going to be playing around Excalibur since we don't have open deck lists? You think they're going to be like a little bit more shy about putting that Mage Bane Lash into play?
It's hard to say. Most likely yes. I think he's gonna wait to pull out Magebane for the turn that he's ready to actually like start hitting with it, or potentially just wait until he's ready to or like needs it for the heals, I guess. Because when you really think about it, like okay, so we did see Crystal Archer. That is gonna happen. So the on attack, he will get the banish floating. He actually doesn't get the range. That was incorrect. That is actually a class bonus specific thing, but he is able to draw a card. And gains distance, so he does get the cycle from that, which is extremely valuable in this deck. He still has more floating than there, so like Frostborn Paladin can come out. Double Hasty.
Yeah, this is starting to become a really scary board here. You know, they're all pretty like anemic allies by themselves, but starts to add up, right? Having all of these 1 power attacks coming across.
Yeah, you never know when the Inspiring Call comes out, because you can actually just run that in any deck.
Yeah,
and it's pretty spooky. 4 allies on board, suddenly you attack, you do 1, and then you pay 1, Inspiring Call, it cycles itself, and your board goes from 4 to 8 real fast.
Yeah.
But your question about the Magebane Lash, to go further with this, I think this is the reason why we're actually seeing the prototype pistol here with the cascading round. It gives him the opportunity to have a secondary weapon and a second option, right? Because you can still get the lash counters, right? So. I believe the way it works is every time a floating memory is banished from your graveyard, you put a lash counter on Nico. That's correct. As long as you have the lash counters, you only need to take Magebane out for 1 turn and use it then.
Yeah, when it's coming in for that final point of damage. And really, we're seeing Nico on the aggressive side here, so they don't really have to flinch, right? Like they have a very commanding board presence, and they can sort of just lean on this Xander player and make Xander sort of have to deal with what's already been presented. And then once all of that's out of the way, then they can sneak in that Magebane Lash.
Up in the Magebane Lash. My 15 counter Nico swings for 25. Blazing Charge for 25.
Ooh, man. Let's hope.
I have no idea what that is.
So it looks like I assume
Dungeon
Guide here, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a Dungeon Guide.
So familiar that we can recognize that text box we've seen so many times. Gonna send 2 up there to the Banish Zone. Gonna level up to Xander level 3 and start getting that train rolling. We'll see if they have a way to put a couple more cards into their memory this turn to start that reveal trigger off of Xander Blinding Steel.
Big fan of Mr. Blinding Steel himself. Actually a fantastic CSR, has beautiful art. The texture on it is phenomenal. It's something unlike most cards that I've seen.
Yeah, that was SP1, right?
It is SP1, yeah. So Xander being part of the Blinding Steel specifically being part of the after effect because of the classes with the whole Kickstarter things. Really nice to have Xander Blinding Steel, because Korhasi's Chosen is dare I say it, not it.
Yeah,
Oh, here it
it's
is.
not it.
Mage Bane Lash coming out.
All right. So yeah, they're just saying if you have it, you have it. Not worrying about any Excaliburs here. Just gonna start locking the game down, and we know from seeing the deck list of the player, this is gonna be pretty scary for the Xander player. Seeing looking at their hand, realizing there's no Excaliburs in it.
Yep. So we're gonna see Terrafring. Whoa, he's going for it. Pays 2 for the Terrafring. Wants to banish the Storm of Thorns, get the Lash counter going. He's gonna be able to swing with. He's gonna be able to swing with you. I believe he has 4 Lash counters already.
4 already. It's insane. Yeah, that like you said, that Stalin Archer is really putting in a lot of work, especially generating these Lash counters for Nico.
Yep. Oh, Refresh Chamber.
Wow.
Oh, Refresh Chamber is interesting. Refresh Chamber. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of that. So he's gonna be able to pull out the bullet, and then if he banishes a card with floating memory, he can put Refresh Chamber into his memory. So it actually becomes a self-cycle card in this situation. Right. It's kind of nice. So using the Hasties or the Crystalline Archer to pitch the floating memory into your graveyard is really nice, because then you can just use Refresh Chamber to repeatedly pull out your Cascading Round, mill another card with the Prototype Pistol, and then when you're ready, you just Mage Bane for like 20.
It's players like this that realize that I am a terrible deck builder, and this is just like such a masterclass of deck building. All of the pieces seem to really be like working as intended, and we're seeing lots of great synergy here. So glad Nico's getting off to a good start, but we'll see what the rebuttal is from this very powerful Luxem deck. Gonna go to Materialize, maybe pick up something like Korhazi Insignia. Yeah, looks like that's going to be the plan. Maybe activate that pre-recollection to get a couple more cards into their memory for that Blinding Steel reveal trigger.
The classic. This right here is like the card that you wanna be dealing with in these Luxem Xander decks. A lot of people are afraid of the Luxeris map because it lets you dig and search for a card. I'm actually a big fan of taking out the Insignia of the Korhazi. If you have a Meltdown, Spurn to Ash, if you're playing your own mirror match, you have the Excaliburs available. Well, that's going to be 2 Luxem Sights and a Lightweavers, I believe.
That's a really good memory for Xander here. So they're going to get to recover 6 and then have that 2 damage dealt somewhere. But we do really have to worry about that. Lightweavers can't really go upstairs because of that Mage Bane Lash. So it looks like they're going to use it to take care of one of those hasty messengers.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's going to be a little tougher now here for Glass, knowing that this is what we have in the Sniper Waffles memory. However, with the way his is designed, it's not necessarily designed to slowly chip you down, which the Luxem deck kind of counters. It's actually designed to just swing twice and kill you. So there is the possibility. Too. Yeah, I believe we have 5 Lash counters on the Nico. So Nico can swing for 5 without any attack cards. I believe he does run Blazing Charges. I don't think he runs any other attack cards, though. So if he does get the Blazing Charge up, it's going to be swinging for a fair amount.
Yeah, I did see Blazing Charges on the list, and yeah, like you said, there's 5 Lash counters now, so it's coming in for 11 or something insane.
Yeah, so essentially Blazing Charge is going to be 3 base, +2 for your class bonus, and then if you swing with your Lash counters, you'll be dealing 5 + X.
Yeah.
So in this situation, probably gets to 7 Lash counters. Double Blazing Charge should be enough to finish out the game. But it has to keep pushing with the allies. Double Luxem Sight is going to be hard for him to overcome, so he may actually need to push another 3 or 4 turns. Needs to banish all that floating.
Yeah, and they're in a tough position where we have perfect information here in the booth, but they really do have to be worried about some sort of removal for that Mage Bane Lash. So I'm curious if they're going to try to cash in some of that value now, or really just push for the late game. See how many Lash counters they can tick up before they start using those durabilities on the Mage Bane Lash.
One of the other things worth mentioning is that Sniper Waffle hasn't shown a lot of the more unique and non-standard cards in his deck. So we haven't seen the Blazing Bowmans, we haven't seen the Cremation Rituals and stuff. He's just been playing like the standard stuff. So Glass might just be expecting this to be a very standard deck.
Yeah. Speaking of standard stuff, looks like we see a Wild Heart Liar come to play on the side of Glass here.
Yeah, Wild Heart. I'm
such a strange one. Yeah, just giving it a reread to see exactly what we're doing.
Is Wild Heart Liar just here so you can use it as a reservable? And it pays. It's like a 1-cost payment for another Lash counter, I guess. Okay, we're at 8 Lash counters.
Yeah.
we're gonna be swinging for a lot now. Like 8 lash counters is big. Blazing Charge for 13 in this situation. The Frostborn Paladin comes in with the buff counter, so it swings for 3. He's got 5 damage on board before anything else. We're gonna see a
discard another float.
Fracturize. Oh, so
Yeah.
the Fracturize is a discard. I see.
Discard off the hasty. Yeah, just setting up more abilities.
I
to
wasn't
get
sure if
those
he was
lash
actually
counters.
gonna Fracturize the Insignia of the Korhazi here.
Yeah, it looks like we see another Crystalline Archer, so it's going to eat that Fracturize, get another
Whoa.
lash counter.
Oh my!
9
Wait,
lash counters.
he's ramping so fast.
My God.
He's at this point he's able to banish 2 floating a turn.
Yeah.
This is the crate. Oh,
Here
there it is. There it is. The Blazing Charge for what is 14. Holy.
Casual Blazing Charge for 14. What do you want to do about that? It is not yet lethal.
That puts him at 1-off lethal?
Right. So this does allow Xander to have a line here where they can get Chalice of Blood. They still don't have to pop their Spirit. So as long as Glass doesn't have another point,
he's milling every card.
Yeah.
Because you can make a mill with the
right.
Oh, that's rough. And if he mills both of his
yeah, Lightweavers or Luxem Sites.
Oh, that's so bad.
Yeah, we can't quite
tell because it's right off the edge of the screen. But there wasn't idle thoughts there played, so I think Glass looking for another Blazing Charge to finish it off. Doesn't necessarily need it.
Yeah.
But it would be helpful.
Yeah, just attacking with this Mageman Lash is probably going to be good enough, but we'll see. So it looks like Sniper here just opts to get a Luxera's map, but that might be a too little too late. We'll see.
Actually, is no Chalice of Blood here.
Oh, interesting.
Whoa.
Yeah, we'll see.
This is about to get real spicy.
Yeah, we're gonna get 3 more cards down here.
All right, how many Luxem Sites we got? I think he has 3. No, double. He's got 2 Lightweavers, 2 Luxem Sites.
Oh my God! Yeah, so
that
looks like 3 sites.
That 3 Lightweavers? 3 Lightweavers, I think.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, 3 Lightweavers, 2 sites, and a Gleaming Cut. That is just perfect.
Well,
you can't ask for more than that.
Oh, well, that's really scary, actually.
Yeah.
So he's able to kill the Frostborn Paladin and the Hasty Messenger if he wishes, but I think the better play might be to kill one of the Crystalline Archers and one of the Hasties, so you can't discard another, or you can't banish another floating.
Yeah, those archers are really scary, very deceptively powerful. So we'll see if they choose to go for that there. But we are seeing, Xander's getting to the point where he's going to get to cast these Lightweavers. As you had mentioned earlier, there is Mageblade Lash in play. Is going to make it a little bit harder for them to come across the finish line. But with this many resources, it's not completely out of the question.
And that is the hand you want to see, though, as a Luxembourg, especially after you just milled, was that 9 cards? Right. You're like, oh, I'm safe. I have, all my Lightweavers are already in my hand. But the other thing that goes along with the double Lightweavers combo is you actually double Lightweavers for less damage because of the Mageblade Lash, right? So
right.
You're going to hit for 8, which becomes 6, and then you're going to hit for 8. So if you have 14 for lethal, you can do it, but not if you have 16 required. You're going to be 2 off. But he does have, I guess he does have the 1 Lightweavers in. No, it'll be the same thing. It'll be the same effect. It'll always be 2 off, basically.
Yeah, it's so tough with that recover 2 every time your hero is dealt non-combat damage. So, and nothing to sneeze at here from Nico, who's only taken 2 and is a level 2 guardian, so she has 25 health, which is a lot.
Yeah, I mean she's on par here with Xander, Mr.
Right.
Blinding Steel. I think they're deliberating targets and stuff. He's trying to explain the HP thresholds on them.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be interested to see if he kills the Frostborn Paladin and the Hasty Messenger. It is more damage directly to face, but it's less damage in the grand scheme of things, knowing that the Crystalline Archers can both pitch floating. I think the best play here is actually to kill as many things on the board as you can, and then also immediately play at Lightweavers and Assault to clear the board.
Yeah, we may see them cash in one of those very valuable resources just to deal with some of this pressure. Looks like they put a ally into play. We can't quite tell what it is, but you are exactly right. They're going to play that Lightweaver's Assault, and we have to assume this is using.
I think it's 2 down for a Shieldmate. That should be or a Hasty Messenger.
Yeah.
But there's going to be the reveal. The Lightweaver is going to come out. He's going to be able to clear most of the board. I'm curious as to where the damage went on the Blinding Steel reveal. I assume he targeted champion and didn't know about
Mhm.
the Mage Bane Lash. So that's probably what happened in that situation.
Yeah, such a difficult spot where, this is definitely a deck that probably he hasn't played against before. So, a little bit tricky to navigate. But I think now, yeah, the writing's on the wall. They're going to use this Lightweaver's Assault to clear those very powerful Crystalline Archers.
Krusty. I remember when Andy said, I really want Krusty to be good. Well, now you have it. Krusty's good in this deck, Andy. It's time for you to
Here it
start playing
is.
Nico. It's all in the belly button,
Oh, yeah.
Just like exercise curses. It's all in the belly button.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a showing here. She's looking quite impressive, both in card art and in deck form. We're gonna see, it's looking pretty scary. Only have to deal 13 damage here, so another Blazing Charge is just good enough. Gonna get a
Blazing Charge for
Safeguard
lethal would be kind
Amulet.
of cool.
How are you supposed to kill this Nico deck through a Safeguard Amulet and a Mage Bane Lash? Like, what are we supposed to do?
Oh, Crystalline Archer.
Oh my God,
He's
Krusty's
back.
back.
He's back, boys. Oh,
You
what's
can't
happening?
stop Krusty. He's
So
too
we have
good.
10 stacks. This would be enough for lethal.
Mm-hmm.
I believe we have no cards in hand either on the side of Sniper Waffle. The interesting thing is, I think if Sniper Waffle gets one more turn, he could probably win the game from there.
Yeah, I mean the interesting wrinkle here, especially with the way that Snipers built their deck, is they're not on Serene, so like they really don't have a whole lot here. So if lethal is presented here, it's gonna be all she wrote.
Yeah, 2 Resolutes have been played. Oh, 2 down. There's the Blazing Charge, and that's it. That's enough.
A casual
Blazing Charge for casual 15 damage. Holy!
This is the deck, ladies and gentlemen. You take this to Worlds. All the Worlds competitors that are watching the stream right now, this is the one.
Yeah, so if you guys want to run 2 water decks, you can do it here.
True.
Doable in a way. It doesn't take too many things that most people would use,
Right.
A couple lurking assailants, resolutes.
Sylvie's
Shield
gonna be
Maid's probably
fighting over that
optional in this
Wildheart Lyre.
situation.
Yeah.
I mean, most definitely. Like, what do you mean you want Mage Bane Lash for your Nico deck? I need this in my Soul deck.
Right. Oh, that's kind of cute. I didn't think about that. Is it a sword?
No, it's not. It's not. But
that'd be so cool
because you were talking about the Wildheart Lyre. Yeah, I don't think it would do anything though. I think it would just actually do 0 damage because Mage Bane only does damage based on your Lash counters. So it would be funny. I mean, I don't disagree with that. There are a couple
mental damage. That's important.
True. Emotional damage is the real damage.
Right.
It's also the way to cheer up people. So at Nats, I was playing Wind Allies, and I had Trained Hawks on my main board.
Yeah.
And every time I played a Trained Hawk, everyone was like, excuse my language, but they were like, "What the fuck is that?" And it was audible and loud enough that like people came over to watch. And it's just because I was playing the doodle cards.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good time. You gotta reset the mental sometimes. But Glass with the 1-0 so far is looking pretty spicy. So what do you feel about the sideboards here?
Yeah, I feel like Sniper is gonna have to do some mental resetting of their own and sort of recalibrate, figure out what's going on here. We're definitely gonna see them bring in those meltdowns, as the power of Mage Bane Lash was really evident there. So those meltdowns probably coming in, the focus flames likely coming in as well, and they do get the sweet benefit against these 2-color decks where they can side out their Wind Resonance Bauble, bring in their Fire Bauble, and have access to 2 separate GCRs because their opponent's playing 2 different colors.
Yeah, one of the interesting things with this Xander deck is actually that he's running baubles. Normally we only see one, so we'll most commonly see the Water Resonance Bauble, occasionally the Fire, but in this one he actually ran Water and Wind in the main, as well as a Viridian Trinket, which he didn't use because I don't think he necessarily needed it. We weren't actually seeing the Fracturize come out. We were seeing it as a pitched floating. But we're definitely going to see the 3 focus flames, definitely going to see the meltdowns. I would be interested to see if the Caliburn of Silencing came out. I don't think it's necessary against Nico. I don't think it makes that much of a difference, but against other champions, it's very, very impactful, right? Against Rai, your level 11 Rai becomes level 3 again, and you're sad.
Yeah, great in the mirror match.
That's what it is.
Yeah. On the side of our Nico player, doesn't look like they have as much coming in, but we might see them bring in those 2 copies of Fractal of Intrusion, which has typically been very strong against these Xander decks that do have to put their very powerful cards into memory. And so if you can catch them at a point where they have those Lightweavers or Luxem Sides down in their memory, you can steal one of those with Fractal of Intrusion. But it looks like they had a pretty confident game plan in game one, so we're going to see them run that back and try to be aggressive, push for that second game.
Mm-hmm. I think the sideboard from Glass. Do you think he's gonna bring anything in? I feel like the Fractal of Intrusion is kind of good.
Yeah, probably just Fractal. It's pretty strong into a deck like this, but the rest of it doesn't look super good. Like you don't need these like Song of Frost or Vanish from Sights. Those are definitely for the more ally-oriented decks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if the Song of Frost was able to banish the Thieving Cut, maybe it would be a little more relevant, but
Mhm.
it doesn't quite work that way. So in this situation, he's probably going to be leaving it out. Also, early on, he would need to be Nico to use it, so it's probably even less relevant than I initially
Right.
thought.
Yeah, they're probably feeling pretty confident here. I assume that this Nico deck is sort of built in a way to feed on these slower decks that we're seeing a lot of in this current meta. Stuff like Luxem Xander, or the slower like Merlin decks. It's probably what this Nico deck wants to see.
Trying to see Glass's board here. It's a little tough for me to see on the pixelization of Discord is an absolute classic.
Yeah, it
But,
looks like
so it was
they
an
put
Idle
down.
Thought. That's what it was.
Yeah. One card for an Idle Thoughts. Just getting that floating train rolling. How much floating memory is in this deck? It has to be like 30, 35 cards with floating memory. Feels like every other card has float.
Probably in about 30 seconds.
I can't do math. That's a lot of counting for my brain. So we're just gonna, keep increasing the number. Every time I see a floating memory, I will assume that there's 3 more copies of cards with floating memory in this deck until it is more than he presented to begin with. Looks like we're gonna see a pass over to our Xander player.
22.
22. That was less than I thought.
And only some of them are class bonus.
Yeah, like Storm of Thorns.
Storm of Thorns is one. But like everything, something interesting that I noticed is 3 flame sweeps in his deck. It's
Yeah.
actually very good against allies in that situation.
Yeah, trying to prepare themselves. There's a lot of removal in that deck as well, because I assume that's the matchup that they're worried about. So they gotta, put in some tech there, some flame sweeps. Some I believe there was some copies of was it Focus Flames as well?
Yeah, Focus Flame is very good removal in this situation. So Hazy Messenger comes out on Sniper Waffle's side. Something that Glass, I don't know if he played it last time. I don't think he did. He was just a shield mate, but definitely one of those things you don't commonly see in the Luxem Xander.
Yeah, but it's really going to allow him to churn through some of the weaker cards. It looks like we saw an Uncover the Plot discarded, just things that they really don't want to see right now, so that they can find those pieces of floating memory, cards like Dungeon Guide, maybe some protection. Even going to be searching for things like Meltdown. But we're going to see a Cremation Ritual, throw that woman into the fire, draw a couple more cards.
Goodbye, Hasty Messenger. I'll miss you.
She did her job, delivered the message, and then was thrown into the pyre.
True. Definitely one of those no one can know. You know too much. It's over. Yeah. Burn her. She's a witch.
New meaning to don't shoot the messenger.
Definitely. I guess maybe that's why they, library witch, cremation ritual. I understand now.
Right.
Dank meme. Dank meme. I never thought about it.
Dank memes for sure. Speaking of dank memes, we're gonna see that temporal spectrometer come back out here.
I actually unironically love this card.
I'm really coming around on it. I gotta, big shout outs to Main Deck Dan, who's been talking the praises of Spectrometer for a while now, and I've really come around on it. It's way more powerful than I thought it was.
I didn't think it was great at first, just because there's a lot of like interactive counterplay to it.
Mm-hmm.
But then I realized, so obviously I'm casting with you guys at Worlds. I won't be playing Worlds, but I was preparing decks if I were to play Worlds. Probably wouldn't have anyways, but I was interested in learning how to use Spectrometer, so I built a whole bunch of decks with it. And I realized the moment you get more than one counter, this card is insane.
Yeah.
It's already better than GCR. It's already better than Quicksilver Grail. It's nuts in its own regard.
Yeah, I explained it to people like GCR, right? Like it's a GCR every time that you rest it. So you rest it draws you effectively one card, and as long as you can get to another turn and rest it again, it becomes a double GCR. So it is quite strong. And we're gonna
especially if you're a win deck, right? And you beseech the wins. I am now level 3 for free.
Yeah, I think it's really underrepresented. So glad to see it seeing some play here at the tail end of the ALC season.
Mm-hmm. Going back to the Flame Sweep in Glass's deck, one of the important things I realized, he runs Lorraine, so he can pull out the Bulwark Sword,
hmm
and with the Bulwark Sword, he's able to deal 4 with the Flame Sweep.
Yeah, which
Or 3, I believe, if he's level 1.
if
He just
3 at
deal 3.
Lorraine, but he can do 4 at level 2 because he gets the class bonus from the Bulwark Sword, so he can sort of like
Mhm.
decide which
I believe it's
flavor
even
that he
more, because I
needs.
think Flame Sweep gets a +1 at level 2, doesn't it?
I believe that's class bonus for Warrior. So
I have
I
to double
think it would
check.
be
I thought it was
just
just a
Warrior,
level. No,
but
it's both. It's a level and a class bonus. That's what it
right.
is. Yeah, being able to do 3 in that situation, great. Being able
Yeah.
to do 4 when you're kind of up there as an eco is even greater.
Yeah, it sort of depends what you need, right? Like if you're playing against the ally decks that have these larger defense values, stuff like wind allies, you can wait until you're level 2. But if you're playing against the more aggressive decks, they're playing these 3 mana 2/3s, you can, play the flame sweep at level 1. So really can
Ask here.
sort
I
of
love
do
love
whatever
to
you
see the
need.
Ask here.
Yeah.
Also, did he pitch a deploy gun shield? Is that what I
I
see in the
believe
graveyard?
so, yeah.
Another floating memory that you can't really play without. Well, he actually does have a gun, so
Right.
I guess he can play that when the prototype pistol's out. It's kind of smart.
He's
A
gonna
lot of
protect
things
that
that kind of just
pistol.
happen together.
Yeah. Yeah, really very interesting deck build here. Really impressed by how well it seems to be working. All right, looks like we're shipping it back over onto the side of Xander here.
A lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, just pondering how they want to use those to progress their game plan. Looks like 3 going down.
Or creative shock.
Creative and shocking. Gonna look to discard some floating memory here, we have to assume.
What do you think will be the most commonly played card tonight?
I think Creative Shock's a good bet. I would say, like we had mentioned earlier, there's a lot of this Luxem deck running around. And I believe after this game we can take a look at our breakdown of what players are playing tonight. But I would say the Creative Shock's probably usually my best bet.
Creative shock's definitely a big one. It's like creative shock, fast cure,
Fast
resolute.
Card's huge.
Resolute's pretty common as well. Dungeon
Even
guide,
stuff like
fairly common.
Dungeon Guide, Hasty Messenger, lots of stuff
Mhm.
like this.
It's crazy that of the 5 cards we just listed, they're all fire. Like fire or norm.
Yeah, I hear Fire's pretty good. It's all right.
I'd be interested to see what our element breakdown for today is actually. Always a good one. Big shout out to Super Mitch 8, always giving us the greatest of statistics powered by Omnidex. Merlin's Marketplace, shout out to them. The greatest owner alive.
Just had a sweet merch day over at Mitch's Marketplace.
True, still going on. If you haven't already seen, he has a bunch of mats up. Really,
Yeah.
really cool mats. Both
Gorgeous.
variants are unlocked now, so you can check those out.
Gorgeous artwork by Connie.
All right,
All right, so
here,
it looks like some. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say we're starting the game.
Yeah.
We're at the point where the game's it's begun. We're about to start seeing all the cool stuff. So refresh chamber comes out. The only downside is we see sniper waffle here at level 1 still. It's not looking so hot. Glass is a pretty large lead advantage.
Yeah, there's been a lot of wheel spinning on the side of Xander. It looks like they're taking the slower route, maybe really optimizing sort of card advantage and realizing that they have a little bit of time in this matchup, especially with a less aggressive start on the side of the Nico player. But like you said, the fun stuff is here. Saw that refresh chamber into that cascading round. We're seeing a lurking come across for 2, and then that prototype pistol coming into play with this cascading round. Gonna get that milling started.
Prototype pistol. Just a fantastic way to put cards in your graveyard. Just need a lurking go down.
Mm-hmm.
It also pairs really nicely with his idle thoughts. If he knows what he's gonna get, he can actually line it up so that he can mill directly.
Yeah.
He does have one more in there, so I do see an idle. I believe an idle thoughts at the bottom of the graveyard.
Just setting up to get those lash counters, which we might see that Magebane lash as early as next turn. You have to feel pretty safe as Glass, seeing that your Magebane lash made it all the way through the last game, so you know that your opponent's got to be pretty removal light as far as Regalia goes.
Mm-hmm. The other thing is, like, because he has the gun, the Bulwark Sword is an available option coming out soon. Like, he doesn't necessarily need the Magebane lash to live on the field either, right? He can
Right.
blazing charge with nothing. He can just blazing charge for 5.
So we're going to finally see that Xander level 2 Deft Executor here. Maybe picking up something like we saw a couple of Juggle Knives cast earlier this game, so we'll see if they pick up one of those. Do have 2 cards in hand. They can still play it pre-recollection, which is pretty cool, should they decide to.
I don't think he played a Thieving Cut, so it most likely will be a Juggle Knives. A lot of from the shadow, I can see there's a lot of cards in the graveyard. It is going to be a Juggle Knives returned. Would be absolutely baffled if it wasn't played pre-recollection. It's not being played pre-recollection.
Holding it for end step.
I'm baffled.
You know, they can set up something here where if they keep that Juggle Knives in play, they can look to level up either now through like a dungeon guide or in their next materialize step, and then they can play that Juggle Knives next turn to put cards down for their Xander trigger. So maybe that's what they're thinking.
I guess they don't. Yeah, I guess they're not necessarily needing to cycle right away. They can kind of save that for when they're ready.
Yeah, we are going to see that famous dungeon guide here. And now we're getting to the part of the game that gets a little bit scary for both players. Nico established on one side, Dungeon Guide established on the side of Xander. Going to bring them up to that level 3 Xander Blinding Steel.
We're going to get that guys. Rolling.
Yeah.
Interesting. Something also that's really cool about this Luxem Xander deck is it's all 4-ups.
Oh, really? Interesting, yeah.
The entire deck is all 4-ups, so it's very consistency focused. Feels very confident in each of the cards in the deck. Especially that Force Card Disguise. Force Card Disguise is interesting. It's nice because it self-cycles. 4 might be a little overkill for me personally, but not a bad card. 2 down for a Thieving Cut. Prepared.
A little too late, but
Lurking.
Mr. Lurking is going to get cut in the face. Oh, wow. We're Resolute Stand. Target Lurking.
Okay, that's actually really, really good for Glass here. So the benefit of the Resolute is Lurking requires you to on-hit. If you only deal 3 damage, you don't do, 3 minus 3 goes to 0. You're not going to get that on-hit bonus. So you won't be able to draw a card to cycle.
We're going to see that Juggle Knives deployed here, do a little cycling, put some more cards down. And we did see a couple of normal cards banished from this dungeon guide, so you have to assume that most of Sniper's hand here is going to be those Luxem cards. So we'll see, assumingly, a pretty big reveal next turn.
We do need to rest the Xander here, but I think in this matchup it doesn't actually make any difference.
Sure.
But just for the sake of maintaining game state, it would be nice. Oh, we're going to see the Cascading Round. Interested to see that he pulled out the Cascading Round now when he does. We do know that he has the Refresh Chamber available to him.
Yeah, we'll see what Glass is cooking up here.
He's cooking some hot soup.
Hot soup.
It's actually, I believe, the name of his deck.
So really?
I sent you this deck before. I called it Hot Soup, and I was like, oh, you are cooking. Whoa, Fractal Intrusion. So he actually does pull that out. He's going to pitch the Floating Memory. He wants to see the revealed memory and then take something out of it to discard. So it's going to see a Luxem Sight, a Lightweaver's Assault, Gleaming Cut, 2 Lightweaver's Assaults, I believe.
Yeah, 2 Lightweavers, 1 Luxem Sight, 1 Gleaming Cut. We just have the absolute wombo combo from Nico here.
Surely he's going to pitch the Shield Mate and do his opponent a favor, right? He wants to give him the free +1.
Wants it to be close.
Was that a Luxem Sight or a Lightweaver's? I couldn't actually tell.
I think it was 1 Sight, 2 Weavers, 1 Gleaming Cut.
That he discarded.
Yeah, it looks like he took it looks like a Lightweavers, but it's really hard to tell. It's right off camera. We're gonna see our reveal in just a moment. But
and then he's gonna shoot him with the gun. He's gonna mill 2, so Dungeon Guide is gone. So I believe it was a Luxem Sight.
Sure. Yeah, just keeping that pressure up. Don't want to give Xander any room. We know again that he is not on Serene Spirit, so damage that sticks here is sticking, especially if he doesn't have any Luxem Sights to sort of recover his life total back up. So yeah, just really huge play here from Nico.
Looks there's map coming out. No insignia yet. Doesn't have 3 cards in hand, so no need for the insignia. Gotta give it to him. That Resolute Stand was pretty valuable. Being able to, on top. Oh. Pre-recollection, we're gonna see a 2-down Fracturize onto the. He discarded his Fractal.
You need to keep that. It is still rested though, so he's not gonna get to use it this turn. Yep. See the big reveal there. Here.
Well, Gleaming
Cut. So it looks like it was a Lightweavers that was taken. So he did leave him with that Luxem Sight. So it's 1 Luxem Site, 1 Lightweavers, 1 Gleaming Cut being revealed here.
I guess the benefit that he thought maybe was if there's only one Luxem site, he can't kill my Lurking Assailant, but there's a Dungeon Guide on the field, so it doesn't quite work out the same way that you'd want it to.
Maybe he's just moving towards that inevitability. Once you get rid of these Lightweaver's Assaults from the Xander deck, they really have no way to kill you, and he is probably betting on the fact that he'll get 1 or 2 from the mill triggers from Magebane Lash, so...
It's true, and he did remove the Luxera's map already, so he's in a position where if he's able to, like, mill 1 or 2 of these Lightweavers Assault, like, it's over.
Right. There's no way to come back. We are going to see the second verse, same as the first. Thieving Cut going to try to take out this Lurking Assailant.
That is his last preparation counter, so he's going to need to have to uncover the plot or use an Insignia in the future here if he wants to get any more prepared stuff. 2 down for Hasty, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like it just went upstairs. He's like, I don't want to kill that Lurking anymore. He doesn't matter to me. Gonna play a Hasty. So they're getting a little aggressive. See if they can close out this game. Maybe
Just
trying to set up
fast.
like a big Lightweavers before that Magebane Lash comes down.
Yeah, I mean, you can play a Lightweavers in response to the materialization of Magebane, and then it'll apply beforehand. But I don't think he has enough cards in his hand. He might, but I think he only has 4. 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's hard to tell here.
If I were Glass, this would be a good time to take out that Magebane.
Yeah, we will see.
You pay with the Fracturize too. It gives yourself another Lash counter, so you go to 3. Not bad. You have 4 durability on the Magebane, so you can actually just swing 3 or 4 every turn anyways. It's pretty good. Punch the Lurking into the Hasty, so you can't pitch and cycle. So there it is. He is going to pull out the Magebane Lash.
Yeah, right you are. Going to grab that Magebane Lash, get yet another Lash counter, go up to 4 Lash counters here. We'll see if any of the cards in hand allow him to get a 5th one. Maybe we see that all-powerful Blazing Charge coming across for 9, 10 here. Like you had mentioned, we still have that Lurking as well. So just a lot of pressure here from Nico.
Paying the reservable. For a Tempered Steel. Okay, Tempered Steel coming out. So 1 on the Magebane. It's interesting. So you will be able to get the floating memory there. It's pretty good value.
Refurbish who? And then we're going to see that Flame Sweep.
Flame Sweep with the Magebane Lash, I believe. So that's going to be... What is that? 4, 5 damage?
Yeah, I believe it's coming in for 5. Going to sweep up that board. Deal 5 damage.
Man.
My lord.
Tempered Steel into a Flame Sweep. Kind of cool.
Refurbish who?
Stuff. True, yeah. Who needs Refurbish? Tempered Steel. A lot of damage. Clears the board. Gets 7 into the champion there. Is pumping it out a little bit early. Only going to be able to recover 3 this turn unless he grabbed another Luxem Sites. Most likely seeing the Insignia come out here. Put down the rest of your 3 cards. Unless he doesn't have anything. But he does need the preparation counter, so it should be what comes out. Maybe a Bauble?
Looks like he's going to get that Tariff Ring to sort of stem the bleeding. Hope that that's enough. But there are 4 cards in the hand of Nico. And, of course, that Fractal of Intrusion with the Reservable as well. It's not going to stop the bleeding entirely. We're going to get that reveal trigger. So it looks like they did find and uncover the plot. Like you had mentioned last turn, he is going to want to start getting those preparation counters back. Yeah, 2 sites, uncover the plot, Lightweavers.
That's very good for Sniper Waffle. So he's actually going to be able to stabilize here. Being able to heal 6 per turn. He's going to be able to play that uncover the plot as well if he wants to heal for more. Put himself in a safe position.
And unlike the last game, Glass here has already taken 13. And they don't have a whole lot of ways to recover their life other than that Magebane Lash. So I assume that Sniper is going to be looking to find a second Lightweaver's Assault and then go for that big double Lightweaver's kill as Nico is now in range.
Oh, wow. 4 down for the Meltdown. Should be 3, no? Isn't it a level 2 bonus?
Yeah, I believe it looks like you put 3 down there.
And tap the Fractal, though.
Oh, yeah, interesting. Yeah, he should be getting that discount.
Supposed to be discounted here, but is what it is. 2 down for the.
We're gonna see that uncover the plot. Yeah.
This is looking pretty grim for Glass here. So no Magebane to heal him. He's gonna start taking everything to the face, basically.
Yeah, and just like that, Lightweavers has been unlocked, and it's going to start packing away at that life total. Doesn't really matter about Lurking Assailant anymore because they're going all the way down to 2 damage counters here. So, yeah, looks like they're going to just close the door pretty swiftly here. Looks like Glass is going to get at least one more turn, but that might be it.
Yeah, one of the important things you need to remember here as the Luxem Xander player is to resolve the card. So if you play the card, give yourself the 2 preparation counters, draw the card, then do the reveal, follow
Yeah.
through with everything. A lot of people kind of just pick their own order with these things, but it's
I get
important.
so
You have to remember
excited.
card resolution is important.
So excited about their recover 3 and their damage, they forget that they're drawing a card and getting their prep counters.
True. So that puts Sniper Waffles down to 2, I believe. So 14 to that 8 down to 2, and then it's gonna swing in for 2 with that Lurking Assailant. Be a bit of a sad moment here trying to go for it.
Yeah, not quite enough in the realm of those lash counters, only up to 5 here. And although, um, we have those lash counters, you're not going to be able to get to use them since the Mage Vein Lash is now gone. So, gonna fall back
Well,
on that pistol plan.
the secondary option here with Nico is that for each lash counter, you can actually make the opponent mill a card. So you could
Mhm.
deck out your opponent in this situation, which I think is what Glass is trying to go for right now.
Yeah, that might be all they have left. See if, they can survive a couple turns and turbo mill through this standard deck.
Yeah, it's not looking great because we do know that there are the Lightweaver's Assault. There's at least one Lightweaver's Assault in there, right? So Glass does
Yeah.
have the Safeguard Amulet, protects him from 1 turn most likely, but not enough for more than that. Ooh, okay, so Fast Cure is going to be recovering 4 in this situation. Does have less influence than his opponent. The stall mill tactic is not something I was expecting, but it might just be enough this game.
Yeah, it's just those several angles of attack, right? Attack your life total, but also attack your cards in deck. And, since we only have this one Lightweaver's Assault, Glass is just going to stop caring about Xander's life total, and he's really not in danger of dying just yet. He at least gets a turn or 2 with that Safeguard Amulet holding back the big Lightweaver's plays. So if they can get enough lash counters and get in with Nico enough times, they might be able to close it out here.
I think that Sniper Waffle has to be careful here with the Lightweavers is he can't necessarily put it down before his own turn.
Mm,
Because if he does, there's the opportunity for Glass to get that second Fractal Intrusion, right? Fractal Intrusion would put him in a situation where he can rip out that Lightweaver's Assault. We don't necessarily know if another one's been milled already, just because it's a little hard to see the graveyard there. But
mhm.
if that were to be the case, it'd be tough. Very, very tough.
Yeah, I mean, you have to assume that first Fractal of Intrusion did some real mental damage. So they're probably thinking, how many more is he playing? Is that a one of? Does he have more on his list? So yeah, I think we're smartly going to see Sander play around that as much as he can. We're going to see 2 come down for that refresh chamber, getting that pistol plan online,
I
getting
believe
back
we are
that.
not milling a floating in this case.
Mm.
No discard from there. I don't think he has any more left. But he is going to be able to mill a lot. 6 lash counters?
Yeah, 6 class counters. Oh, we are going to see the Resolute stand, which is going to make that a little bit less. But you do still mill with Nico, correct? It doesn't
I
matter how much
believe you need
damage
to
is
deal
dealt?
damage. So it's an on-champion hit effect, so you do actually have to deal damage. In this case,
Right.
the Cascading Round plus the Prototype Pistol is just going to be for 3. So
Right.
Resolute Stand is going to protect him from the mill.
Mm,
Something
smart.
else worth noting, though, I believe the Bulwark Sword is still available.
Yeah. So, we know a lot of the Resolute stands have gone away at this point, so maybe that Bulwark Sword can start connecting, but starting to get a little scary here. Glass going up to 15 off of this Lightweaver's trigger here.
Yeah, so the interesting thing, pre-recollection, in response to the Xander trigger, he puts 2 down, plays the Storm of Thorns, wants the floating in his graveyard.
Yeah.
Protects him from a little bit of damage.
Yeah, really
Not a
interesting
ton,
card.
but it does.
We are going to see a thieving cut here, but there is still a Storm of Thorns active, so no matter where it's going, it's only dealing 2 damage. So it looks like he's going to target Lurking, but strangely enough, Storm of Thorns does not target. It says whenever a unit you control would be dealt damage this turn, you prevent 1 of that. So only 2 damage is going to be dealt to that Lurking. Still going to get the on-hit trigger from the preparation counter to draw a card, but he's not going to deal with that Lurking. He's going to stick around. And maybe that was not part of the plan. Definitely an odd card, Storm of Thorns. We are going to see
Whoa,
a
actually
cast.
playing a Luxem site.
My God, just
The
really trying to
desperation.
dig. Yeah,
The desperation is
counting the
strong.
cards in his deck.
I don't think I've ever seen someone do that before.
I've never seen it turn out well. Let's say that.
But I guess you got to do what you got to do when the mill deck is coming. You know.
Yeah, he might just really be trying to find those Lightweavers before they get put into his graveyard from Nico's abilities. So, he realizes that his life total isn't really at risk here. There's not a whole lot of pressure from his opponent. He's just going to cash those in, see if he can pick up a Lightweavers or something like an Uncover the Plot. We are going to see that Bulwark Sword, like you had mentioned. So that's going to be our new plan. Going to try to get in for 3 with that Bulwark Sword. Utilize those 6 minimum flash counters.
Yeah, I mean, Bulwark Sword swings for a decent amount too. Like by itself, it'll swing for 3.
There's the homie. He's back. Crusty Archer.
The boy's back. Double reservable. So he's gonna put the Horn of Thorns in. He's gonna have 7 lash counters now. 7 lash is not. Holy, he's at a resolute stand again.
Oh my
in
God.
response. I actually think the resolute stand was in response to the Crystalline Archer, which might have been a mistake in this case. You would want him to swing with the Bulwark Sword first and lose the durability.
Right.
But
yeah.
it does help if he decides to use Blazing Charge with it.
True. We will see here, but yeah, like you had said, 7 lash counters, nothing to scoff at. So if he can manage to connect a couple of times, it's going to be pretty scary.
Whoa, like you said, the water bottle's coming out. You'll be able to draw one.
But that's the thing. Drawing a card, just moving closer to no cards in deck. We're going to see that reveal, another Luxem site, another Lightweaver's trigger. Lightweaver's probably going upstairs here. Going to put glass up to 16. Getting real close to being in danger of Lightweavers coming in for the kill, but that Safeguard Amulet keeping back a lot of pressure.
Yeah, so what Sniper Wolf wants to do here, so we did see the Meltdown, I believe, in his hand, in his memory, so he probably wants to play it on the turn before he tries to get glass to pop the... Oh, is this it? 3 down? Oh, it's a Creative Shock. Maybe it wasn't a Meltdown. Maybe it was a Creative Shock that I saw. But if he did have a Meltdown here, the situation would be you play the Meltdown, and then in response to materialization on next turn, you just go, all right, Lightweavers for like 7.
Right. Yeah, really playing on a nice edge here, drawing more cards with Creative Shock. Just really trying to find that last Lightweavers to close the door. So we are going to see 3, 4 come down. Is this the Lightweavers?
Meltdown.
No, Meltdown going to take care of the Bulwark Sword.
Yep, Bulwark Sword to stop the mill from happening.
Yeah, so he knows that there's just no pressure coming from this Nico deck, so he can take his time, find those last copies of Lightweavers, and just play it real slow here now that he's taken care of that assumingly last weapon that Nico has.
In the middle of the board?
Yeah, looks like he did grab a Terrafring. Maybe he's just run out of materializes at this point. We're going to see a fast cure. He is, of course, less influence, so he's going to go back down to 13. Big old Crusty. Gonna get rid of that fast cure. Cycle. Get another lash.
I guess even without the Bulwark Sword, he still does have the flame sweeps. He has the blazing charges. Like he can still make you mill. It's just not as easy.
Yeah, we really got to worry about those blazing charges here on the side of Sniper, and they are a lot of damage. And he only has the 1 Luxem site right now, so they are fighting on those 2 axes. If Glass can manage to find an attack here. And we're going to see Storm of Thorns being cast. Looks like in response to the Xander trigger yet again. Deal a little bit less damage.
Nico's iconic card. That and Subjugating Lash.
Oh, Gleaming Cut.
Oh, Gleaming Cut.
Gleaming Cut going to draw 2 more cards here.
Getting closer and closer to milling yourself, but also potentially getting that Lightweavers.
Flying as close to the sun as we possibly can. Gonna pick those up. See if we find another Lightweavers. I believe that puts them up to 7 cards in hand. So with the addition of the Fractal, we're just a card or 2 short here of doing that double Lightweavers. We're gonna see a Scry
Oh,
Skies.
Scry.
Try to find yet
He needs
another
to find it.
Lightweavers.
He
Yeah.
needs to find the Lightweavers.
Gets the
Glass
lucky
is doing
3.
everything he can to survive. There's only 3 minutes left in the round. It's gonna be.
Gonna be
I
close.
guess at this point, if he's not gonna mill, being able to like naturally play for a stall here is probably the way to go, right? You're up 1-0. You're up against the healiest long. Maybe not the healiest. There's the water version of this deck too with revitalizing cleanse, but it's rough.
Yeah, it's really gonna be a tight one.
2 down for uncover.
Oh
Thieving
wow.
Cut.
2 down for Thieving Cut. Again, only gonna do 2 damage here. We'll see where they send it. Probably upstairs. Just gonna deal 2 damage to Glass, draw a card. Put them up to 16.
Deals Storm of Thorns, man.
Putting in some work. Card is definitely underrated, I think.
Yeah, on top of just being like a good floating for him for the
Yeah.
lash counters, he's able to like reduce damage taken incoming on a lot of turns. Oh my god, more cards down.
Can't quite see what that is.
A shield mate, I think.
Yeah, looks like since there was no attack here, it's probably a shield mate. Just gonna stem some bleeding here from that lurking, perhaps.
All right, what else do we have available? We have a Viridian Trinket, and I think that's it.
Yeah, really getting all the heaters out of your material deck here for your ghost.
Maybe a cascading round.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Crux Nico.
Yeah.
It's everything I've always wanted in my life. Oh, Frostborn Paladin, okay.
Another lash.
Another lash, able to cycle the card there.
Ooh, I do see a flame sweep,
sweeps.
I believe, at the top there.
I do also see a flame sweep.
Coming in for 3. Gonna deal with that O2. Coming in with Krusty. Gonna get a 10th lash.
Whoa.
1.
To draw a card. Oh, Seeking Shot.
Seeking
Holy. Shot. 1 down for a Seeking Shot for 10 mil.
11, 10 mil, yeah.
Oh
1 damage, but 10 mil.
1 damage, but you lose 10 cards.
My god.
Holy.
Can he do it?
I've never been milled for 10 cards before.
We got Sniper picking up his deck here, giving it a quick count, but it did not look very big. It looks like maybe 12 cards. Look at the size of that graveyard, just
that
right off screen.
Crazy.
So big.
Was that the whole thing?
What did he actually get his whole deck there? Or
did he get his whole deck?
Sniper just like, I can't do anything. Maybe he milled all of his Lightweavers, and he's like, well, that's,
he just counted 12
game.
cards and he's putting it down. So I say Gleaming Cut at the top. I think he's gonna put his deck down.
Yeah, no,
I think that's it. I think he actually got him.
Up.
He got him. He got him with the mill.
That's good enough.
Holy. Whoa.
Wow.
Have you ever milled someone before? Like completely?
No, not at all. This is a world first, I think, for Grand Archive. Guys, if you have milled somebody out, you let us know. But that is not something that I've ever seen.
That is, dude. He's not even using Avalon.
Right.
Whoa.
Very impressive. We're gonna have to send this one to the developers, get them to take a look for the next bans and restrict.
Yeah, guys, I think we need Magebane Lash on category 2, probably.
It's too good.
Unstoppable. It's just gotta be. Maybe just Nico straight to category 2.
Yeah.
It's definitely the champion problem. I mean, Magebane Lash wasn't even in there for the whole game.
That's true. I don't even think he attacked with it that second game, right? It got blown up so quickly.
Yeah, he either attacked once or like didn't. I think he attacked once because he Tempered Steel and Flame Sweeped with it, and then there was nothing after that.
You love to see
that was
shot.
Yeah, that was hot soup. I'll give it to him. That was hot soup.
Yeah, big congratulations to Glass. Both players played excellently, of course, but man, Glass deck is just so cool.
That was a great first match. We got to see 2 things that are like not the norm, right? Even though we do see the Luxem Xanders non-Serene, we sadly didn't get to see the Blazing Bowmans, but we did get to see everything else from it. That was kind of cool. Saw the Hasties, Cremation Rituals. We did see a good amount of the Scries as well as the Resolute Sands. It was like, that was spicy, man. That was something else.
Yeah, I mean, like, huge shout out to to our players in the feature match, but of course to the community at large. As we get closer to the end of the ALC season, we're really seeing some people do some brewing, start to find these like niche strategies. Because for a while, when the new set comes out, right, people are just like phoning it in with whatever the best deck was last season. But we've gotten deep enough into ALC that we're really seeing some of these cooler, more unique strategies shine through.
Mhm. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
Something that I think is funny about that Tempered Steel play is he only runs one Tempered Steel in his
Oh,
deck.
really?
Yeah, there's
Just
just
the
there's just
one.
one Tempered Steel in there,
Oh my
just for
god.
fun, you know.
It's too good.
It just be like that. But yeah, if we have it ready here, we can maybe go in and talk about the champion meta breakdown for round one, as well as potentially the elements. I think the element breakdown is gonna be a little bit later, but do you have the stats up? Yeah, there it is. Something to mention: Lorraine is not first place.
Yeah, I think it's the first time that I've seen a champion breakdown where Lorraine is not first place and not even particularly close for first place. We have Xander at 11.5. That means somebody's playing a Xander in their material deck, and then we have 11 Dianas as well. So 11
Oh,
full Xander decks, 11 full Diana decks.
the Xander 11.5 is probably my friend Loki, who plays Xander into Tristan because he doesn't
Oh,
like the guy characters.
dude, I am so with him on that. Big,
Well, it
big
used to be the
ups for
Lorraine
sure.
into Tristan. Was
Yeah,
the original play for that.
I love that. But yeah, really diverse field that we're seeing here. Of course, we're seeing, the 1.5 Nikos. So that means
We have
there's
more
three
Nikos than
Nico
Merlins. That's
players.
crazy.
Yeah,
We have more Nikos than Merlins.
that's insane. I mean, that means 3 Nico players, right? Because you can only run one copy of Nico, so no matter what, she's always 0.5,
That's
right?
true. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
correct.
So 3 Nico players,
Whoa,
very impressive.
guys, we
2
have more
Sylvies.
Sylvie players than Merlins.
Merlin down so bad. Crux is fine. Look at the representation here.
Wait,
Not
Crux is
even a
dead, guys.
problem. Crux is dead. Sell
Cr-
all of your foils, Tyler. It's over.
No, sell all your foils to me.
Oh,
I'll buy
shit,
all your
shit.
foils. Because clearly Crux is dead, guys. 100%. It's all about Luxem now. It's all about Luxem.
Yeah, speaking of representation, make sure to ship all of your Astro foils to me. We don't even see Ari represented on the champion breakdown, so
True. There's no Arasana on here at all. The reason for that being is because Noel forgot to submit his deck list. And so he's going to be joining round 2. So his stats are not going to be in the round 1 champion meta breakdown.
Interesting. See if maybe we can sneak Noel onto the stream. But yeah, great turnout. 44 players this week, which is awesome. Of course, if you guys want to play in the Yeti locals, they run them every week, and you can play from the safety of your own home on your webcam.
Yeah. Also, big reminder: Yeti Online Regional number 2. It's gonna be this weekend on Sunday, April 21st. Make sure to join the server, get all your information there, sign up, pay, get it all in. But other than that, I will be right back. I'll leave you guys with Cam here. I just need to quickly check on something because I heard a sound upstairs. It sounded like someone dropped glass. So I'll be right back.
God. Yeah, very interesting 7.17 Lorraines. I'm not exactly sure. I did not get my degree in math, guys. I really don't know what the breakdown is for that 7.17. But yeah, really great to see this very diverse meta, and we'll see if we can get some of the cool decks on stream with our round 2 coming up soon. Looks like we just have about 30 seconds left in the round, so people are going to be finishing up. No, we're going to see probably some of these Xander players using the time in the round to the fullest. We'll put it that way. But yeah, really awesome to see this Nico deck, and of course a very interesting build for Fire Xander that we got for round 1. So I'm sure we'll have some more fun stuff. Looks like Crux is not fine, is what the official Grand Archive account says here. So it looks like that's your note here, chat, that you will be getting that sweet Crux buff, because God knows they need it coming to a set near you in the near future. I wonder if we can get some of these. Maybe some of these, Tenoris players. I'd love to see 2 Rise still fighting through. They've had a really tough time with the bans and restricted that were not holistically for Rai, but sort of he got caught in the crossfire there. So we'll see if hopefully these Rai players can do well and show up for their mage family. Of course, Merlin seeing very small amount of play. I wonder if the play rate of Merlin is directly correlated to the large amount of Luxem Xander players, which is traditionally not a fantastic matchup for Merlin. So maybe that's why these Merlin players are staying home this week. But very exciting stuff. We have, of course, the regionals coming up this weekend, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of these players returning for those regionals to fight for their invites for the new national championship circuit for next year. Of course, if you guys have the chance, make sure to either play, here in weekly Yeti locals, or on the regional this upcoming Sunday, or of course at your local game store to try to qualify for those coveted nationals invites, which of course come in the form of a fancy CPR that you can turn in at the tournament. Everybody loves squiggly cards. God knows I do. Seeing a lot of representation for Diana recently as well. I think Xander is the deck to beat, and we're seeing a lot of people choosing their decks based on this high representation of Luxem Xander. Looks like we do have our round 2 deck lists coming up, and we do, ooh boy, have a real spicy one. We have Jimmy Lee returning famous for his Eternal Kingdom Tenoris deck, and it looks like that is what he is running. So we are going to see that awesome EK deck coming up on stream very shortly from Jimmy Lee. Of course, say hello to Tyler's beautiful background there as we return to the booth here. And then it looks like we're going to be going up against a Fire Diana deck, this sort of all-in Umbra gun deck, playing 4 copies of Carter, 3 copies of Mindbreak Bullet, 3 copies of Umbral Tithe, something that we saw Limelight win the Southeast Asian Nationals with just a couple of weeks back, and has been seeing a lot of play lately. So we're going to see if this EK deck can sort of slow down the game enough to not get shot by Shadow's Twin several times and die. Have some Rye love in the chat. We love to see Rye getting his support. But yeah, definitely an interesting match. And it looks like we are ready to go down to it. So we have Carbonite on the top playing that Fire Diana deck, and we have Jimmy Lee playing his very own Eternal Kingdom deck. We have that gorgeous Awakened Frostguard Regionals finalist mat at the top, which, hey, you could win one of at Yeti Regionals this weekend. Looks like players are still getting their decks ready, making sure everything's sideboarded, etc., etc. We'll see who's going first, but anyone who hasn't seen this Jimmy Eternal Kingdom deck yet, it's very interesting. It is looking to deploy a lot of domains. We of course talk about Eternal Kingdom as it is one of the key pieces to turn those domains into reservable so that you can pay for reserve costs for the rest of your deck, and then to finish out the game with a big Assemble the Ancients combined with the Tenoris level 3 that turns all of your tokens into 3/1 swords to swing for a staggering amount of damage. Definitely an interesting deck. I haven't really seen anyone play it except for Jimmy. He is just such a master at this deck that he has built himself. Looks like we're going to see the die roll here. 8 from Jimmy. Not sure what the die faces were there from Carbonite, but we're going to get started here in just a moment. All right, so it looks like Jimmy's going to be going first. Spirit of Fire, draw 7. Going to be looking to find some domains here. Definitely a great place to start.
Whoa,
Tyler,
I'm
we have
back.
a real spicy one here.
Okay, what do we got?
Jimmy Lee playing his Eternal Kingdom Tenoris deck versus Carbonite playing Fire Umbra Diana.
Fire Umbra Diana. Yeah, I remember this. This is going to be a very, very, very quick match, I think.
Yeah, I think so. It's really on Jimmy to slow the pace of the game down so that he can go for these big Assembly Ancients, but we'll see if he is allowed to get there. It's going to be a tough road against this Diana deck.
We are going to be seeing Domain Tony, right?
Yeah, Eternal Kingdom, Domain Tony in the hands of Jimmy Lee. Going to start with a Gloam Spire here.
I was just curious because last time we saw Jimmy on this on the Webcam Weekly, he actually wasn't playing Domain Tony.
Oh, interesting.
He was playing Amphora Strike Tony.
Mm.
So he would level up Dungeon Guide, and then Amphora Strike swing, heavy swing for 13.
My lord.
Yeah, so you play the Amphora Strike, discarding the heavy swing, and then you get the +3 from level, so you swing for 10 plus the 3 on level.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes, ha, this is like This is like my other gigantic taped up swords.
Yeah. But yeah, looks like he's back to his old faithful, playing some Eternal Kingdoms, playing some Gloam Spires.
It's gonna be interesting. This game has a lot of potential to go in a little bit of a wild way. It's increasing danger from Carbonite, not as much value because he is going to be going second here.
Mhm.
But this deck we saw last week faced up against, I believe, Krios, who is playing Fire Tony allies.
Mhm.
And the interesting thing is, every time he went level 3, Carter came down on the field and ended the game.
Yeah, he is
Like,
definitely
instantly ended the
very
game.
powerful. Yeah. Reflected by his enormous price tag. Carter is quite a good card.
Yeah,
So
Carter
yeah,
is
he's
quite fantastic.
really going to punish any of those sort of ally strategies. But definitely an interesting spot against Jimmy, who does not typically play a whole lot of allies. So we'll see. But of course, if Carter doesn't have to clear the way, it just means that Diana can shoot you with her Shadows Twin, right? And that's not where you want to be.
Yeah, I don't think there's much or any removal in Jimmy's deck. I do see one Spurn to Ash and then one again on the sideboard, but
Mhm.
other than that, like that's not a lot of ways to deal with things. Plus, being fire, you don't have any fast removal.
Right.
So when you're fire Diana, you see all these players with fire, and you're like, oh, it's free.
Jimmy is not messing around. He's getting that level 1 CSR Tenoris.
Yeah, the Tauros values. Gloam Spire's good.
Yeah, we'll likely see another activation from the Gloam Spire here. It looks like Carbonite does have 8 in hand, so Gloam Spire is going to get some value here if Jimmy can expend some resources. Turn that Gloam Spire into a one-sided effect just for him.
For the value of it's really good. Anytime
Yeah.
you're able to just cycle and regain influence.
Mhm.
And Gloam Spire to me is like one of those cards that I think is staple in a lot of these level 3 decks. Not even necessarily just the like domain focused Tony here, but like Gloam Spire is really good in Fire Diana as well. Oh, so we are going to see the Eternal Kingdom come out already.
Yeah, going to make
Immediate
all of
reservable
those
value.
yeah, going to make all those domains reservable, so it's going to turn them all into pseudo fractals, and he's going to be able to use those to pay for costs. We do see that Gloam Spire activation as well. So yeah, just a great start from Tony. He's found 2 of the cards that he needs the most, and he also has a little protection in the way of the Stalwart Shieldmate. And we know that the Fire Diana deck, at least this list in the hands of Carbonite, doesn't have a whole lot of removal for stuff like Stalwart Shieldmate, so it is something that he's going to have to deal with before he can start going face with those big Shadows Twin attacks.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Shadows Twin. I've been messing around with different types of Diana and trying to use the Gloam Spire Lance, and every time I use it, I'm just like, this the Shadows Twin, man.
Yeah, I'm saddened by how cool Umbra is because I want to play it, but
Just
my
play
heart is elsewhere.
Ara
Mm,
Tristan.
yeah,
Tristan. Yeah,
Tristan.
Arsana into Tristan into Umbra. That's the strat.
Right. Oh, I'm into that. I'm very excited to see.
Gather on
see
entry, and then you can fracturize your herbs. Whoa, cremation ritual. It's kind of big.
Sending that Shieldmate to the Shadow Realm, drawing a couple of cards.
We do like to go neutral on cards like that.
Yeah.
Well, almost. But cycling is crazy. There's so much you can do with this in the game. Like anytime you're able to draw 1 card, let alone 2 cards, just you filter things out of your deck so fast. Shieldmate into another Shieldmate. Okay.
Just gonna stay redeployed. Gonna be a little bit safe. There is, the way that typically this Jimmy's Tony deck kills is with 1 giant attack. So cards like Shieldmate are going to be pretty powerful and make him sort of adapt his strategy or deal with it before he gets to that point of the game.
Interesting. So backsteps the champion during his own turn. Or maybe an end step. Maybe that was the end step. No, doesn't look like it.
I'm not sure where we are here.
Oh, Seeking Shot. Okay.
Interesting. So yeah, he is going to use that Seeking Shot to deal with that Shieldmate. That is going to give a floating memory to Jimmy here, though. Going to give him a pretty safe level up if he wants to level 2 Tony here, just losing 1 card in that Shieldmate.
Yeah, I was thinking he backstepped for the distance. Then I remembered, wait, he's just level 1, so there's no ranged
Oh.
effect yet. But Seeking Shot does get the bonus 3 if you're attacking a human.
Right.
So,
And we did have a second float there, so it looks like it's actually just a free level up to Tony level 2. We might see, something like a dungeon guide come down here, and then
oh, and then it
scary
begins.
times. Yeah.
Begins.
Only
You
2
love to see
domains
it.
in play, which is not exactly what he needs to to finish the game off here. So he's gonna have to find a couple more. We're looking for stuff like those Sanctums of Esoteric Truths and other cheaper domains like that.
Yeah, we definitely want the Sanctums down, especially if he's going to go to level 3, because it'll give him the ability to put 2 cards from his memory of his hand into at the bottom of his deck. Lets him cycle faster and faster, but not always something he needs to get. He is able to do it with Palatial Concourse. Only really needs to find. I mean, realistically, in this deck, you only really need 4 domains to kill.
Right, and we're close.
See, looks like he's on 4 domains is what? 4 buff countered. Oh, there it is. Immediate dungeon guide. It's gonna go level 3.
See the dungeon guide. So yeah, maybe he does have a setup here. But yeah, like you said, 4 domains turns it into
4 buff countered swords with 4 buff counters on them.
Yeah, so it's 7 times 4
28.
is 28, and that is good enough. But as we had said, there's that pesky shieldmate standing in the way, so he's gonna have to find a way to deal with her first.
We do know that Jimmy is a big fan of the smoke bombs.
That's true.
If you're Carbonite here right now, I really hope you respect that. Ooh, okay. Just lights his dungeon guide on fire. Knows he doesn't need to swing with it because we have nothing nothing that'll follow up and kill the shieldmate. So he just lights her on fire, draws 2.
Get her out of there. She showed you the door out of the dungeon, and then you just, throw her into the pyre. We're seeing lots of people do their job and then get thrown into the pyre. So
we're leveling up to Diana 2 here, paying 1 for the shieldmate, and then 1 from memory. It's a bajillion cards. Jimmy just says first card, bro. First card, man.
It's a ton of cards to have for this Diana deck that is usually pretty low influence. So they're doing a great job of keeping up hand size here.
Well, plated bullet.
Whoa. Yeah, I mean, Taser Shot not going to get the job done here, right? Because Jimmy's already at level 3.
Oh, I guess that's true. In my mind, when I think of like bullets for Diana, Penetrator round is actually fantastic.
Oh, sick, yeah.
I think that's one of the really, really good rounds. I believe it makes your damage unpreventable, I believe.
Yes, that is correct.
It's the only foil I've opened from a Sapphire.
It's not
it's pretty good. Combat damage dealt by this attack is unpreventable, and that's kind of nice. You can put the Creeping Torments in without needing to worry about like Resolute Stand and stuff.
Seeing Carbonite build the shield wall here, protect themselves from those giant swords.
Oh, and a library witch. Okay, interesting.
That duct tape sword is not touching anybody. It's only going to be hitting these Daunters. So we might see, if this keeps up, we might see Jimmy have to go for the Assemble the Ancients actually turning into automaton drones.
Yeah, so I believe you can just kind of pick and choose too. So he could just like pull out a sword or 2 and then also be like, hey, these are 3 drones. This is 1 sword that now swings for 7. Just clear the board and then swing for 7 once.
Right.
It's still pretty good in that case, but
it's still pretty good.
It's hard to say. 5/5 automaton drones are kind of scary and hard to deal with.
For sure.
The nice thing in Jimmy's deck here though is he's really hoping to find a flame sweep.
Yeah, the flame sweep would be huge here.
But he only needs to deal 2 damage, right? So okay, Palatial Concourse, little glimpse action.
Concourse into assumingly another Concourse or a Sanctum. Really huge with this this map here that's going to allow all of these.
Oh, Oasis Trading Post.
Yeah.
Wait, is that that is an Oasis Trading Post?
It is indeed, yeah.
And he's gonna tap that for another play. Oh, okay, wait, the combo's happening. It's beginning. He's doing it.
He's gonna draw a card. Now he's got his value.
So the value on that Wayfinder's now is insane. So he basically played 2 cards for free and then drew a card.
Yeah.
And has another shieldmate.
Whoa. Huge from Jimmy. It was a bit of a slow start from Carbonite here, and Jimmy's just really looking to punish this. He has such a huge board here that if he can make it to his next turn and just slam an Assembly Ancients, it's going to be pretty tough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was really rough because you play the Increasing Danger when you go second, so you give your opponent value, and then you have more influence than your opponent, so they're just like, I'm gonna tap my Gloamspire for free.
Right. Yeah.
Jimmy got like 2 turns of Gloamspire value, got the Increasing Danger from his opponent, and now he's just sitting here like, all right, good luck swinging through all of my everything. Tony, Genesis 8. I mean, I guess in this situation, Creations will 30 health.
Yeah.
Both players have 0 health done. No one's swung yet. Everyone's just played shieldmates.
Yeah, both players looking to end the turn or end the game in basically a single turn. And not a terrible situation to be on Carbonite's side as well. There are a lot of roadblocks here in Jimmy's way. And that is, the place that you want to be, where you are a little bit behind on board and your game plan has not fully gotten there yet, but you at least have a lot to hide behind in the meantime. So he probably has some wiggle room here.
There's a lot of cool things you can do with Fire Umbra Diana specifically. So if you have Shadow's Twin, you have multiple bullets, you have Umbral Tithe. In this situation, he's running Mindbreak Bullet. He's also running Umbral Tithe, and he does have the False Step to help protect him from himself from like a little bit of damage. But the most important one here is the fact that he's able to potentially take out multiple bullets. Right, multiple bullets in this situation is great because if you load Shadow's Twin, fire the bullet, and then say in response to my attack, or on my attack declaration before damage, I'm gonna load another bullet. Because you've already shot the bullet, you can load a new bullet in, and then you get the +2 trigger again, which still applies for the attack. So like you can start pumping more and more damage faster and faster. Oh, Carter's coming out. Okay.
Ooh, Carter's sack Library Witch.
Sack the Library Witch is nice, so he's gonna get the +2 there.
A little bit of value.
Nothing to recover
card as well.
We're gonna see no response. Jimmy's just gonna take the 4 damage. Shieldmate goes down. That'll be kind of nice though, because he will be able to take out the smoke bombs using that. So even if he doesn't use the smoke bombs to get around the taunt here, he can actually just use it to draw a card because he gets the +1 from that basically.
We're in a bit of a dangerous situation here. We're going to see that Diana level 1 lineage release. Going to grab that Shadow's Twin. The way has been cleared now, so minimum 7 on board.
Incendiary round. 1 down. That's Incendiary out. There's the Incendiary shot. So this is. I wonder if Carbonite actually knows that interaction that I just talked about with the gun going twice.
We'll see here. They can deal 11 damage here if they want to by loading that second plated bullet, getting the double trigger on Incendiary rounds.
Okay, so he does not know about the interaction, but I mean that's a lot of damage, right? At least 15 damage on board immediately. 2 Creeping Torments. It's like we're playing it very, very quickly here.
Yeah, it's got to be Jimmy's turn to basically win the game, or he's going to be in a bit of a rough shape. A Carter on board, a Shadow's Twin on board, and like you had said earlier, he really doesn't have a whole lot of removal for this Shadow's Twin. So
it's also possible that he knows the mechanic and chooses not to do it. If you load the bullet with the plated bullet, it's actually worse unless you're trying to kill that turn, because the Incendiary shot being loaded into the gun allows you to apply the on-hit effect twice, so you actually get more damage overall from it. But not on lethal turn. On lethal turn specifically, you would want to load the plated bullet afterwards.
Right. And should you load the bullet, it stays in the gun here. So if Jimmy did perhaps have that Spurn to Ash, he would be able to spurn your Shadow's Twin, and you would lose your bullet permanently because it was in the gun when Shadow's Twin was destroyed. So maybe he's thinking, I couldn't kill you here, and I'm gonna have to kill you next turn. We'll see.
Something I really like about Jimmy's deck here, running the Oasis Trading Post, is he's able to get the tap effects from the Oasis Trading Post using his domains.
Right. Yeah, it looks like he's doing a little
the accrued value from this is fantastic. So you just, pay 3, Glimpse 2, pay 4, Gather, pay 5, then Automaton Drone. Whatever you want to do. And you can use itself to pay for it too.
We are seeing him do some digging here, though, so it doesn't look like he has all of the pieces that he needs just yet. This is 3, though. Oh, there it is.
Oh, it's happening.
So here's Assemble the Ancients. He's going to be able to sacrifice any amount of domains he controls. He's going to sack all 5. Get 5 4 Sword Great Swords.
Wait, I just realized he's going to Flame Sweep with it.
Flame Sweep with it? Oh my
That's crazy. Whoa. Jimmy Lee.
So, Chad, if you're following along at home, that was a Flame Sweep for 41. So that's looking pretty good. I would say Flame Sweep for 41 usually gets the job done.
There it is. Whoa. Yeah, let me just take this casual 15 to the face. All good, man. I'm just gonna swing for 41. I'm gonna cleave your board for 41.
It shows how explosive Jimmy Lee's deck is. That he can just say, "Yep, whatever. Here's 41 damage. Is that good enough?" Turns out it is good enough.
Wow. Jimmy Lee with the big numbers. Things you just don't see in this game.
We love big numbers. So
that's a good one.
Let's take a look at some sideboards. See what we got. On Jimmy Lee's side, bit of an eclectic collection here. Lots of one-ofs. Looks like you had said earlier, we have that 1 additional copy of Spurn to Ash. Surely that one's going to be coming in.
Almost definitely. Spurn to Ash definitely going to come in on this side.
You have one more copy of Library Witch, which again is gonna probably come in, hope to block a Shadow's Twin at if he gets lucky enough to not see a Carter on the other side of the board. We might see those provoke obstinances as well to prevent a little bit of that damage.
We could see Varrock out in place of that Library Witch.
Sure.
And maybe Focus Flames out as well for the Spurn.
Hmm.
It's kind of hard to say because you really don't want to take out like your domains, right? But
Right.
Varrock is a domain that's like a lot easier to lose if you don't have the exact hand you want to run with it. On the other side, though, I'm gonna see Carbonite running Smoke Bombs, Meltdown, Turn Dash, usual stuff. I don't think he necessarily needs to run too many things. Meltdown probably is worth it for him.
Yeah.
Meltdown just good in general. You can destroy domains, items, weapons, whatever. If he's able to get the meltdowns early on, he can just rip your domains out. You play an EK, all right, goodbye EK. Or in some cases, you just destroy the other domain, and then if they don't have the ability to pay the reservable or the upkeep cost, EK just goes away. We saw that happen. I believe. Who was it? Someone. I want to say it was Jimmy. I think it was someone who was playing the Jimmy's exact deck.
Sure.
Who lost their someone Excalibured their Palatial Concourse and then EK just self-sacrificed, and I was like, oh, that's kind of spicy.
That hurts. Yeah, so we'll probably see those meltdowns come in, try to deal with those important permanents. Obviously, all of the domains serve a role, but there are some better than others. You're much more concerned about the EKs and the Gloam Spires than you are the Palatial Concourses, right?
Yeah, we might see the Smoke Bombs come in on Carbonite side. I don't think he necessarily needs it, though. He could take it. I mean, he's going to take out the Viridian Protective Trinket, so you might as well put in Smoke Bombs. For the meltdowns, what do you think is going to come out? Let's see. Maybe 2 False Steps. He doesn't necessarily need False Step or Resolute Stand against Jimmy, unless he's going to play 3 Resolutes. I mean, even 3 Resolutes in the same turn. Jimmy swung for 41.
Right. Yeah, probably the Resolutes are the one to go. It's just, not really getting the job done. So yeah, those will probably come out for those meltdowns. Maybe a Spurn, but I don't assume that the Spurn's going to be huge. He could be bringing in this Deploy Gun Shield, assuming that Jimmy's going to be packing a little bit more hate for his guns, try to protect them a little bit better, and worst case as float. But something really important here is that we are going to see Diana being on the play, going first, as Jimmy got to go first the first game, but Diana being the first to get a Materialized step is really huge for cards like Taser Shot, where she really wants to lock down these level 3 decks before they're able to get their game plan online.
Does pitch an Exercise Curse. So interesting. Normally we see the Creative Shock come at the end step of your opponent's turn. Knowing that he has increasing dangers in his deck, it's actually valuable for him to play it right away. If he does manage to draw that increasing danger, the value of it on turn 1 is really high.
Definitely true. Seeing these players play to, all of the cards in their deck, it seems like they both obviously know their decks very well. So, yeah, playing to see if they see that increasing danger. I'm going to pass over to Jimmy. He's going to deploy one of those Sanctums of Esoteric Truth for a little bit of value.
Let me a Sanctum of Esoteric. Oh, 2! Oh, wait, that's actually insane.
The only thing better than one Sanctum.
That is such a good early play. First turn Sanctum of double Sanctum of Esoteric Truth is fantastic. You level up, you can immediately move 4 cards.
Yeah, it's just so much card selection. You really get to find these important pieces that you need. So it looks like a great start. We're going to see a Library Witch deployed on the side of Carbonite. And maybe some War Crimes. Yep, throw her into
War Crimes.
Into
Let's
the
go.
fire.
Burn the Witch. Oh man, just going back to those double Sanctums, that's the perfect amount. You have 2 cards in hand, 4 cards in memory. So you level up, lose 1 from memory. You can rip out 2 from memory and 2 from hand if you want. Just cycle 4 cards immediately. Oh, the value of the cycle is crazy.
Really going to help him find so many pieces, stuff like EK, Gloamspire, Assemble, Dungeon Guide. He needs so many pieces for this deck to function, and Sanctum just goes so far to find those for him.
It's going to be really good. It also might help him dig for that Spurn if he's not feeling like the aggressive early kill.
Yeah. So it looks like Diana's just thinking about their options here. But
I wonder if Carbonite's going to skip playing his Shield Mates knowing that Jimmy can just flame sweep him for lethal.
Yeah, like why bother, right? Like maybe
why do I bother playing this unless I can cremate it immediately?
Right.
I can't tell what that is.
Yeah, it looks like a Fast Cure was banished.
It is. You're right. Yeah, it's a Fast Cure.
Good job, Fast Cure. Gonna see if he decides to do any sanctuming here. Yep,
Alright,
he's
there's
gonna
2
sanctum some
from the
cards
memory.
off the first trigger, and then he
Yeah.
might decide to do it again from hand.
Well, and the cool thing too is because you draw them into your hand, like now that you've done it from your memory first, your hand has more options of things you can pitch and discard.
Yeah, and we can even see something like he has the extra cards in hand, and he can do stuff like Creative Shock in his Recollection step. Definitely lots of options to Jimmy here.
Yeah, with where he's at right now, if he finds an EK early, it's going to be fantastic for him.
Huge, yeah.
And
Hey, I think he
lo
did.
and behold, he found an EK.
Wow, and that Oasis as well.
Wow, it's free. It's actually just free.
Yeah, I mean, like you had said in the first game too, like this Oasis is going to pull a lot of weight. The ability to glimpse and again dig for more cards for more of these combo pieces.
Glimpsing
really
2,
huge.
and then he's going to be sanctuming 2 every time. I mean, it's crazy. He just basically finds one dungeon guide, waits
Right.
for the turn, he's ready for lethal, and he's already got 4 on the board, right? Like
Right.
28, right?
Yeah, 28. He's already across the finish line, and like we had seen in the first game, he doesn't even really care if you put stuff on the board. He's just gonna look for a flame sweep. So really, showing the powerhouse that is this Eternal Kingdom deck when it goes unchecked.
The other part with this dungeon guide, what is it? With this dungeon guide into level 3 for the taser shot, like sure it's valuable because you taser shot Jimmy, but at the same time, Jimmy's just gonna be like, okay, I level up, and I level up, and I level up. Like it hurts because you take the unpreventable damage from taser shot, right? You're gonna take 8. So
Right.
if he gets shot here for, let's say, okay, what is it gonna be? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right?
Should be 6.
Gets hit for 6, 7 from the dungeon guide, puts him at 7. He's gonna, if he levels up, he takes 8 damage. So puts him at 15, right?
Yeah.
If he levels up the next turn, like it's gonna push him really close to lethal. But if he has the resolute stand, like it should be enough.
I mean, even if he has a dungeon guide here, Guardians have so much health that he can just say, I'll take 7, I'll level up twice, I'll go to 23, I'll kill you. Right? Like, so huge. So yeah, he is going to take that 6. He's going to get double tased, which is nothing to scoff at. So if he levels up, he's going to get tased twice and take 4 unpreventable damage twice. But we'll see if he deems that worth it or not. Looks like no. He's just going to get a Wayfinder's map here to reduce those domain costs and eventually crack that to draw a card. We saw such power from it last game, allowed him to deploy a couple of domains and then immediately crack it to draw a card.
I do like the Wayfinder's map. Wayfinder's map is just
Really
so good. It's
Yeah.
actually just so good.
Yeah, like deceptively powerful.
And people call it GCR at home, but it really feels like way more than that, right? For every reduced cost you get from it, it's just so much more value.
Mm.
You play one domain, it's like suddenly 2 GCRs.
Right. But it looks like we didn't have a whole lot on the side of Jimmy. It looks like he's just passing it back, getting a taser shot on the side of Carbonite. So this is where it gets a little bit dangerous. Any amount of turns that you leave Diana able to shoot you with her Shadow's Twin is going to be really rough. We'll see if maybe he has some fast speed interaction, but I really don't know what he could be packing here. So he's going to take 1. Didn't look like that clicked all the way. He should be at 8 here.
I think the most we
player
can
life totals.
probably get from Jimmy in this case is 2 shield mates, but at the same time, Carbonite like could just be holding onto a Carter, right? Holds onto the Carter, cleaves through the shield mates, and then just shoots with Diana right after that.
Gonna go ahead and load the Shadow's Twin. No distant here, so only coming in for 5. No, 4. Sorry, math.
Yeah, no distance this time.
Maybe we have a back step.
Base 1.
See, looks like there's some thinking going on. Resolute Stand not going to get it done. They're just coming in for 4.
I'm thonking. Oh, 2 down.
Doing some stuff.
That's a Resolute Stand. Oh, it's a Creative Shock. Okay.
Oh, Creative Shock
on the stack.
Really rough.
Okay.
With these Creeping Torments, he's going to take 4. He's doing it now because he doesn't want to do it after this gun hits him.
Yep.
4 is an acceptable number. Still hurts. And, all of a sudden, Jimmy with such an explosive start is really looking on the back foot here. He's going to be under a tase. He's going to be under 4 Creeping Torments.
That's the hard part about going against these Diana decks, right? Diana goes first. If she levels up every single turn with a dungeon guide, like she's going to be really far ahead of you. If she has the
Right.
taser shot and you don't really have any way to block it, Diana also just deals with the shield mates really well. So like
Right.
when you can try to like reduce the damage or block the damage, Diana comes in and goes, well, here's the Carter. Carter sweeps your board and then I shoot you anyways.
Right.
And a lot of the times the best ways to deal with it are gonna be things like freezing hail, so she can't wake up in the next turn. Song of Frost to stop the actual combat and keep her arrested. But otherwise, like, the moment the taser shot lands, like it's really a big standstill for you.
Yeah. And I think we're seeing Jimmy do a think here, really thinking if he can afford to level up.
Oh man, if he levels up, it's gonna be real rough for him.
Yeah, puts him all the way up to 21. And hey, he could dungeon guide himself right up to 29 if he wants.
If he has it for lethal, he
Yeah.
could actually do it.
Go to 1 point away.
28, 20. He would need 2 Resolute Sands in his hand. So if he chooses to level up, is he doing it? So you level up, you dungeon guide to 3.
Yeah, puts him to literally 29. If he has lethal, he has lethal, right?
But let's see. 4 domains is enough for. I mean, he actually could do it. He does have enough damage for it.
Yeah. 28 clean. All right, so he's going to go up to level 2. I'm going to go up to 21 from that double taser shot.
I think we're actually going to see that exact play here.
Yeah. Be real spicy. He's going to pay for his EK.
Yep.
Draw for turn.
Got 5 cards. Draw first card. So no creeping torments.
Let's see.
Does he have it? Dungeon guide into assemble?
He gets the perfect guides here because he has the Eternal Kingdom, so he can put down exactly 2 cards to his DG.
The problem is, like, when he leveled, he couldn't draw for the Esoteric Truths. He couldn't cycle.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have the exact amount he needs.
Right.
2, 4.
Oh man, he's doing some glimpse, and that's not a great sign. Maybe you're right. Maybe he has double Resolute Sand.
Oh, he's glimpsing to not wait. I'm confused.
I'm also confused. A master of his craft. Gurley's cooking up something here.
I thought he drew for turn. That's why I'm confused.
He did draw for turn. He's already drawn for turn. This is in his main phase.
Okay, so he placed 2 down for fast gear. He tapped the Oasis Trading Post to glimpse 2.
Yeah.
We're gonna backstep the champion.
Yeah, see, evasive maneuvers to give distant.
And I think Jimmy might be calling it here.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it looks like he is calling it. So I guess he didn't have the dungeon guide. If he did have the dungeon guide in hand, though, he can 3 down for the dungeon guide, level up, go to 29, and then he has 3 domains available and 2 cards in his hand. So that's easily enough for Assemble the Ancients. Assemble the Ancients being 3 cost.
Right. So yeah, he
then
did have it.
You just swing with the sword straight, right?
Right. Yeah, 28.
I guess he just didn't have it then. It's unfortunate.
Hey, like we had mentioned a couple of times, there's a lot of pieces that go into this combo, and if you don't find them all, they basically do nothing, right? Like your deck feels pretty anemic if you don't get all of the pieces together fast enough. So we just saw an overwhelming amount of pressure from the Diana player, keeping Jimmy on his toes and unable to level up as freely as he was the first game. And it just shows the power of being the first turn player as Diana. Just so huge. But going into this third game, Jimmy is going to be back going first. It's going to be a real advantage for him. Going to try to find some of those domains like we saw in the first game.
Yeah, even with that fantastic start, right? Double Sanctum of Esoteric Truth, it wasn't enough. You know, Carbonite got the combo he needed. Didn't necessarily need to grab a Carter just because of where Jimmy was sitting. But I mean, once you get that dungeon guide level 3, it's like pretty tough to get out of the taser shot range.
Yeah, it's
especially when you have all the creeping torment stacks. Really,
right.
he took 4 damage and then put himself on 1 off lethal and really just had to get it. And the problem was if Carbonite had a backstep early on, like it was over. He would have just killed him right then and there.
Yeah, it's the age-old consistency versus explosiveness, right? Jimmy's deck is so explosive when it gets to do its combo, but the Diana deck, she doesn't need anything other than to hit level 3 to enact her game plan. So he's gonna get there every time, and almost always a turn early from a dungeon guide. So just really the pressure's on. So we'll see if Jimmy is able to establish a board early, get those levels up clean, and big assemble.
Yeah, the game plan's different when you're playing fire versus fire, right? When you're playing fire, I mean, I guess maybe to say the game plan is different when you're not playing against fire. When you're playing against fire, you can really just pump it out as fast as you want to go.
Right.
There's not really too many things that have interaction at fast speeds that you have to deal with and worry about, especially when it comes to like Regalia. In the situation of versus water versus wind, it's totally different, right? You Zephyr
Right.
the Shadow's Twin on the +2 trigger, Infracturize it on the +2 trigger. If you're playing against Luxem, you can get it Excalibured, right? You have to use your deploy gun shields at the right time. You have to hold extra cards for those things, or you just can't in some cases, right? Like
Right.
you just have to accept that you're going to be not using that exact thing. You're going to be using like your Seeker's Rifle, or you're going to have multiple guns available at any time. And in this case, it's just fire versus fire. You just go in as fast as you can. You beat it in level 3. You have a big advantage, really big advantage. Well, that's a great creative shock there. I don't actually know what Jimmy pitched from his creative shock, but we do see the +1 on the Carbonite side.
Yeah, it looks like
it
a
was
Honorable
Vanderbilt.
Vanguard. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a +1.
It's gonna use that to grab that Tenoris level 1. Get that sweet Sanctum of Esoteric Truth value.
I do like me some esoteric truthing.
Telling those truths, putting 2 to the bottom, drawing 2 new cards, gonna pick those up, draw for turn. And again, a great start from both players. Creative Shocks both finding that key piece of floating memory, both on their way to get into that scary level 3 portion of the game.
I believe that was a creative shock.
Yeah,
I saw him draw 2, so
here.
angle's a little tough, a little bright on the hyper collectible side here for Jimmy Lee.
Yeah, looks like he may have discarded a flame sweep there.
It's just a little hard to tell, but
gonna deploy that Palatial Concourse.
Definitely feeling like we're on Discord light mode right now. Can't quite see what's going on, but we'll figure it out. I think you're right. I think it is a flame sweep. I saw it like for a brief moment there.
Jimmy's looking like he's playing Xander Blinding Light instead of Tenoris.
Xanderina Blinding Light, blinding the casters.
Blinding the casters.
Draw 1 and heal, recover 3 for every person who's blinded or annoyed. Increasing danger. Danger time.
Danger, Will Robinson. All right, looks like we're going to see the 4th creative shock of the game? 3rd creative shock of the game?
I believe the 4th. Both players have played 2 creative shocks.
I think I might be winning, Tyler, on most common card we see tonight.
Yup. Oh, this floating memory too. It's another +1.
Yeah.
So Carbonite's up the +1 battle for creative shocks. Jimmy down 1, sadly, losing the flame sweep there. Yeah, creative shock. He might be right, especially looking at that spirit meta breakdown we'll be talking about later.
That's true. Yeah.
Talking about after this round, his creative shock maybe in the lead.
When do we stop Crux is fine and start Fire is fine?
Fire's fine. Creative shock's fine, guys. Creative shock's fine.
It's fine.
Creative shock's category 1.
You don't even get class bonus. How can the card be good?
True. I mean, that's why it's good. You don't even need the class bonus. It's fantastic.
All right, we're doing some
concoursing.
Yeah, some concoursing, a little glimpse action.
The more I've played this game, the more I've realized that glimpsing is, I think, my favorite thing in the game.
Boy, do I have the place for you, Tyler.
It's Astra, isn't it? I play an Astrocyte. I Starcall an Astrocyte. I glimpse and then Starcall another Astrocyte.
And then they say, "I'll attack you for lethal," and I say, "Okay."
Okay. True.
All right, there's that big EK. EK into another Sanctum.
Oh, lethal has presented itself, guys.
All right, lethal on board.
Yeah, lethal on board. So we got the 28. Jimmy's got the cards. Does he have the dungeon guide-a-roo?
Looks like we're gonna see a reposition. Oh wow, super powerful heal. Gonna distant Diana, get a 2nd floating memory, allow the level up to Diana 2 for free. And then we have to assume that in this 11 card hand that Carbonite has a dungeon guide here. And
if he doesn't have a dungeon guide here, I'm gonna be shocked.
Yeah,
I'd be shocked. He's gone through a lot of cards.
Seen so many cards, and
he's gone through a third of the deck by now.
Yeah.
Definitely not, the mill deck level. Gone through enough cards, but
Mhm.
we're getting there. Shout out to Glass for the great game.
Shout out. All right, let's
3
see it.
down
3
and the
down.
dungeon.
Oh,
Whoa! Okay. Holy! Taking out the EK. Lethal is no longer on board.
they have it all. Now the dungeon guide.
No,
Oh,
no dungeon guide. You definitely would have dungeon guided first, I think.
yeah. Just creative shock number 5.
True. Okay. We're counting. Actually, good count.
Yeah.
Oh! Another +1, so a deploy gun shield.
It's wild here, though. You're
Whoa.
right. He's seen a third of his deck. Where are these dungeon guides?
Yeah, no dungeon guide. He passed the turn to Jimmy. The scary thing is, he passed the turn to Jimmy, and Jimmy could actually kill him this turn.
Yeah, he just needs basically anything. He's gonna get this
If
map.
if he has another Eternal Kingdom, I think the game's Eternal Kingdom and Dungeon Guide game's over, right?
Yeah. He does need that EK though to turn on those domains, allow them to be reservable. Doing a little palatialing, a little concoursing.
The nice thing is Jimmy's level 2 already, right? So
Yeah.
from where he's at, he's not afraid of Taser Shot anymore. He doesn't actually care if you go level 3, Taser Shot him. He's just gonna level up anyways for free,
Yeah,
and then
Taser's just
kill you in one
damage.
turn.
So yeah, he might hopefully he finds the dungeon guide here. That's really what he's looking for. And then like you had mentioned, an EK to replace his fallen brother.
Kind of crazy though. Neither player seemingly has the Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, they just decided to put them all on the bottom of their deck at the start of the game for a nice interesting one.
True. Definitely the cut. Oh, 3 down, Dungeon Guide.
Oh,
3 down for the EK replacement because he's got the Wayfinder's map.
EK's back.
I mean, he could just tap 3 Sanctums now and then go, or 3 of his domains and go Dungeon Guide too.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Looks like he's just shipping it back though. So we're seeing Carbonite sift through his material deck, think about what his options are. Taser Shot's still online here, so he has the line to just level up to Diana, get his Shadow's Twin, shoot with Taser.
Terraforming, Plated Bullet, Bubble of Abundance, all pretty good things to take out here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big fan of taking out. Did he take out GCR yet? Oh, there it is.
Hey, that's
I guess that answers that. I was like, I don't think I've seen a GCR. Huh?
Yeah, that card's pretty good.
Speaking of which, I don't think Jimmy's pulled out the GCR yet.
Oh, who needs it? He's got GCR not at home. He's got super GCR.
Super
Wayfinder's
GCR.
map. Yeah.
The Grand Domain Ring. Oh, Dungeon Guide.
Found one.
Didn't even need it. Didn't even need the GCR.
Still had all these. Dungeon Guide to level 3.
I mean, we're kind of okay with this, right? If we're if I'm Jimmy Lee here, I'm like, okay, Taser shot me. What do I care?
Well, it is making those Sanctums look a little bit worse once he gets under a couple of Creeping Torments. But he's still, he's taking 0 damage here. He can probably just take the whole damage from the Shadow's Twin, take the damage from the Creeping Torments, and just carry on,
I believe we need to banish 1? Or did he have a floating for it for the Shadow's Twin?
Yeah, it's unclear here. But regardless, going to come in for 1 with that Dungeon Guide.
First damage dealt on board.
First blood.
Does he go for the kill streak?
Yeah, it looks like he's thinking about something here.
Tinkering.
Maybe he's got a little extra bullet action. Maybe he's got something like a Mind Break here that he's considering.
Mind Break would be pretty nice. -1 influence is always good.
Yeah.
Plus you can see what's in there, which is nice.
Right.
But I mean, he knows the Taser Shot's not going to be super effective, so he might just put an Incendiary round down and just try to pump damage. 2 down for a Carter here would not be the greatest or most useful of plays. You can do it for the Dungeon Guide.
Looks like it is going to be the Mind Break.
Mind Breakaroo.
Load up that Mind Break. Yeah, comes in for 3 actually. So it's going to be looking like 8 here as he's leveled up this turn. We'll see if he employs that secret tech about loading his second bullet. Looks like just going to deal his 8. Get that Mind Break trigger. It's going to see Dungeon Guide, a Cremation Ritual, and a Sanctum.
Well, he discarded the Sanctum, I believe. Not
Sanctum
the Dungeon Guide.
The Dungeon Guide, I believe, because he gets 2.
Oh, double, and double, you're right. Thank you.
So brutal.
Oof. -2 influence is rough here.
Yeah.
And before the Creeping Torments, it would be kind of nice to use your Wayfinder's map here, I think. But maybe not. Maybe Jimmy doesn't mind. He has a lot of health still. He didn't get shot with the taser shot, so he's not actually too afraid of, where his health state sits at.
Does hurt losing that dungeon guide, though. I'm really surprised he didn't go for it last turn, seeing as he had access to it.
Carter's coming out. Swing 4. Puts Jimmy at 13.
Now he's under a fair amount of pressure. See what he gets.
I can't tell how much influence Jimmy has.
It looks like just 2 cards.
There's 1.
Really been torn apart by this.
ECR and my up. Yep, get both at once.
Gonna take his 4. Thank you for doing business.
Yep. Move to Recollection. Aces 2 for the Eternal Kingdom upkeep. And then we'll draw. Jimmy's at 17 right now.
You just gotta find that.
I mean, if he hits a Dungeon Guide Assemble, it's over, right? Because the thing is, since he's already drawn for the Creeping Torments, a Gloamspire. I was gonna say, since he's already drawn for the Creeping Torments this turn, like he could level up with the Dungeon Guide and then choose to move the cards anyways. But I don't think he is able to. I don't think there's enough value for it.
Yeah, looks like it was just a pass back. Played that Gloamspire, passed the turn back. He didn't obviously want to activate it. I guess he could have activated it on his turn, but he doesn't want to give an extra card to Carbonite. Carbonite gets that Bauble of Abundance, and it's looking real scary now.
I think gonna come in for 2. This game's looking kind of over right now because Taser Shot comes in, right? So no extra bullet, nothing like that. No distance. Taser Shot comes in. It's gonna be double Taser Shot, which is the potential 8, right?
Yeah. And it's 4 damage on its own, which is already getting pretty close to lethal here. So you can just deal 4 damage here.
23.
And then that Bauble's gonna,
I mean, if he levels up, it's lethal. So level up lethal. He draws Bauble of Abundance, comes in, the game's over.
Yeah, so many things covered here by Carbonite.
We might Umbral Tide that also.
There. Yeah, that's
of course,
right, man. Yeah.
Of course. That's every time I bring up a card, it just gets played. Every time you bring up a card, it just gets played.
Yeah.
You brought up Mind Break. He played the Mind Break. Umbral Tide comes in, Carter comes in. It's crazy. And that's gonna be it. Yeah, it's gonna be rough.
A really impressive showing from Jimmy, but just not enough to get through the overwhelming power of this Fire Diana deck. Really, that Mind Break bullet was so brutal. It looks like that game was
losing that Dungeon Guide, it was over.
But yeah, the -2 influence, losing the Dungeon Guide, oh my god, just so brutal. So just really shows the power of that Fire Diana deck and how much pressure she can apply to these like slower level 3 combo decks.
And then let's talk about, that Meltdown. That Meltdown is what changed the game, right? That Meltdown slowed the pace down enough that Jimmy went back essentially 1 or 2 turns, right? He was still able to play the EK the next turn, but because the EK, the Meltdown came in for the EK, Jimmy played the EK and then had to wait the turn, putting down his Dungeon Guide. It opened the opportunity for Carbonite to come in with a Dungeon Guide, or with his own Dungeon Guide, go level 3, and then pop the Mind Break bullet and rip both of his, relevant cards there. He lost the Domain, lost the Dungeon Guide, and it's just over from there, right? Regalia destruction and Domain destruction, item destruction is fantastic in this game, and it's really, really, really underrated. Meltdown is a fantastic card. Level 2, it has 1 less cost, so 3 cost. Item, Domain, Weapon, I believe, are the options for Meltdown, and that game just showed it. It was perfect.
Yeah, we've seen such ubiquitous play from cards like Verruckin Acolyte and Spurned Ash, but Meltdown doesn't get enough credit. It's just the same card, usually the same cost, but has such a much wider application where, if he was playing Spurn in that spot, he wouldn't have been able to grab that game like he did. He got a full extra turn out of destroying that Eternal Kingdom. So yeah, just really, really huge play from our
that first game was so cool to see. 41 fame speed. Something I never thought I'd hear in my life.
It's super cool. I wish more people would pick it up. It's so hard to play. I don't know if you've gotten the chance to play it yourself, but it's very difficult.
I'm not an EK owner, sadly. Yeah. I gave when I was after Nats, I went to California and gave away a ton of my cards trading. People needed EKs, Carters, and so I traded everything away that I wasn't directly playing. And now I'm like, okay, guys, I'll buy the $30 EK. Fine, I'll buy bleeding every last bit to finish my playsets.
Get those $70 Carters.
Well, that one I got lucky on. That one I didn't have to pay too much for. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Some crazy stuff out there. But
Fair.
yeah, two fantastic games, two decks that are so on top of Fire Nine. A lot of people look at Fire Nine, they're like, oh, this is so like straightforward, blah blah. The thing is, it's not. It's not as straightforward as people are willing to give it credit for, right? If you're playing this against non-fire decks, there's way more interaction you have to be prepared for, right? Like we said earlier, the Zephyr, Fracture Eyes, Excalibur. The issue that you have to deal with is that when you load the Shadow's Twin with your bullet now goes into the load zone. So it's no longer on the field, and it's not in the intent yet. So if at any point it gets banished from there, you just lose the bullet.
Right.
And that's really big. That's really big, right? Or if someone fracturizes your bullet in response to you materializing the gun or something, like you just can't use it anymore. It's not the same. So there is a lot more kind of like lines you have to think of when you play against other elements. With fire, it's pretty straightforward. You know, you gotta just increasing danger. I'll shoot you in the face. You can't break my gun on my turn, so it's kind of straightforward. But yeah, like you said, you know, Jimmy's deck very hard to play. I can definitely see why it's hard to play, right?
Yeah,
The
I
timings
think that,
of things, knowing what to glimpse for, it's like there's a lot.
Yeah, I think the Fire Diana deck, it gets lumped in a lot with the decks like Erupting Rhapsody, right? These decks that have a game plan, and they're like a linear game plan where they're trying to do the same thing every game, but they get discounted a lot by the community and by people that don't play them for the like intricacies that go into piloting a deck like that, and the things that you have to think about and the things that you have to play around. Because when you're sitting on the other side, you don't see all of that, right? You see, oh, they got a Shadow's Twin, they shot me. But there's so much that goes into it, so many cards that you have to play around, so many like intricate decisions that you have to make in the course of the game. So yeah, you did really well played from both players that last game, and great to see some sweet decks. We're 2 for 2.
Yeah, we've seen so many cool decks today. Like we've seen things that
2.
you know show a lot of respect for what's out there and what's available to play against. We're gonna quickly switch screens here. We're gonna be going up to the Spirit Meta breakdown. So this is gonna be the Spirit Meta breakdown of the round 2 Swiss, so all players. This will include everyone who missed or was late for round 1. So I mean, let's talk about it. There's no Lost Spirits. Why is everyone here
I don't get it.
A loser?
Yeah, I can't.
Where are the Priscillas, guys? Where's the Morgan being played?
We know where the Priscillas are. They're hiding in Siladar's locker somewhere.
Shinja's basement. They're hiding in Shinja's locker. V1 hidden from us.
Oh yeah, V1 when, you know, I hear it was
V1 when, true.
Very safe for work, and so I'm sure we could show it on screen, you know. But yeah, I can't say much of a shock here on our Spirit breakdown. I don't know about you, Tyler, but 53% fire, 26% wind, 20% water is not entirely shocking. There's a lot of fire decks performing very well this season.
Yeah, so I guess things we can talk about besides, you know, fire is fine, question mark. Let's talk about the comparison to last week. So last week, fire was 63%. This week we have fire 53%. Last week wind was a little bit lower as well. Wind was 19, we're 26 now, and then water in the 18 last week and 20 here. So water's about the same. Wind is seeing a little bit more representation, kind of replacing where the fire is. And still, sadly, we have 0 Lost Spirits. Hoping one day we can get some Lost Spirit gamers in there. A little bit of Dawn of Ashes, Sylvie, maybe.
Ooh, yeah, I think Dawn of Ashes is actually a very powerful card. We gotta find those people with Morgans. I think once we have Worlds under our belt and we have 8 more super sick Lost Spirits out there, we'll get one of those people that wants to put it on screen, and you know.
Surely Moose will play a Lost Spirit for us, right?
100%. I'm sure if we ask Moose nicely, they'll abide by our wishes. But yeah, I'm glad to see Wind's getting a bit of a resurgence. It's been sort of like the clown element for a couple of months now. Like you see a lot of people running these aggro decks that are running baubles, but they're not running the Wind bauble because nobody was respecting the Wind decks. So I'm really glad to see that Wind is, you know, picking up, seeing some resurgence and stuff like Wind Diana, Wind Crux, Lorraine. These sort of range value-based decks are really starting to pick up. So we're seeing a very healthy.
Wind is by far my favorite.
Yeah.
Of all the elements.
Yeah, we're seeing a very healthy split between some of the elements in the game right now. Also, a huge shout out to our graphic here by Mitch, choosing to use the Apotheosis Rite art in the background of our Spirit Meta breakdown.
True.
Mitch World Champion.
Actual Biss. We got the Oasis Trading Post, oh Jesus, words. Apotheosis, right? Maybe we can see a Priscilla background one day. Be kind of
Ooh,
cool.
true. Soon, maybe. We have all that art now. We've finally seen our card. Man, Tyler, Worlds coming up. A couple of weeks.
I'm so excited.
Me too. Me too.
It'll be nice. So I get the chance to meet all these players that are from all over the world. Fantastic at the game. Have been creating content. You know, we got people like Limelight, the Creative Shock team, Geo. Big shout out them as well. And then we're gonna be able to see, all the people we know already from North America. Get a better chance to meet and interact with people from Southeast Asia, from Oceania, and it's such a cool culmination of brains, right?
Yeah, I mean it's going to be our just by far biggest Grand Archive event ever, you know. So if you guys have the chance to go, definitely go. It's going to be all of the best players in the world all together for like the first time in the same room. So just super exciting.
Yeah, so just bringing up the round one Swiss, we can do a little comparison from last week. So I pinged you in Discord with last week's stats. So I mentioned, Lorraine's not first. You see Xander first this time. Last week, Diana had a very, very small showing. And this week, we're actually way up there.
Yeah, a lot of Diana players. I think maybe this is on the back of Xander being sort of the boogeyman in the room. These Luxem Xander decks are seeing a lot of success. And decks like we saw in the last round are super strong into that slower Luxem deck, these Fire Diana lists. So I would be shocked if most of the Dianas playing this week weren't on that like turbo list. You know, a while back in the format, we saw a lot of like water tempo Diana decks sort of playing that allies package, but I think most of the Dianas now are leaning towards that full Umbra Shadows Twin combo deck.
Yeah, I guess everyone buying up their carters, they want to use them, right?
That's true. Spend $200 on your carters, you might as well put them in a deck.
It's so interesting to see, like, week by week, we see so many different things in Yeti, right? Like, we see people playing Sylvie, we see Rise, we see Dianas, Merlins, we see the standard things, so the Xanders, the Lorraines, but like, we get to see cool things that we don't normally see. Sylvie, Rye allies. Like last week, we had, I think, 2 Rye allies.
I'm sorry, what did I glaze over that? The Rye allies?
Yes, so Rye allies.
Happening?
It's a Nimue deck essentially.
What?
So you either play fire or water. If you play water, you play with like Freeze Stiff, Sudden Snow, Glacial Guidance,
Dude.
and you can target someone who's attacking you and just insta kill them before they hit you.
That's
Because it just instantly destroys the target, right? And if you run like like Barrier Servants and you have Bubble Mages, then you have your own Water Mage Poison Dagger.
Right.
If you're running the Fire side, you get the benefits of having 3 damage Sparkle Lights on Preventable. You have Ignite the Soul to instantly kill something. The Creative Shock in response to kill things too.
My God.
Like,
yeah, I was.
It's just cool.
I was playing a Nimue deck like in DOA, right? Like before anything else was out, and it was so cool to like get your 2-for-1s with Freeze Stiff. That's crazy. I didn't realize anybody was cooking that hard. Where are these Rye players at? Somebody DM me a list. That's sweet. I love Nimue. I think she's such a cool card, and I'm glad to see that people are actually putting her on the table.
Yeah, shout out to Taco Boss and an Undefeated Past, I believe, are the 2 that normally run that. Taco Boss is also a Wind Tristan player as a main.
Yeah.
Was playing the Rye allies.
My other half is a big fan of being Steve from the podcast. A big fan of Wind Tristan, so he'll be happy to hear some respect.
Maybe one of these times I'll play a webcam weekly and you guys can cast my game.
Oh yeah, that sounds great. We'll put. How about we follow you the whole tournament? You know, we put you on stream every round.
There's no way, because we'd be OnceInLuv starting off with a very weak start, 0-1. Round 3, guys. OnceInLuv with the 0-2. Round 4 of the Yeti webcam weeklies. OnceInLuv 0-3 so far. Let's see if we can pull off the 1 win.
Chad, if you want to see Tyler's whole run through the weekly tournament, you let us know. I'm sure you want to see that.
There's no way. I feel like if we did that, we'd have to do like a vote for deck. Put 3 decks out there, and then everyone can vote on the 3 decks that get played that week.
Surely there's no way you're getting a playable deck at that point, though, right? They're just all voting for the worst pile.
I'll put 3 decks that are like non-meta, but at least playable. Sure. You know, like Win Neos Tenoris. You know.
Sure. Yeah.
Or like
Lost Spirit Sylvie.
Yeah,
You know,
I'd play it. Lost Spirit, Dawn of Ashes, Sylvie, playable.
could be cool.
What's a decent third strange but playable deck?
Mm.
I guess Arasana.
Yeah, sure.
Fire Allies Arasana, maybe.
Trying to think of any of the playable Arisana decks, but unfortunately they don't exist. So
Yeah, we'd have to figure out one of those things.
though I did hear word on the street that there's an Ari player in our tournament. Is that true?
Yeah, it's Noel from Chess
Noel?
Club. Yeah, good old Chess Club. Gonna be bringing us the Arasana. I believe it's a Wind Arasana deck, and I think he also mentioned he's never played it.
Nice.
It's gonna be extra spicy, so you can definitely roast him on that one if you want. You are the resident Arasana master here.
I would say resident Arisana player. I would definitely not say master because I don't win ever. But that deck's really cool. I've seen a couple of versions of that deck. That's currently how I have my Arisana deck built, is as that wind, like Fertile Grounds sort of deck. You build your own draw engine with Fertile Grounds and ingredient pouch. So it's cool. It's definitely it feels better than some lists that I've played, but I wouldn't say it feels good. But maybe that's just me, right? You put the deck in the hands of somebody like Noel from Chess Club, and I'm sure they'll do a lot better than I would.
It'd be like that.
It'd be like that.
It just is what it is sometimes.
I'm sure she'll be good in the future. I promise you, everybody watching, that her time is coming.
I mean, if you haven't, I guess it's probably not up yet. I was gonna say, if you haven't seen it, I did play against Dan, who hit me with the Wind Arasana.
Mm-hmm.
It's powerful. I can tell you that. It's powerful. Wind Arasana.
There's some stuff.
I can see why everyone's buying those Cosmic Bolt foils.
No, don't buy them. Send them to me. You let me know your price. She's terrible. Nobody wants them. Contact me on Discord.
True. Just like the
Crux foils. Yeah, Crux is terrible. Look at the representation this week. Sell all of your Ghost Pendragon first ed.
Yeah, I mean, no one's playing Merlin, so just hit me up with your Incarnate Majesties and stuff. I'm looking for all your foils, guys. I'm excited to see what we see today. There's gonna be some cool stuff.
Yeah, it's a sweet tournament. Things. Definitely a cool breakdown. Like you had mentioned, I'm glad to see that Lorraine is no longer the top dog. Not that we don't love Lorraine, of course we do, but she's been on top for so long. It's great to see some other decks actually seeing some success over the dominant performance that Lorraine has had for a full year now. We're coming up on our 1 year anniversary of Grand Archive.
Yeah, just a reminder for that as well. If you guys haven't seen already, 1 year anniversary stream. I believe TM32 is going to be hosting it this year. It'll be on, I was going to say August, April 28th.
Mm-hmm.
So it coincides with Merch Day, so make sure you don't forget about Merch Day, guys. And as always, big shout out to Mitch, big shout out to Andy, Mr. Yeti Gaming, for hosting and running this league for us, giving us the opportunity to have content here to bring to you guys, as well as big shout out to Chica Blue for managing and running our stream while we're live here. Big awesome dude hanging out, behind the scenes. So thank you so much. Yeah. And if you guys haven't seen it again, I'm gonna say it. Please come join us for the online Yeti Regional. We do actually have Sapphire packs this time. We are going to be able to give those out, so make sure you stop in. It'll be Sunday. I believe we're starting at 10 a.m. Central, something like that, in that range.
That sounds about right, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a blast. Right. Can't wait. Going to crown a regional champion, get themselves that sweet Orb of Hubris.
Yep, and I'll be joined here by this guy right there.
That's me.
He'll be here.
He pointed that way. Oh wow. So see, I got confused. It's that way.
Yeah. So I pointed the direction. So I can see my background, so I remember where things are in the room.
Smart. That's too
my favorite is when someone says that guy, and you're like, oh, not that guy.
That guy over there. He's the worst.
That guy in the stream next door. Yeah, I think we're gonna be getting pairings pretty soon here. Round time is... Oh, I guess I was incorrect. Round time has just been called, so we have about 5 more minutes. Congratulations to Elri for winning the end of round giveaway, which is just a ping from the bot.
Awesome. Okay, we got to wait those 5 minutes of overtime for all of those definitely not Xander players taking people at a time, revealing all those Luxem sites,
True. Luxem sites.
Hey, they're going to do it.
Luxem site. Just yell at Luxem site as many times as you can. I didn't actually get the chance to play any of the April Fool's champions. I really wish I could have.
Me neither. But, I think Sylvester
no locals is hard.
Is busted. That's
Sylvester could have been a real champion, and it would have been fantastic. SP2 Sylvester win, guys. That's what I'm asking. That's all I'm asking for. Oh, it's at
that's my
noon
hot take.
EST. Noon EST, so 11 a.m. Central.
Gotcha.
Perfect. So I get to sleep in an extra hour than I thought.
I get to
Nice.
sleep in an extra hour past you. It's great.
True.
Yeah, Sylvester for sure. My secret theory is that that's a real card. Because the other three can't be. Like, they're too goofy. Sylvester could be a real card.
Sylvester could be.
That's my
Oh, what if Sylvester is Alan 3?
Alan level 3.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Alan beckoned beast.
Whoa.
Made real.
Whoa. We were talking about Mordred earlier today in Merlin's Marketplace.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, man, I really hope Mordred gets to level 3. And then I think it was Mark. Mark was like, oh, I'll take any element Mordred level 3. And I said Terra. And he said, except for that one. And I said, okay, what about like Mordred Beast Rider? And he has like champion link with allies. You can just ally the champion. You can like link your ally to your champion. And suddenly you're like riding an ordinary bear and you do extra damage and stuff. That'd be kind of cool, you know?
I think the unfortunate news about the future of Mordred and Alan level 3 is that they have one thing that they don't share in common with, say, Merlin or Tristan, and it's that you know they're not a cute anime girl, so they're not going to sell, right? You know, so that's
over.
That's where it is, and you know I can't say that I'm not guilty, right? Like I'm buying Tristan Recollection. I don't know if I'd be buying Mordred Recollection, you know.
There's no way I'd buy Mordred Recollection in a heartbeat. That guy is so cool. He even got his own Gen Central promo, man. He's been to Canada.
True.
I gotta represent my boy. He's been to Canada.
That's fair. He is Canadian.
He's been to Toronto. We wholeheartedly accepted him, and you know how many people think that card is Xander?
What card?
The strategic planning promo.
Is that not Xander?
No, it's Mordred.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No, I guess that answers my question then.
Yeah, me. Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, the more you know. I can't tell the difference. They look the same.
Yeah, this is. I mean, you just look at the hair here. I'll send you the picture. It's all in the hair.
I'll do the research.
It's definitely. I mean, he also has that.
Yeah,
like,
you're right. No, you're
he
right.
has that Mordred like pose.
The Chad pose.
The like, I'm trying a little too hard, but it's working.
Right. I don't know. Mordred's kind of a Chad. You've seen the art on.
True.
What is it? It's a guided dispersion.
Oh, guarded dissipation.
Guarded dissipation. Yeah.
With
Are saving Gildas?
Yeah, Gildas.
Yeah. Chad. Yeah, it's like, all right, dude.
Pretty Chad. I mean, that's also how we know that Gildas has 2 different color eyes.
That's true. Yeah, it's also on Channel Winds, I believe. For what do they call that? Heterochromia.
Heterochromia, yeah.
Anime.
Heterochromia iridis.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
But yeah, he's a Chad, so respect.
Alan level 3 will be Astra. You've prophesized. He already glimpses at level 2. True? Alan the Starcaller.
Was that Limelight that said that? Sounds
That's
like
Limelight
inside information to me. That's I feel like he's got some secrets. That's all I'm saying. Maybe that's real. I don't know. Whoa. Throw that man under the bus.
Also, just as a reminder, if you guys are watching the stream and you are in the tournament right now, the door prizes have just been upped. So make sure to join into the giveaways for the door prizes so you're able to win those Ordinary Bears. Ordinary Bears being a card that I believe is exclusive to the online leagues only.
That is correct.
So this is the only way you can get one, which is why you should play in the Yeti Weekly Cam so that you can win them for your best friend Trent.
He already bought a place out of foil. So
I thought so.
He's safe. Yeah, no.
I thought so.
No guilt here.
True, but I mean, you can come by and get a deck box. Parsenet deck boxes, Merlin deck boxes, GA playmats. We got it all, man. We got it all.
That is pretty nice.
It's a free weekly where you only have to pay for the shipping on your rewards. If that isn't the most fantastic thing, I have no idea what is.
It's very good. So you should all play, and I'll sit here in the booth with you.
True. Yeah, I mean, you guys should bring us content. Bring us
games to watch. We need to be entertained.
Something that I've actually been thinking about, after, this is our third cast here for the Yeti Webcam Weeklies. I've been thinking about going through some of the deck lists and, reaching out to players who have been playing in the weekly and be like, hey, do you want to do a video or like a live stream where we talk about your deck?
Yeah.
And I feel like that might be something that the community is interested in. Maybe people in the community are interested in, sharing their opportunities. I mean, like Glass, right? Nico hot soup. Surely he wants to talk about the hot soup. He
Surely we
loves
want
Nico.
to
We
hear.
loved watching Nico.
Yeah, it
Like
sounds great.
I guess just let us know in chat, guys, if you think that would be a good idea. Shoot us a message on Twitter, Discord, etc. You can just ping Lineage Break Cam anywhere you want.
Yep. I will answer all of your Nico questions.
Yeah, but it's just a thought. I thought it'd be kind of interesting to have some fun stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Yeah, definitely like so many talented deck builders in the scene, so it'd be great
And
to look at some interesting stuff.
not this guy.
Yeah, not me either. I just copy whatever Limelight's playing and I take that to a tournament and I lose. That's my tournament MO. So
you're gonna be playing Fire Sylvia Erupting next time.
ooh, that's pretty spicy. I did play Erupting at New Jersey Regionals last weekend and did terribly. So maybe not back on the Erupting train, but I don't know. We'll see. So we should be getting our pairings pretty soon here. Making sure that all those I's are dotted, Luxem sites are crossed.
Yeah, we don't want any Ontario's repeated.
True.
Yeah, we do things by the book here.
By the book.
By the book. Otherwise, Poro's gonna get shot by the sheriff again. And we don't need him to get shot by the sheriff for the 4th time.
Can't happen. But thank you for sticking with us, chat, as we get everything settled, and we'll be back with our round 3 pretty soon. Hopefully we get something spicy. We love the spice. We got word from our beautiful behind the scenes team that the Arisana player did not win their match. Sad for me. No Aris to watch, but understandable. Can't say that I am shocked completely.
Maybe if the sauce isn't, the best, we could figure it out.
The sauce?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe if all the 2-0s aren't so interesting.
Oh, I see.
Maybe we get to see the Ari deck anyways. But
Surely,
we'll see. It's all up to our overlord, overseer, Mr. Andy K.
Andy, if they're not playing CSRs, get them out of here. That's my official.
Okay,
vote.
but if they're playing foils, also get them out of here because we can't see anything on the board.
That's so true.
It's like the one big downside of playing webcam,
right,
is foils. Like when I played against Dan for his video, I deliberately took out every foil that I could.
Sure.
Specifically because I was like, damn, these are gonna be horrible to look at in the video.
But you gotta.
It's
you gotta
true.
get
I mean,
that,
sometimes they're just really rough to look at.
right. It's all these like these angles, right? You gotta shoot straight down, and that's how you get rid of the glare. But it's hard for people to do that, understandably. Lots of people, such as myself, just have a webcam or whatever. So
Let me grab our deck lists. One moment. We have figured out what we're gonna be watching
nice.
for round 3 of the Yeti Webcam Weekly. Whoa, it's your favorite.
My favorite?
Yup. Wait. What? Wait. Whoa. Okay.
Share the sauce.
I wasn't expecting that.
Let's see the sauce.
That's the first one, and this is the second one.
Is this my favorite? Because that doesn't look like my favorite.
It's not your favorite. That's the kind of the point. It's like kind of opposite of your favorite.
Oh, I see. You were being the bully. I see.
I was being yeah. I was being that thing.
Facetious. Yeah.
A little bit.
So it looks like we have a Fire Lorraine deck. Is this the classic, the Philo classic?
It's not quite. So it's a Fire Lorraine in Soul deck.
Oh,
but it runs Spirit's Blessing and Dispersion.
Sure.
That's not something that I was expecting to see.
Yeah, there was a really spicy Fire and Soul deck that a couple of players were playing at the New Jersey Regional last weekend. I wonder if these are the same players. It looks like a similar list. It's very cool. I'm super glad to see Fire Lorraine making a return.
Also,
It
shout
looks
out
like
Chef Zach's gonna be playing Sabrina, the Spirit of Water. Didn't even know that card was released
oh
yet.
wow,
Whoa,
yeah.
whoa.
Whoa. Yeah, and that looks like
Uh,
a pretty reasonably um Waters and or like aggressive deck, sort of similar to Christian's list that he won US Nationals with.
yes, it's pretty standard. Pretty standard. There's no Fractal Intrusion,
Should
and he's also running a Life Essence Amulet in the main.
ooh, that's a little spicy.
No
Yeah.
Quicksilver Grail. GCR instead.
Oh yeah, it looks like GCR and then Quicksilver in the sideboard, probably for like erupting
Yeah.
shenanigans, nullifying
Yeah.
lantern stuff. Definitely interesting list. Yeah, it should be a fun match. We love to see these sort of like mid-rangey decks fight against each other. Lots of resource trading and card advantage wars. We've had a lot of like explosive sort of level 3 decks so far tonight, so this will be our first like ally-based matchup, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so we have the ally-based matchup, but we also get to see. I mean, Ensoul is like.
Yeah, I love Ensoul.
Do you consider Ensoul? It's basically not really, right?
I can't because the rules of the game don't, so I can't.
True,
I can't
true,
consider them allies in good
I'm
conscience.
so interested to see Spirit's Blessing.
Yeah, that
being
card
used.
used to be a hammer, and it's fallen off. And
The old Dungeon Guy days.
oh yeah, my favorite.
Dispersion is also interesting here.
Yeah, dispersion is really cool. It's a great way to like sort of close out the game. Usually it's found paired with stuff like Weaponsmith for these like sort of incremental advantages, but obviously here it's the old classic Ensoul dispersion combo.
I was playing Dispersion in my Water Lorraine allies like burst deck.
Sure.
Where I just played it so that I could have the extra 5 damage at the end of the game if I needed it, but a lot of the time you just don't need it. So I'm curious as to see if it gets used at all in this matchup.
I mean, it's 0 cost and it's fast. It's like so the cost is so non prohibitive that you can,
Oh,
just play
holy
wherever.
angle.
Oh yeah, we got the classic laptop angle here from
The laptop
Shopify.
angle. All right, pro tip for the laptop gamers. I am a laptop gamer when I play when I travel for the webcam weeklies and stuff like that. Pro tip, textbooks underneath. Literally anything. And then you look at the gameplay through your phone or a tablet or any other possible screen if you can, of course. Not everyone has the availability for that, but all right, this is going to test my ability to read.
Going for the Inception angle here. So we're going to deploy a Korhazi Trapper, get a prep counter. That is not 5 prep counters, despite what it looks like. It is, in fact, 1 prep counter.
Well, we do get a life total, though.
All right. We're balling out here a little bit. So we're going to pass back over to our Fire player. Going to draw 8.
Decent amount of floating. Both these decks running a lot of different cards, not necessarily the 4 of decks that I'm a big fan of, but we are going to see a lot of 2 ofs, 2 Still Waters, 2 Drown Cuts, 2 Lunettes, 2 Sea Spray Divers. Sea Spray Diver in this would actually be fantastic as a 4 of.
Huge, yeah.
Very, very good against the floating memory focused decks.
Yeah, we're going to see that immediate Hasty Messenger discarding one of those floats. So hopefully Sea Spray Diver can make an appearance on Zach's side to deal with that. But coming across from 1, very traditional fire start. And of course, this fire deck is going to be looking to hit level 3 to start deploying those not so powerful, not even that good Ghost of Pendragon.
We're going to see here from Chef Zach.
Yeah. Probably just deploying some more allies, keeping up those cards for Frostbind. Typical water allies things. There's a suspicious 5 cards.
Oh, that's a 4 cards down. 4 cards down for Sea Spray Diver.
Oh, so good.
She
makes an appeance. Grabbing that on a roll.
I don't think there's anything else in his deck that's 4 cards, right?
Yeah, no, I think that's it.
Is Stillwater Patrol 4 cards?
Oh, she is. She is 4 cost, yeah.
I see. So I mean, I guess in this situation, it'd be kind of useless to play that, but
wow, such a beating though. And we are going to see that Creative Shock.
Not enough cards. He's going to pitch another one
for that Frostbind. I would like to
exercise curses. Gets a +1.
As our 3rd match with Creative Shocks being cast.
Okay. True. Creative Shock. All right. You know what? You're right. Creative Shock, fantastic card.
No, it's fine. It's not that good. All right, so we're gonna see that curse used. Nice, shows it to the camera to go up to level 1. Lorraine, grab that Sword of Seeking, Tale as Old as Time.
I don't know if you were here when we were talking about it in Merlin's, but Remetic was saying that he wanted to make a whole bunch of Dungeon Guide stickers, put them on Perfect Fits, and then play them on all of his cards, so that they looked like, some sort of Dungeon Guide fan art.
I love
And
that.
it got me into this cursed mood where I was just calling everything some art form of a Dungeon Guide. So I'm gonna materialize Lorraine the Wandering Guide. On enter, I'll bring out my Sword of Dungeoneering. Got really stuck in my head
Nice.
for a couple days there, but just seeing someone play Lorraine and the Sword of Seeking just instantly brought that memory back to me.
Hey, it's not a bad idea. You could get those stickers out.
Well, the problem is you can't actually legally do that. So you could play that as long as it wasn't a competitive event, because you can't alter your cards in any way that make them look like other cards.
You do that at your Revel Fest events.
Whoa, okay. Savage Slash getting pitched on the Hasty Messenger. Another floating memory here.
Yeah, it does.
Soul ramping up. Chef Zach only has one other Sea Sprite. There's no way he has a second Sea Sprite diver, right?
No, that would be insane.
2 up Sea Sprite divers. You have them both in your first 3 turns.
You can't be that good. No player can be that good.
But at this angle, maybe.
That's true.
This angle is something else.
Living in the upside down here.
True. Scepter of Lumina coming out. The burst. Starting 3 down for the dungeon. No, I'm just kidding. There's no way. 3 down for the dungeon guide. Spirit to level 1.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, Gildas. Balanced Gildas.
CSR Balanced Gildas. Ooh.
So we're going to see 2 from the Sea Spray Diver goes into the Hasty. We're going to see the Gildas swing 4/4.
Gorgeous art by Hanchu on that CSR.
Absolutely fantastic. It's a beautiful, beautiful card. Gotta say, Chef Zach keeping a pretty good board state here. Oh, we're going to be going into the level 2.
Oh, it's a little
Savage
scary.
Slash, and I believe one of the cards from memory hopefully has a Flame Sweep in hand. If not, it's going to be kind of rough. Actually, Flame Sweep in hand probably wouldn't make that much of a difference because we're going to have the Korazi Trapper still available. So
Is the
this
Trapper
level 2
available and 2 cards in the hand, or 3 cards in the hand of Chef Zach here, so it could have something like a Frostbind or a Song of Frost, so a little bit dangerous here. We'll see.
It is rough. 3 in hand. The plus side, at this angle, we can most definitely see how many cards in his hand, which is very uncommon for us. We're going to lose the Flame Sweep here. He does recognize that Flame Sweep not going to be great due to the Trapper being on board.
Yeah, I wonder what the plan is here. There's really nothing that he can do aside from like playing other allies to sort of chip away at the health totals to make that Korazi Trapper a little bit less impactful, but it's going to be pretty hard.
Guide. Just slap down the Dungeon Guide right now.
Yeah.
Ghost of Pendragon. Swing with the Ghost to kill the Trapper.
Oh, yeah, true.
But I guess in response, the Trapper will still minus. Oh, wait. He is going to Flame Sweep.
He's going to go for it, but he's going to get ultra blown out. Coming in for 5 here if he chooses to use the sword. We'll see. I don't think there's any fast speed shenanigans here, so.
How many cards in hand? It's 3 cards in hand, right? Oh, it's going to be a Song of Frost.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's rough.
That in.
That is the hard counter right there. There's going to be nothing you can do about that. It's going to lose all the value. I mean, even with the Korazi Trapper up, like he's not going to get the value he wants from the Flame Sweep. Even if he swings for 5, -3 is only going to deal 2 to the whole board. Yeah, maybe really, if you had a fireworks display or something, it could be valuable.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's some spice. Yeah, it's a very commanding position here from our Xander Allies player. Going to be really, really tough.
I mean, he's just playing it so Oh my goodness, he Nias.
Let's take a look at that memory. What do you name here, Tyler?
What do I name here from this position? Ooh, that's a hard one. Probably Grand Crusader's Ring.
I think that's totally fair.
I think you just named GCR because he hasn't pulled it yet, and he's in a stopped position, right? If he goes to level 3 here, like losing Cruxite is kind of bad.
Yeah, I mean, you have basically everything covered here, right? So I think GCR is totally reasonable. You're not worried about this Rending Flames because you have this Trapper still online. Crux Sight, Flame Rune Swordsman, Cremation Ritual are all doing nothing in this hand. So looks like you have things pretty well covered, even to the point where I believe the Chef's Accuracy is balanced, so he's going to be able to come in for a ton of damage.
I mean, the other option is Resolute Stand, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think Resolute Stand's worth it. I think, and level 3 Lorraine isn't worth it because Dungeon Guide exists. Naming Dungeon Guide is like whatever.
Right.
So
No, I think,
GCR, so that GCR doesn't become a +1, it just becomes neutral. So neutral cycle is okay because then it's like Drawn Blade, right?
Right, and then
you
they
have
get
to
the
use
Drawn
it.
Blade instead, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think great call. If we
So
can figure out what they named, that would be great. But I don't know if we
see an
have
alternate cost Resolute Stand there against the Gildus. So he's gonna take 1. Is Chef Zach at 1 or 2?
1, I believe.
Could be 2, right? 2 AC Messengers.
Oh,
one
true.
each.
So
I'm curious as to what he named now because
yeah, it was not GCR.
not GCR. Maybe it might have been the Cruxite. Might have been the Cruxite.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. We will see. No draw
Honestly,
step.
Cruxite's not bad either. If you can't Flame Sweep kill the Nia, then Cruxite being a 1-cost card is kind of rough. All right, there's a Dungeon Guide. It's 3 down for Dungeon Guide.
But it's really not looking so impressive here.
Actually, maybe the Dungeon Guide could have been the play for Nia if you had a Frostbind in your hand.
Oh my god, that'd be so sick.
4 down for a Dungeon Guide, and then you Frostbind it, and I guess he wouldn't use the Dungeon Guide in that case. He'd probably wait.
Yeah, that would just be Scoop City, I think. I would not
Yes,
be coming back
yeah,
from that one.
it'd be pretty over from there.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, this angle, it's the winning angle, guys.
It's true.
It really
it's
is.
really doing it for me. It's
100% pun intended. That is the winning angle.
It is the winning angle. Any angle with the CSR Gildus on it is the winning angle for me.
All right, I'm cracking my Gildus slab right now.
Oh,
That way, Cam cheers me on for the rest of my life.
I will. Done. It's got that funny word in the type line. Being cleric.
1 down for the Cruxite. It is.
Nice.
He actually did 1 down for the Cruxite. Cycle it and then pass turn. Interesting. Didn't attack with the Dungeon Guide. It is a very minor thing, but that 1 extra damage could be lethal.
Back on defense. She's gonna protect her home.
It'll protect herself against nothing.
I'm always a big fan of the retaliate to send a message, so maybe that's what GG's plan here is.
True. This is a respectable answer. All right. We're going to see the Poison Dagger. Poison Dagger comes out rested. So our next level, most likely, we're going to see the level up Poison Dagger combo. Ooh, the hard thing here is I do not see any way to deal with Regalia.
Yep, gonna be a tough road, and it doesn't look like these Fire Lorraine decks really want to dump a bunch of swords into their into play with Ensoul, but we're nowhere near close to that. So
it's gonna the influence is just so low that Ensoul is not an option yet. Ensoul being what, 6 cost?
6 cost, yeah. Looks like only 3 influence from the Lorraine player.
That's a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah, balance that Lorraine. Come in for 4.
So Lorraine's gonna go to 9.
Or 5 if they want to keep back their Korhazi.
Yeah, I think at this point you kind of have to keep back your Korhazi. I don't know if they have any floating memory. If they have floating memory, then Drawn Blade could draw them up to enough cards for a Flame Sweep. But you probably just hold the Trapper anyways because you don't need it, right? 14 damage. You have. So if you bounce Gildus again, so you level up, rebalance Gildus, it puts you at 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and then Poison Dagger is lethal. Like, just straight lethal right there. That's without the Trapper attacking as well. Without your champion attacking, so no Drown Cut assumptions, no Thieving Cut. A lot of damage that can come out.
Yeah, surely there's so many ways to get there here that really the Fire Lorraine player, this is probably their last turn to get something done here.
We've seen 1 Resolute Stand. Does run 2 in the deck, so if he does have the Heart of the Cards, the Miracle Draw, does get the second one. He's able to play into the Poison Dagger turn, but it's not going to be great.
Yeah,
Because it's
especially
going to
if you
deny
can.
him the draw anyways.
Right. Well, here we
Whoa.
go. This is a good start. I hear that
Time.
card's okay.
Ghost of Pendragon. Is he going to... Oh, the Frostbind?
No.
Fracturize the sword in response for no on-enter effect. That's pretty good too.
Oh my god.
Also pretty good. Oh, big Suisei sleeves there. Suisei fan. Respectable. The Ghost's going to come in for 3 damage. It's most likely the Trapper tap to reduce the damage dealt. Nothing kills.
Yeah, and this is just looking like lights out. Such a terrific Fracturize there. Really denying any of that influence advantage.
I thought it was going to be a Frostbind, to be honest.
Yeah.
But Fracturize does work in this case. Multiple options here is very, very nice. Fracturize is actually probably better in the long term. 1 less sword overall.
Yeah.
Does kind of help make Crux Knight a weaker champion in that regard.
Yeah, you think that Zach here is sniffed out that this is an Insol deck after seeing the Crux Knight come into play?
Surely.
Yeah.
Surely it's just Crux Knight Devastating Blow with like a I don't even know. I was gonna say an Erendite, but that doesn't work.
The
It doesn't work when you're not in that situation. So you're gonna see the Xander come in. Fracturize, very good timing there. So the floating memory to go into Xander. He's gonna glimpse 2, 1 on the bottom, 1 on top. Gain his preparation counter.
So yeah, there's a bit of an intricacy here that we'll see if Zach wants to utilize, that you can level up to Xander, respond to your own Scepter of Lumina trigger. Now that you're Assassin, you can use your Poison Dagger with that class bonus to increase the Scepter damage. We'll see if they want to do that. Looks like they need to mark their Scepter damage here. Yeah, looks like they're just going to go for the 4. Not going to spend that dagger just yet. They're in such a commanding position that, like you had said last turn, they really don't have to press the issue. They can just sort of rest, sit back, and apply pressure with this board that they've created.
I think he's looking to test whether or not
there's like a Resolute over there.
Yeah, that there's a Resolute. So Thieving Cut will come in for 3 to face. I believe that is a Resolute in hand.
The way that he's holding it, yeah, makes it seem like
in response he's popping the Poison Dagger beforehand. So he probably should have popped the Poison Dagger, like you said, before the Scepter. But I think he wanted to make sure that there was no Resolute coming in first. I mean, this is going to be lethal at this point. It's 3 damage, 26.
There's so much damage here.
And then that's 2, 28, and that's game. Yeah. It's a very tough position to be playing Fire, Lorraine, and Soul against a water deck. Specifically a water deck like this one. This water deck is extremely aggressive. It's very, very fast paced. And when you're playing Fire, Fire and Soul, like you don't, unless you very specifically build the deck to also include things that deal with Regalia, you're going to suffer from things like Poison Dagger, Scepter of Lumina, right?
Powerful.
Like these are just things that are really, really hard for you to play against, and you need to be going like turbo speed to outpace this, right? There's no increasing danger, so there's no actual way to like outpace the water player in this regard, especially if they're going to be holding up their their like 3 cards every single turn. So we're most likely going to see things like Viridian being brought in. Terraforming is definitely going to be brought in. I don't know if he wants to bring in the 2 Honorable Vanguards. I don't know if he necessarily needs to have 2 more floating memory in this deck. Maybe he does and takes out the Spirit's Blessing or the Dispersions.
Yeah, I would assume that the honorables in the list are to replace the cards like Varrock that aren't really going to see a whole lot of play here. Varrock does not really do a whole lot in this matchup, so it's probably going to end up coming out. We could see these 2 Blanche Sheltering Satans come in just to sort of stem the bleeding from that Scepter of Lumina. But that's about it. But I think, like you said, yeah, Terra Viridian surely coming in. Maybe these Blanches to remove those Varrocks. Then on the side of Chef Zach, we have 1 copy of Lunette Frostbinder Priest, which is going to go join the other 2 copies in the main deck. We have these 3 copies of Gawain, and this 1 copy of Freezing Hail. I would assume probably the Lunette and the Gawains come in. I don't know about the Freezing Hail, seeing a whole lot of value here, but it can remove stuff like
might be worth it. He could probably take out the Stillwater Patrols.
Yeah, true.
So let's see, he's putting in, what is that, up to 5 cards? So 2
Yeah.
Stillwater Patrols come out, and then the other 3 that would be changed. Probably 2 Esteem Knights and 1 of something else.
Yeah, you can just cut.
I mean, he
the
might not even run the Freezing Hand.
two
You might be
trees.
completely right on that.
Right. Yeah, we'll
But
see. It seemed like such a commanding position to be in that first game, so I assume that he is less worried about bringing in sideboard cards and more just, trying to repeat the last game.
honestly, might even bring in the Quicksilver Grail for this
Maybe.
game just to kind of pump it faster. Knows he's against a deck that has like, it's just Resolute Stand. It's Fire Lorraine. Like
Right.
I'm sure he's familiar with the deck, so he could just pump something out really fast, go for a super super fast kill here.
Yeah, you can go for like the sequence break of grabbing your Poison Dagger with your Quicksilver Grail, putting it into play at the end of your opponent's turn. That gives you a little bit more room to play around cards like Fracturize. But we will.
Yeah, because I mean, he doesn't know if Miyu has anything to deal with Regalia, right? We didn't see any
Right.
Spurned Ash, we didn't see any Meltdowns, but those are like generally very very sideboard focused cards.
Mhm.
So if Shrek'Zak does respect that, we most likely will see the Quicksilver Rail come in. If not, it is what it is. He does have a game up, so he has the opportunity to kind of play a little more flexibly in this situation. I gotta mention Lunette in this matchup is fantastic though. So Lunette has the ability to rest the Solid Shieldmate for no taunt. Honorable Vanguard, same thing. Like Flameburn Swords, like you can't swing with these units, right?
Mhm.
So it makes them harder to use. He's kind of forced to use the Cremation Ritual on them,
Mhm.
or find a way to kill the Lunette right away. And if you don't have, I mean, I guess if you don't have a stronger sword out, like sort of adversity, like you're not going to be Savage Slashing for 4, right? There's no Seeking Shots in the deck, so there's
Yeah.
no real way for him to deal with like a turn 1 Lunette.
Very tough
if it's
body
balanced.
to deal with, yeah. We're going to see that Fire player is going to pass on over, and then we're going to see a turn 1 Lurking Assailant.
Favorite card's going to get played in end step.
There it is. I hear it's okay. Gonna see if we can dump a float, see if we get that infamous +1. Oh, and we do.
Exact same +1. Always the
Yeah.
exercise curses.
Those curses are exercised, and they're going to be sent to the banish zone to get Lorraine, Wandering Warrior, alongside a Sword of Seeking. There it is, the Sword of the Sea King.
True. Poseidon's sword himself, not a trident,
Poseidon's
definitely a
sword.
sword
Yeah.
that gives true sight, and has durability too.
Mm-hmm. Where's that altar? We're altering this into a trident.
True.
Well,
Have you seen
cool.
the Terry's altar?
Oh my god, they're so sick.
Yeah, the Keyblades are fantastic.
I'm regrettably a big Kingdom Hearts fan, so.
Well, regrettably, Kingdom Hearts is a great franchise. There's no regret needed with that. Oh, it was a great franchise.
It was a great franchise when I was 12.
Whoa, we are going to see a Savage Slash. Okay.
Nice. There you go.
Okay.
Savage Slash for 3, dealing with that lurking.
I'm a
Keeping
fan.
things nice
Savage
and
Slash,
clear.
good card.
Yeah, has float, so basically a 2-for-1 there. Just very strong.
Big
Looking
fan
a
of
little
Savage
bit.
Slash and Opening Cut are my go-tos
Yeah.
before rain.
Opening Cut, very strong. 1 for 2.
It's extra good for Mordred too, because it becomes floating. For the big Erendite swings.
I didn't realize you were a Mordred fan.
I think my best showing is actually on a Mordred deck.
Yeah, that's great.
On a Store Champion or higher, because on the online Yeti one, I was playing Water Mordred. Except I trolled and I played too many Storm of Thorns. Storm of Thorns is good, but not what I needed. Oh, Sea Spray! There's no way he gets it with it again.
God.
Oh my goodness!
Are we sure this is live? Are we just watching the last game happen over again?
We live in a simulation.
Yeah.
Cam. We are living in a simulation.
It's the glitch in the Matrix right here. Is this one foil? I think he's just flexing on his opponent now. He's got the foil Sea Spray Diver now.
It's interesting though that he managed to get that's a lucky draw considering he's only running 2 of them. Yeah. His chance to pull one out of the deck is pretty low. Your opening hand, if you have 4 of a card, is 40%. So with 2, it's like, whoa.
A wise man once said, "This is the
what
winning
is that?
angle."
What's a Viridian Trinket? Okay, respectable. Get the Viridian Trinket out early.
And keep himself safe. Only 2 cards in hand from Zach, so nothing really threatening this turn regardless, but gonna keep himself safe from Frostbinds, Fracturizes, Song of Frost, stuff like that.
It's a little risky to bring out your Viridian Trinket this early though. I tend to bring it out on turns where I need to make like really important moves. And
Right.
as a level 1 Lorraine here, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. I don't know if you're going to be making like your big mogul moves.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're not flame sweeping the board, anything like that. You're you're just playing things that will give you accrued value. You're trying to
Right.
dig like Jimmy Lee.
Yeah, and I mean it's so vulnerable now. We can see like even something as simple as grabbing a bauble, cracking a bauble, fracturizing that in your own recollection step, right? Like you leave it so vulnerable that yeah, I feel like if it's dealt with, the Fire Lorraine player is really gonna miss it on the important turns. I think
Mhm.
in that last game, the flame sweep turn was so impactful, and that's really when you want something like Viridian Trinket to save you from that huge blowout.
Yeah, one of the other things worth mentioning with is that a Frostborn Paladin, I believe?
Looks like it
I
was a
can't tell.
Freezing Hail, SP1 Freezing
Oh,
Hail got
it's SP1
banished
Freezing
there.
Hail. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, on Shevzak's side here, when if you're going to fracturize the Viridian Trinket on Miyu's side, like there's actually decent value of getting a reservable fractal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna see the Gildas getting played again. Same CSR. Now I gotta know. Do you think he runs more than one
Yeah,
CSR
how many he's
Gildas?
got? Like, if you're running one, you're running four. I can't imagine putting one CSR of a card into your deck. Don't do that, people. Don't
Guys, I
do that.
can't imagine being as rich as Lineage Break Cam, who runs 4 of a CSR in his deck.
Only my Luna.
Whoa!
Yeah.
I gotta know if he's just lucky with the Drown Cut. Okay, Drown Cut for a little bit of extra damage pump in. He's gonna level up and then get the floating after the fact. So maybe I wanted to say we'll maybe see like an Assassin's Rippers, but I don't think he's actually running it in his deck.
Yeah. But yeah, it looks like it's just going to be our Savage Slash impression. They can use it to level up, to sort of get value off Scepter, which they'll definitely look to do. I mean, Xander Deft Executor is such a powerful card. Like
Yeah,
they
I mean
can
he's just
leverage it
pushing.
for
It's just
that.
pushing some damage here. Doesn't he's not gonna be able to. He's not gonna be able to play another like what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, a Song of Frost to deal with like any like flame sweep opportunity here, right? Because the
Right.
Viridian Trinket's out, so he's kind of just trying to pump the damage, right? Throw the Drown Cut out there, accept that both my allies are gonna die. To hell with it. I'm just gonna try to kill you as fast as I can.
We've got the confirmation from Chica Blue that all 4 Gildas are CSR and all of his Lunettes are CSR, so he is an absolute
Oh,
baller. Congratulations.
CSR's in the sideboard.
Oh
That's
yeah.
something diff.
Single sleeved. I hope that's not true. I hope these are double sleeved. But yeah, it's you blink and there's a whole lot of pressure here from our water player, but we're gonna see a big flame sweep with the level 2 trigger, so he's gonna draw 2 cards. This is the sort of comeback that Lorraine needs.
Yup.
Clear the
Gets the
board,
2 draw there.
draw 2 cards. 1 for 4. It's a pretty good rate. Grade
Losing
1
the
card for 4.
dispersion though into the banishment on the level up does kind of probably confuse Zach more than anything else.
Right.
He probably went into this. He's like, wait, dispersion, but it's Crux Knight. It's like, okay, well, dispersion, Crux Knight, probably in Soul. But I
Yeah, I
guess we
mean,
already knew that the Insole was coming out. I don't know. It's strange to me to see dispersion with the Insole. I think it's like a bit of overkill in a lot of situations where he could be running those spurns or like meltdowns are just ways to deal with it. Oh my
right.
goodness,
He's back.
Gildas
There's
came
the
back.
second one.
Second CSR Gildas coming back, so we're gonna see another 4 damage pumped in.
And if you didn't know, Chad, the CSRs do more damage, so she's actually swinging in for 8 here.
Yeah, CSR's on top of dealing the 4 damage for being balanced as Gildas is in most cases. It also deals emotional damage, which tends to linger through a couple games. So
Right.
depending on what deck you play it on too. If you play it on like a Fire Xander deck, it does triple damage. It's like critical
Right.
built into
Yeah,
it.
it has critical. Yeah, critical 4, I think. Yeah.
Critical 4 emotional damage.
Mm-hmm.
You must spend X amount of years dealing with all of the pain that you've been through.
Gonna see another creative shock here. Very creative.
Is that a
Before we pass
Varuk
back.
discarded?
Yeah, looks like a Varrock on top. Really not doing a whole lot. Strange that they kept them in though. Not exactly sure what they're trying to hedge against here. Stuff like water barrier, right? It's like obviously very strong against Varrock, but there's not a whole lot of damage prevention rolling around these days.
Yeah, I
See
guess it's
stuff
just
like
for. I mean, it's just
Korhazi
for what
Trapper.
Resolute stand.
Yeah, yeah, Resolute's good. That's fair. Does stop Resolute stand.
Well, I don't. Does it work through Corsi Trapper?
It does. That's what I'm saying. Like Korhazi Trapper is the most common quote unquote prevention effect, but it's not actually prevention. So Baruch doesn't do anything in that regard.
Yeah, because you just get -3 attack on your champion,
Right.
so it's not actually damage being dealt. It's just damage that's no longer there in that regard.
But it looks like they did decide to discard it, and we're going to see what they got going here. They do have a lot of influence here, which is not what they had last game, so they have a little bit more room to work with. They're under less pressure after that flame sweep, so we might actually see something get going here. They have a little bit of protection to be able to cast their 6 cost in Soul with that Viridian Trinket, saving them from Frostbind.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. Gonna have to get to level 3 first, though. We'll see if maybe we have a dungeon guide here.
Oh my
doing
goodness,
it.
the dungeon guide.
We're
It's just like
some
Andy said
dungeons.
there, right? It's not the first Gildas that gets you; it's the second and then the third. Just repeating his match against Violet at Nationals, where she played the Gildas, swung with Gildas, and then played another Gildas, swung with the Gildas again.
Oh god.
Rebalanced her own Gildas. It just be like that sometimes. So we're gonna see the gonna be Lorraine Blinding Light, I believe, level 3 Crux Knight.
Sweet Crux Knight altar here, where they just erased all of the art, and it's just a big white box.
Yep, that's a very powerful champion there. It has an undefined amount of health and damage.
As much as you can convince your opponent it does, that's how much damage it does. But this dungeon guide, she's only doing 1 damage.
We do have to be careful though if we are Miyu, right? Or sorry, if we're Chef Zach, 7 damage. We're just a spirit right now, so like we are taking half our health.
Mm-hmm. And we do have a Regalia on board that can conveniently let a Ghost of Pendragon resolve, getting around a Frostbind, and then bounce that Viridian Trinket once it doesn't matter anymore to draw our 2 cards, and that would be a pretty good place to be at. So let's see what they got. I see 2 cards going down. Is Crux fine? Nope.
Oh, Crux is fine. We're gonna do a Hasty Messenger instead. Hasty come in for the swing for 1. Pitching a fast cure. Oh, Drawn Blade's coming out for free next turn. Drawn Blade draws.
Still 3 cards in hand. Gonna pass it.
Interesting.
You have just 14 damage that has to be dealt, and the Scepter is already in play, so a lot of dangerous lines here from Chef Zach that can really put some pressure on Miyu.
So we're gonna see again SP1 Freezing Hail. We are living in the simulation.
It's true. Zach's got a very blinged out deck. We love to see it.
He be cooking.
He's a chef after all.
Wants to double check that graveyard. Make sure he doesn't need his 3rd or 4th Gildas. 1 card on top. Potentially 1 card on the bottom.
It looks like
must be a pretty good hand. He's really deliberating whether he wants to take that Glimpse 2 and go with it.
I think
a dungeon guide is probably the way to go here.
Yeah, dungeon guide would be insane. You also would love a place to balance Gildas, but I believe we're only at 6 in hand, so it's going to be pretty difficult. Yeah, dungeon guide, surely the wave here.
Let's see. If you dungeon guide, it goes. He has 6 in hand right now total.
I believe 6. Yeah.
So thieving cut. Okay.
Thieving cut for 3.
Draw the card from it.
Go to 21. And put 2 more down.
Oh, for Gawain. Okay, interesting.
Gawain's made an appearance. Gonna deal 1 damage.
Swings for 1.
She has an ability that says when she deals damage, you may sacrifice her, and if you do, you look at your opponent's memory and you discard a card from it.
Yeah, on champion hit, very, very good effect there.
Grab some powerful Crux cards is the hope here from Zach. See, be very strange to have a Resolute stand here.
Oh, there it is, Resolute stand. So Gawain will not deal damage.
An interesting choice to not Resolute stand the Thieving Cut, but Gawain is a big enough threat. You do basically get to steal this Gawain off the board, right? She's only a 1/1. He can use something like the Dungeon Guide to clear her. So The pretty clean roadblock for that, but if he had known, he probably would have resolute standed that thieving cut as well.
Yeah, it's interesting that he didn't resolute stand the thieving cut. I think denying the preparation counter is extremely valuable in this situation. Even if you won't play the Gawain afterwards, like I think overall it's probably worth it, but doesn't want to deny his own draws if he doesn't have to. Values
Tyler, you
whatever cards
can
are down. So it's probably a Ghost of Pendragon, like you said.
right. You can see the future here, and he does grab that Drawn Blade to
Drawn
get his
Blade,
draw
just gonna
step.
give him the draw. And then we're gonna see Ghost of Pendragon bounces the Drawn Blade again, the classic.
And you see another Ghost of Pendragon to bounce your Viridian Trinket, and just like that, the game's over. 3 cards
I don't know.
down.
I don't know if I can really say the game is over from there because 7 health is very easy to pump on a Xander,
That's
especially
true.
when you have Scepter of Lumina and no way to deal with it, right?
Yeah, just like
You
level
up
thieving
and then
cut
Dungeon
here.
Guide,
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
and you just kill the guy instantly. It's like,
There
there
he
are a
is,
lot of lines here that could come.
Mr. Ghost. So let's see if he clears board. I assume he's going to use the Hasty to clear Gawain, use the Ghost to clear Gildas. Keep things nice and safe.
Gildas Retaliate for 1, a classic.
Yeah, you saw the Retaliate to send a message there. Very strong plays.
He cannot swing the Hasty, though. Terraframe.
Oh, he's under
Terraframe.
Terraframe. True, true. All right, so we're going to see the level up here, and it can just be as simple as level up, grab that thieving cut back, thieving cut you. That's 7.
Yup, that's lethal. He has no cards in his hand, right?
Yeah, I believe he's got nothing. So just gonna grab that thieving cut.
Oh.
Deal him 4. Pick these up.
Dungeon Guide, yeah, that's another secured way to do it.
Insult to injury.
Insult to injury. You hit him with the promo Dungeon Guide, and you don't take damage, right? You go to Horazi's Chosen, you get Spell Shroud, and
true.
Yeah, and that's the fist bump's coming out. Fist bump's coming out, so it's gonna be GG.
The fist bump, you just punch your camera.
Yeah, punch your camera as hard as you get. Is fist bump.
Fist bump.
Get it out there.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I do the same thing. If my opponent's like there and like talking, I'll be like, yeah, fist bump. You know,
hey, Tyler, good
like,
game.
ooh, fist bump. Yeah, GG.
Really impressive games from the Xander player there. Just showing the true power of that deck. It's what Christian Tom took to win U.S. Nationals. Just very consistent, very high pressure deck, and it just proved too much for those Insouls to come out. I'm sad we didn't get to see any Insouls cast.
One of the interesting things about like the quote unquote inconsistency of the deck is that like it runs so many 2-ofs, but its consistency comes from the fact that you're able to just repeat actions due to Xander Def Executioner, right? And your ability to just get like that extra small glimpse really kind of helps set the pace for the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just playing so many versions of the same card, right? There's like a lot of the 2-ofs in the deck are mostly for like Dream Fairy equity. So like you see this list as something that runs 2 Esteemed Knights, 2 Trained Sharpshooters. Those are both cards with no text. They're 3 cost 2/3s, but you run the 2 and 2 split to like play around Dream Fairy. And like so much of the deck is just those aggressive bodies that you put bodies on the board, you swing, you leave up interaction. You know, it's a very tried and true tempo strategy.
Yeah, that was it felt like a pretty fast match. I think it was. We only went 35 minutes, I believe, into the round. So,
yeah, that was pretty quick.
Wow.
Allies would be punching.
What do you want to see for the last game?
What do we have?
Knowing our champion breakdown, what would you like to see?
Ooh, well, unfortunately, I know what I'd like to see, and I don't get it. Let's take a look. How?
I'll link you the Omni page if you need.
I'm gonna. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Link me the Omni page. I'll see how people are doing because, of course, I want to ask questions like, "How is Sylvie doing?" And I am afraid to know the answer.
All right, I have linked you the thing.
How is Sylvie doing? How are our one Merlin player doing? You know, what are these people up to? We'll see. So, yeah. Oh, I see Matt G is kicking around in the tournament there.
Oh, Matt G?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think so.
On the Wind Allies? Whoa, hold up.
think Matt G is currently undefeated. We could get a world
He's
contender.
he's playing his undefeated his Giga deck.
He's playing the I can't play Gwendolyn interrupting deck. Is it that?
Yeah, no, he's
Yeah.
actually playing interrupting.
Oh, okay.
I was surprised. I kind of expected to see the Wind Allies. He's been
Yeah,
enjoying using that.
I was a big fan. I forget what tournament it is that he was playing in, but there was a stream up and he was playing the Wind Allies deck, and his answer
Michigan
in chat.
Regionals.
Yeah, he was like, I'm playing this because I can't play Gwendolyn and interrupting. And
Interrupting, yeah.
big respect for sure.
Oh, it really be like that. There's a lot of Xanders up here in the higher end. Xander,
Yeah.
Diana. I mean, I guess that makes sense. 50% of the locals today are playing Xander or Diana.
Yeah, I always find it so interesting to see how the meta evolves over time. Like the Luxem Xander deck feels like it's come out of the national season. Like before that, not a whole lot of people were playing it, even though Deft Executor had been out for a month or so, right? But not a whole lot of people were playing that.
A lot of people weren't experienced with it yet, to be honest.
Right. It's such a hard deck to pilot, and especially a hard deck to pilot fast, which you really do need to do because it takes so long to get to the end of the game. So now that we've seen the sort of popularity of that deck, we're seeing a lot of success from Diana, and that means we're seeing less success from Lorraine. But I think that also allows some of these more like niche strategies to take hold, like that sweet Rye deck you were talking about. How are those Rye players doing? Anyway, we get them on camera.
I don't think we have any Rye players that are playing allies. We have a Rye player, so Krios is on Rye today.
Oh yeah.
But just playing, more standard Rye who does Rye things.
I love me an Arcane Blast.
A large amount of respect for the Rye players who are running more than one Anger the Skies, though, because they know there are a lot of ally decks out there right now.
And that card's really
traditionally, it's just one Anger the Skies. You just run it because it's an arcane card. You usually banish it, and then you're like, whatever, it doesn't matter. But a lot of people have been doing better because they're running 2, 3, 4 Anger the Skies, like knowing that they don't necessarily need to play all 4 Arcane Blasts to try to get through. Right. They just need to clear the board and not die.
Yeah, I mean, gone are the days of Rye being able to disrespect everyone in the tournament and just cast Reckless Conversion, and he doesn't care what you're doing, right? He has to be a little bit more like plotting and considerate of his opponent now, and yeah, play cards like Anger the Skies and Peaceful Unions, stuff like that.
Noel's playing Lucent Arbiter.
Ooh, he's a counterpile? I like the counterpile.
Whoa.
Interesting. Is he playing the Spires as well?
Yeah, VDC, Constellatory Spire.
Nice.
I mean, that's how you gotta do it, right? You negate and deal damage.
Yeah.
Good.
If we want a game to go to time, that's the one to choose.
I also noticed that Poro is playing something completely different from the last 2 weeks.
Ooh, a little spicy.
You're gonna see a couple different things. Can you even see the deck lists?
I cannot.
Oh, my bad.
You did link me the tournament, and I saw Matt G, and that's about it because I don't know what people are playing.
Yeah, that makes sense. You would kind of need access to the.
Well, that means that it's all in your hands, Tyler. You got.
I'm just pulling them up and taking a look.
What we're gonna get? What spice?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we have a million Xander players here. There's so many Xanders.
1 or 2. I think he's okay.
Whoa! Hold up. Spirit of Wind, Sylvie, Wild's Whisperer.
Yeah.
Tenoris, Lone Mercenary. Those are both level 1 champions. Alan, Beast Beckoner.
What on earth?
That is sick.
They doing well?
No.
Okay.
But I mean, hey,
Alan, I'm down to watch some Sylvie gameplay.
Is what it is.
What are you trying to say? You saying this?
I'm trying to say it's not Sylviester.
Not good. Oh,
Sylviester is just it is.
Good say.
You know when they say like, "Wow, you're doing great," and then they say you're him. Sylviester is him. Yeah. Alan is you're doing great. Are you winning, son? Alan,
doing great.
I'm I'm
Alan
he,
is him,
but I'll never be him. That's how Alan feels about Sylviester.
Him carry. So yeah, we'll get somebody spicy. We've had a very entertaining tournament so far. I'm very happy with all the matchups that we've gotten, and I'm sure we'll get a nice spicy one for round 4. If we haven't told you guys enough, make sure that you guys either play or tune in for the Yeti Regionals. It's happening this Sunday. Myself and Tyler will be casting. We'll be having a great time. Hopefully, we'll see some more Sylvie and Arisana players, because that's what you should take to a highly competitive tournament. You heard it here first.
Make sure to play Water Potions Arsana too.
Water Potions Arisana. That's true.
I would love to see that win an event.
Just crack the starter deck open. It probably doesn't get much better than that, and just sleeve it up, ready to go.
I mean, at least the starter deck has Cosmic Bolts.
That's true.
It
Cosmic
is
Bolts.
indeed
It has Essence of Blizzards.
Yeah, true.
It's all right.
I think I think we need. I really want to try Essence of Blizzards with Bubble Mage. I think it'd be cool.
That does sound sick.
There's potential there.
Isn't Bubble Mage class bonus?
Yeah, but can't you play Essence of Blizzards?
Oh, you can just play it wherever you want.
Yeah, you can just be a mage that plays Essence of Blizzards.
You're just spitting in my face. Is what's happening.
You can either. I mean, you can either gather, or you can. I mean, you can gather to brew it, or you can just play 4 to do it.
You can gather, or you can win. Those are your two options.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Foraging Servant's kind of nice. You can fracturize your own herbs if you want to.
That's true. I've done it.
Yeah.
Word on the street is that Krios is 2-1 playing Rye.
Yep, 2-1. Wait, 2-1 means he just won his match. Whoa.
Nice.
Whoa. The respected Rye running Serene Fire, as all things should be.
We love it. Huge fan of Rye. I'm glad that some people are picking him back up again. He's had a tough go lately.
I have a terrible experience against Rye.
Yeah?
I like playing Wind Allies, so it's like every time I play against Rye, it's a free loss.
Yeah.
But then it's like, if I swap to Water, it's great. But then I'm like, I'm playing Water then.
You're not a Water enjoyer?
No, I'm not.
I like myself a Counterspell. I'm a big Counterspell fan.
I like playing Wind and then going 2 down for Veiled Dash. Reveal 5 Wind.
That card's wild.
And then your Flame Sweep for 5 does nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then give distance to my Purse and to my champion.
Purse is so cool. I think Purse wins my vote for coolest non-Arisana CSR from ALC. I really like her CSR. Super cool.
We talk about how our boy Genny got the short end of the stick.
Disrespected.
Actually didn't get an alternate art from the CSR.
Yeah.
Like, you're in the EVP, so you're like one of the cool characters, but you don't get an alternate art.
I don't know if he gets the cool character stamp, but he did get the short end of the stick. I'm unsure why. Somebody, where's the development team?
Cleric moment for real.
Justice. Cleric moment for real.
Cleric moment.
Where's the justice?
Feels cleric.
You gonna pick up those purses? Play some Wind Diana? Get those sweet CSRs?
I do indeed have a Purse CSR Diana deck. As Wind. Nice. It is currently my second favorite deck to play.
This is here's the most important question for you, Tyler.
Okay. Hit me with it.
Of the whole night. What deck are you bringing for the very competitive, high stakes Worlds Commentary Tournament? I need to know.
I mean,
I need to know so that I can build to beat you.
It depends if I'm playing to win, or if I'm playing to troll somebody.
You're playing to win against.
I mean, if I'm playing to win, I think I just play like Prismatic Lorraine, Prismatic Merlin. Because it's like it's just fun. It's fun to. It's fun to play, in my opinion, because I can play all the really flashy cards.
Sure.
And it's also fun to just, in response to something, I just play Ascension.
Yeah, that used to be pretty fun. Yeah,
I've feeling. So I never got to experience it with Sword of Avarice because I started playing kind of after that. But my favorite moment in Grand Archive so far has been in response to your dungeon guide. I play Ascension. I reveal a Wind card, and now you have 2 cards or 1 card in memory because they tapped a fractal for it, and now they can no longer dungeon guide to level up. And that was the fastest scoop I've ever had in response to me playing a card. Played a card. I said, "Do you have any response for reveal?" They said, "Nope." I revealed a Wind card, and they said, "But you're fire," and they just couldn't dungeon guide, and the game was over instantly.
Does that person still play the game, Tyler, or did you make?
Yes, yeah, they definitely still. Yes. Yeah, it was a friendly. It was a friendly game. I just thought it was funny, to hit them with the and no.
That's like a villain origin story right there for sure.
True. That's why Crux is dead now.
Yeah, that's true. Not even good. You see it. You see it here, folks. Sell your ghosts foils first edition to Tyler.
Don't tell him he's trying to metagame. Okay, if I were to play against specifically the casters, and we were playing like the most competitive tournament, like let's say the prize pool is like you get a free ride to Next Nats and you get to play Next Nats. All the CSRs are yours, and all the invite cards.
Pretty big deal.
I think if I had to play a deck now, it's in current format, because in the future it'd be like MRC would be included.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably play Water Diana Allies against people. I think it's probably the most balanced competitive deck against all of the other things that are available.
Yeah, I think the Water Allies decks are a safe choice.
But like specifically Diana, because I can just shoot you in the face for a lot of damage.
True.
Like Diana ignores Taunt, Intercept, because Blast Shot Pump exists. Scepter of Lumina is completely fine, as Clem says.
Super balanced, yeah.
I have to do that shout out, because the first time Clem did a live stream, it was just the immediate let's discuss Scepter of Lumina, guys.
You gotta, that's how you get the clicks.
True, I mean it is
the hot topic.
But I mean, there's so many good cards in Water, right? Like Fracturize, Frostbind. I mean, even just, Diana, like backstepping is fantastic.
Yeah.
Right. There's just so much. There's so much goodness in being able to say Frostbind, Song of Frost, and I feel like as much as I love Wind, and Wind is like my element, it's my favorite thing to play. It is just right now, it just doesn't feel as good. Like I can play Wind Crux midrange, but I will probably always lose to fast fire decks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. There are quite a few of those running around.
True. All right, what do you think everyone would play on the caster desk?
Well, I'd be playing a terrible deck, and I'd 0-3. That one's easy.
Would you play Arsana knowing that there's like thousands of dollars on the line?
If this was a real tournament, surely not. I always have to reconcile that fact. There's a locals deck and there's the nationals deck. I get like this close every time I go to a real tournament. I'm like, ooh, I could just run it down though and play Arsana and lose every game, because then I take a real deck and I lose every game anyway. So it's like, why aren't I having fun, right? But no, I'd probably play Water Allies. That's what I've had the most success with in like Lorraine. Water Allies is usually what I play when I play tournaments.
Lorraine's just good. The consistency of getting the sword out is like fantastic.
Obviously, I think main deck Dan would be playing Erupting. That's his darling baby deck.
And I think that's also probably a big reason why we both would play Water. Because we would just have a significant advantage against that.
Yeah. Well, I know that he can't draw Erupting, so that's his curse, his cross to bear. So like we'll be all right. I assume Kel would be playing Fire Assassin. I think that's what he's played the most.
Fiza?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Fire Zender.
I think Clem would probably play the Fire Domain Tony that she's been like.
Oh yeah.
It's an altered version of Jimmy's list, I believe.
That's sweet.
And then what would Mark play?
I don't know what Mark would play. Yeah,
Mark says he plays kind of a little bit of everything.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why it's so hard, right? To choose. So I don't know. He's the wild card. He's listening to this conversation. And he's building his deck to combat the meta.
I actually think the most fun thing to play against everyone would probably be Water Rye Allies.
I really want to play that deck. That sounds so cool. So I'm blown away. If you find a list, you let me know.
I would just make
leaving
it
up.
That's true. We can make a list.
That's true. We'll cook it up. I got
locals tomorrow. That should be one of our podcast videos. We just make the list on the podcast.
Mm-hmm. And then we both take it to a tournament and lose every game.
I mean, so after Worlds, when I go back to Cali, there are locals I know where I will play Allies decks every single game except maybe one. So that might actually be the place to bring it out.
That's true.
Especially, I can't wait to just put down Nimue and then say Glacial Guidance. Goodbye to your list.
I got locals tomorrow, so maybe we cook something up and I throw it together.
True, and we can talk about it on Sunday for intermissions of the regional.
True. All right, I will try to do that. Let's see if I have enough time. Busy weekend.
Take a look at how long we got going here. So we got another 8 minutes before time is called, and then plus the 5, plus like maybe another 3 to 5 to get all the results and checked and everything. So I think maybe just take a short break here.
Sure.
Anything else you want to say to the viewers, the stream before we take a short break?
No, hey, thank you guys for watching. Thanks for sticking with us. We'll be back for our round 4 in, like Tyler said, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. All the links are below the stream in the description. So if you need anything like the Yeti gaming server, if you're looking for Merlin's marketplace, the best place to trade, buy, sell, etc., and talk about dank memes, as well as all of our socials. I don't remember if I put Cam's socials in the description, so I'm so sorry for that. But if you guys need to, lineage break, you can just look it up on Twitter and all the things. But yeah, we'll be back with you guys in about 15 minutes here. So thank you so much for joining us, and hope you guys enjoy round 4 coming up soon. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. This is the Yeti Webcam Weekly, April 18th, I think.
April
Thursday.
18th.
Getting late thinking.
Yeah.
But we're going to bring it back to you guys. We're going to bring some action. We're going to have a... Oh my god, we're having a wind deck. I didn't even know people still played wind.
26%. It's up huge.
It's crazy. So we got 2 3-0s, which means the winner of this match specifically will be the winner of an ALC booster box. And like you said...
Yeah. They're sold out. You can't get them anywhere.
You literally just can't get those anywhere. You gotta win them nowadays. So good luck to these gentlemen. We got Dusk Bunny, 14 on the win, Tony.
Nice.
And we have Pasta, who is, I believe, previously one of the guys who played Rye Allies against me.
Ooh.
Whoa. Well, he's gonna be on a Fire Xander. Non-Serene again. So we're gonna see another Serene or non-Serene Luxem Fire Xander.
Sereneless.
Woj.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting list. He's playing Blinding Steel and Korhazi's Chosen that we were talking about right before we got back. Running like a couple of interesting choices. He's on
Whoa. Increasing danger.
Thoughts and increasing danger. Some meltdowns in the main. Yeah, I mean,
mark the target in the sideboard. Whoa.
Ooh.
Okay, that's interesting.
That is interesting. I wonder why that is.
I'm surprised there's no poison dagger in here.
Yeah, no dagger. A very interesting list. So we'll see how they choose to pilot it. And then we have that sweet Wind Tenoris Allies deck.
True.
Yeah,
Win, Tony.
Should be exciting. As once said, they are fighting for that coveted ALC booster box. How much did they pay to play in this tournament, Tyler?
Nothing.
It's
absolutely
free?
Nothing. Yeti Webcam Weekly
insane.
Is 100% free to enter, so make sure you join in every week that you're available to. The only caveat to that is you do have to pay shipping on your rewards, so whatever you win at the end of the month, you can either give it up if you don't want to have it shipped, or you can, pay shipping to Andy. Kind of crazy. Free entry, you can win an ALC booster box, something that is quite almost impossible to get nowadays.
Sold out.
Kind of crazy. Yeah.
That could be you. You could be these two people fighting it out in the 3-0 bracket for that CSR that's definitely in that box that they're going to win.
It could be you. All right, we're going to have the store champion here versus our Rye, Anger the Skies.
Sweet mats, both. Some acceptable camera angles. We love that.
Yeah, dude, we do like the acceptable camera angle. I can't disagree with that one.
Oh, some sweet sleeves too from Pasta here. I don't know what I'm looking at. Is that a panda?
Looks like a panda or a chicken.
Or both.
I think it's a panda.
All right, we'll go with panda.
I can't tell.
Panda sleeves. And looks like our players are going to get fired off here. I'm not sure if we've decided who's going first. Oh, they're making a more acceptable camera angle. They love us here in the booth. They know it.
They can hear us. Big thanks. Shout out. Much appreciated.
Shout out. But yeah, it should be an interesting match. Like you mentioned, this is our first win deck of the night. 8 decks, only 1 wind. But they are 3-0. Ready to battle it out.
Duking it out.
Pasta
the 3-0 versus Dusk Bunny, also the 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, something interesting about this Fire Xander deck is that usually they have a hard time with card advantage, especially in these ally decks where they have to spend a lot of resources to deal with the board. So maybe that 1 extra card from not running a Serene Spirit is really going to come into play here. We will see.
I like seeing Wind Allies. Deep down,
me too.
I'm a Wind Allies player.
I've played Wind Allies a lot in my time,
Don't tell Rex, though. He'll flame me for playing Wind Allies.
Yeah? He not a fan? I didn't know Rex was a Wind Allies hater.
Not a Swarm fan.
Yeah, like this is a bit of a Swarm list. It's got some squirrels. It's got some Mason Protectors. We're doing some swarming.
Yeah, I mean, when I swarm, no favorable wins. The only defensive card is Deflecting Edge. That's it.
Because it's free. Card. Oh yeah, we got the 4 copies of Attune the Winds. That card is so nasty. Anytime anybody casts Attune the Winds, oh my lord, just like feels unsurmountable. You're like, oh yeah, I'll make 3 3/4s out of these 2 3s, and it's just over. We got confirmation in chat. It is a panda dragon on the sleeves.
It's a Pandragon. So it's not a
Pandragon.
Pendragon.
It is a Ghosts of Pandragon. All right. Players are ready. Looks like Fire player goes first, passes the turn. I wonder if they're going to cast the best card in the game.
Whoa. There's no way they would play the podcast card.
They would never do that. They don't upload anymore. Where's Lime? See, still in chat. Tisk tisk. All right, we're going to see our Wind Allies player probably deploy some threats here. 8 cards in hand. Perfect amount to play 2 3-cost 2/3s.
True. We could see. I'm pretty sure we do not have any Imperial recruits either.
Interesting. We do see our first 3-cost 2/3. Whoa.
Oh, foil.
Is that our second 2-cost?
Foil.
Second 3-cost 2/3?
Whoa. We're going to see swing for 4. Whoa, 2 and 2. Well, 2 first, and then figure it out if we want the other 2.
Maybe some nonsense. Oh, we got sweet little life total counters over here. This pasta guy's really got it settled.
Whoa. I like it. I'm a big fan. I actually have this weird life counter I got from Magic. I think it's from Phyrexia.
Oh, this is the white one?
Yeah, the white one that kind of spins and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, they didn't even cast Creative Shock. They just cast and exercise curses the old-fashioned way. Going up to Xander 1, glimpsing 2 to the bottom right away. Getting that prep counter. Gonna recollect. Draft turn. Oh no, not gonna recollect. Gonna do some juggling.
Juggle knives. Ooh, I believe it's a first ed juggle knives too.
First edition juggle knives.
Fancy. We got the fancy juggle knives in here. Cycling a card early on. Sadly, not cycling into another juggle knives.
That's true. They only got the one. But nothing but the best for our round 4 feature match. Or, maybe you like the other art better. That's fine too. Just going to pass it over. See if Wind Allies wants to level up here, but they really don't have to. They're all about aggression, putting these dudes on the board. Going to grab a Grand Crusader's Ring. Since they played 2 cards last turn, that means this turn they'll be at 7 cards, so they can pay 3, play a Gildas. Crack their GCR. Play another 3-cost 2/3.
To the materialization, we're going to be putting down potentially 3 cards here.
Are there some sites that are vanishing?
Or vanish from sight. Whoa.
Is that Tristan?
Whoa.
Show me Tristan.
No way.
Thank you, Pasta.
Whoa.
Look at that, Tristan.
Whoa.
Look at her sick new outfit. Look at those boots.
Boots are so long.
Got to refrain from saying things that come into my mind on the stream. We're gonna move past that.
MRC on your mind.
MRC on my mind. That is definitely true.
I feel that. Whoa!
Oh
another
my god!
Another foil lurking. Whoa!
Can you imagine having your playset of foil lurking?
Oh my goodness! That's actually really scary.
That is literally exactly what I said. Is that you make your 3/3/4s and the game feels unsurmountable. Yep. My lord!
Oh man, this is pain.
I hope you guys didn't settle in for a long game 1 because it is not looking that way.
Yeah, this is a very, very good opener. So turn 2, Attune the Winds with 3 2/3s on the board, going to all 3 4s. You level up here, and then you basically sit and you say, okay, if you attack with your thieving cuts, my lurkings will swing.
Yep.
But I mean, realistically, the really hard part on the side of this deck is that I don't think Pasta's running any Focus Flames.
Nope.
Or any Planet Explosives.
0 plants, 0 Focus Flames, just relying on Excaliburs.
So he actually has no way to kill these outright.
He's just got to hope he's got another Vanish. He's going to do a little more juggling. Xander took a brief stint at the circus. He's going to pick some cards.
I do like bringing back my juggle knives so that I can juggle knives again.
That's true. Who doesn't like juggling knives,
I'm actually really bad at juggling, like anything. Like I cannot even juggle like 2 things effectively, and it's a struggle.
So you're saying we shouldn't have you juggle knives?
Most definitely not. Okay. That's why I'm not a Xander player.
That's fair.
Although I did actually just start playing a lot more Xander recently. Testing some fun Fire Xander decks.
Oh, cool.
Trying to go for the all Fire decks. Yeah, the good old Fiza.
Nice. I hear Fire's pretty good.
Yeah, fire's fine.
I think
like
so.
It's like Crux. It's fine.
Yeah. Fire Crux though. Oh,
Whoa, Fire Crux. I don't
Oh.
know. Fire Crux is lost today.
that's true. We did see that on camera. They didn't play enough ghosts. What can I tell you? All right, we're gonna see a couple of cards come down here. Maybe it is that Thieving Cut, like you said, but he's not gonna like
Not
the
for Dungeon
outcome.
Guide. Yep.
Dungeon Guide instead.
Yeah, I think at the point we're at, like, we need the health, right? We have no Serene Spirit, so there's no way to recover 6 there. We could play Fast Cures. However, there are actually, I was wrong. There's no Fast Cure in the deck.
Oh
Instead, replace
God,
Idle Thoughts.
that one
Oh,
physically
and he lost
hurt.
an Excalibur. That's rough.
Excalibur
What was
and the
the?
Lightweavers.
Ooh, yeah. This
Oh,
is a desperation move here.
oh, it hurts.
We're trying to stabilize, trying to get to level 3 to reveal, but losing the Lightweavers is going to be really rough. There's no easy way to get through any of these allies at this point.
Ooh, man, that one stung. See if
We
he
do
can get out of
have
it, but
We have an overall influence of 3. Sadly, this means that Insignia will not be available next turn. If he were to pull out an Insignia, which, yet again, he does not have in the deck. But Chalice of Blood could be an option. 9
He's got
damage
some
on
time.
board. Poison Coating Oil. Ooh. No Rallied Advance to go with that. Level up next turn, Rallied Advance is lethal, though. If any of these allies remain on the board.
Yeah, just really putting the pressure on, presenting minimum 9 damage here. Pasta probably gets one more turn, but after that, it's I think all she wrote. So we'll see. See what he can
Does
get
have the
going.
potential to stabilize, though. We don't quite know what he has in his hand.
A couple
Terraforming
good.
is still an options.
Yeah.
Alice could get there.
Yeah, a couple of good flips and a Vanish from Sight goes a long way. So, and Terraforming, like you said, is going to be really strong to keep these things back. Turn off that Rallied Advance.
Is this 3 down for a
kill.
Gildas?
I hope not. For Pasta's sake, let it be anything else.
Oh, it's a Squirrels. Ooh, interesting.
Oh,
Okay, so
no.
Squirrels. 3 down to 2. Oh my goodness. The
It's
double
criminal.
attune. That is criminal. That is actually criminal.
Somebody arrest this man, because this should not be legal.
That is. Whoa.
Oh my god. Is that just lethal? Like, it's gotta be close enough, right? It's
12.
14?
Yeah.
16 if he wants it?
Yep.
Oh
Yeah, that's
my
pretty
lord.
rough. 6 damage. We're gonna see 4 damage come in from the Wind Rider, another 4 from the Lurking, and then 2 from the Woodland Squirrels. It's a lot.
You gotta love
20.
Dusk Bunny's absolute disrespect that says, I don't care if you get a chalice. Whatever. Put you to 20.
True.
Pass.
Put you to 20.
Deal with it.
It's a little risky though. I think that this disrespect might actually cost him.
Might
I mean,
bite him.
he's so far ahead now, right? He's got 5 held allies on the board. Influence goes to 6 at most. Like, even if you do pull 2 Lightweavers and uncover, like, there's only so much you can deal, right? The best you're gonna get is you're gonna kill 1 ally off the board. You're still easily within lethal range. Maybe somehow you can play another uncover, and even then you won't even be able to clear the extra ally. You'll be so short in such a weird way.
Yeah, I think even Santa Claus isn't getting out of this one.
Yeah, because okay, so let's say he does get two Lightweavers assault, right? Perfect situation. Uncovers them. He can swing 4 or ping 4 into the. Oh, he's raw Gleaming Cut.
Oh yeah, Gleaming Cut for 4. It kills something.
That's a raw. Oh, I mean, he'll hit it for 4 and then have to Dungeon Guide to kill it.
Oh yeah, right. Because extra 4 5s. I forgot. Yep, no, that's true. Draws 2 cards off of a Gleaming. We could see some chained uncovers.
Maybe did he reveal a Gleaming Cut? Oh, I see.
Yeah. Gleaming Cut, reveal Gleaming.
That makes sense.
And maybe he has like a Vanish here or something, and that buys him another turn. He removes 1 dude from the board. The allies are too big. It's too much.
They're huge. They're huge right now.
Huge.
I guess what we could see here is, well, actually, I don't know. Gleaming Cut, reveal Gleaming Cut is actually not bad. He does have the ability to like self cycle if he has a Vanish from Sight. But if he's playing that right now, there's no Vanish from Sight. 2 down for uncover.
Yeah. Maybe another Gleaming. Puts him up to Vanish.
Maybe
cost.
True, it would be.
It's like Luxem Sight, Gleaming. It is another Gleaming at least.
Well, so 2 Juggle Knives. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. Vanish online if he has it.
So banish the Gleaming Cut. Draw 2 more. But no Luxem in the memory. Means no cards will be forced to put down.
Xander's just been juggling too much.
It's kind of crazy that he actually got 3 Juggle Knives.
He was spending the whole term juggling, and didn't worry about all these allies that are beating him to death.
If he has an Inspiring Call, is sort of seeking Inspiring Call.
Just
But
insult to
level
injury.
1 is pretty safe here.
Yeah, I think so. He's sort of proven.
I mean,
that
you
he
can also
doesn't
just
have a
Fire
shortage.
Resonance Bubble, right? Fire Resonance Bubble, if you draw if you draw 2 favorable wins, you're in a great place. Because he's not currently revealing any Luxem sites, right?
Oh, he's got it.
It is going to vanish, so the vanish from sight.
All right.
A second vanish. We only see 3 in the deck, though, so I guess be careful.
Good start. I think I see a squirrel pulled to the front here. Can't really see what else is in hand.
I think I see an Inspiring Call. Second card on the right.
He's just
Hard
gonna
to tell.
deploy some threats here. Like Xander doesn't have any way to sweep the board, so he can just pretty safely deploy as many threats as he wants, then just wait for next turn. And he can't vanish forever. He can only hide for so long.
If he has 2 Lightweavers, though, he's in a pretty good place to kind of come back. He
Start
really
trying
just
to
needs
steal
he
some
needs
stuff.
he needs Luxem sites really bad.
Yeah. He needs to have 3 Luxem cards that he put down and 2 Jungle Knives, right?
Yeah, so interesting things to go along with this deck. No Luxera's map. No Insignia of the Korhazi.
Oh, interesting.
No Poison Dagger.
Dude, Trained Hawk broken?
Whoa, let's
True
go,
sight?
Trained Hawk! Love the doodle Trained Hawk. More people need to run that doodle. That thing's cute.
I can whistle, and she comes to me.
He's swinging at the Dungeon Guide, yeah. Dungeon
Dude.
Guide swing here is good.
They should ban Trained Hawk. That card is
No, there's no way.
oppressive.
There's no way. There's no way you ban Trained
Oppressive.
Hawk. I mean, Trained Hawk is good. A lot of people are running Vanish from Sight nowadays, so like Trained
Yeah.
Hawk itself is just good
It's
value.
got good keywords, and there's no class bonus on that card. It's just
Yeah, it also just wakes up for free.
Yeah, it's like very good. 3 mana, 3 cost, 2/2, True Sight, Vigor. Very good.
Good old Terrafring. Whoa.
Got Terrafring. It's our Vanish from Sight at home.
I don't know if Terrafring's gonna save him though. All these allies swing for 4.
Yeah, 1 attack is lethal.
I think something a lot of people that play Trained Hawk need to remember though is that it doesn't require any class bonus for Vigor, so it's just awake. It's woke.
He's so woke, but not right now. He's sleeping on the job.
True. Just take a little napsies. Increasing danger. Holy.
Why not? You know?
Why not, right? You gotta just go for it. You gotta pray you got enough cards to just pop a Lightweaver's Assault here.
Praying hands, hoping for
2
the best.
for an Uncover again. 2 for a Thieving Cut.
Is he gonna punish that Trained Hawk? I'll teach you to sleep on the job.
The problem is I don't
know what's going on.
Okay, so they realized he's awake. Yes.
We're rewinding.
Well, I think he's asking, do you actually want to attack the Trained Hawk now? Still declaring the attack. On the... I mean, it doesn't matter. Anything is going to retaliate for damage, except for the...
Yeah, it's just
a
a
Wind Rider Vanguard.
Yeah.
But he needs to deal 2 damage to it somehow.
Yeah. So tough.
Oh, Veiling Breeze.
My God.
So he was actually using that for his champion, I guess, to draw a card. Damn, Veiling Breeze. Not expecting that.
Injury.
Veiling Breeze in the ally deck specifically is less common, I would say. Because a lot of the times you just don't have enough influence where the Veiling Breeze makes like a significant impact. But in this situation, I mean, it's basically just a 1-cost Resolute Stand here, right?
Yeah, 100%. And it stops your opponent from drawing a card. It's too much. It's too much for me. I'm feeling physically ill watching this. what's happening here.
It's possible that he has 2 Resolute Stands at hand.
That would be sweet.
I think that should have been an Ornamental Greatsword, just in case.
Yeah, to poke through that one.
Well, I guess you need class bonus. You need class bonus for ornamentals. So you'd have to
True.
materialize. And in this situation, you're Tenoris, not Lorraine, so you don't get the sword for free.
Mm-hmm.
Safeguard Amulet's all right overall. Does
Yeah,
protect you
just
from a big Lightweaver swing.
making sure that there's no way that this game turns sour. Because
I mean,
like you
so
said,
no Bulwark Sword means he doesn't have Inspiring Call in his hand,
sure,
right?
yeah. Yep. No, that tracks.
But he has to
And
respect the Resolute stand.
he's still under a tariff as well. You have to pay here. I think you just try to poke in with one of these 4 power allies and see what happens.
I think the play here is to poke in with the Windrider Vanguard.
Yeah.
And then keep your Lurking Assailant stealthed.
Mm.
So it can't be Thieving Cut.
Yep.
So Windrider swings for 4.
I'll do just that.
He's going to play Resolute.
1 Resolute.
1 damage puts on 23. I guess you probably, especially if you're holding like a favorable wins here, you can most definitely just put 2 cards down and just swing again with the Lurking. If he plays the second Resolute stand, he skips 2 draws, and like you're in a pretty good place from there.
Yeah, worth noting, those do stack. So yeah, if he does play the second Resolute, he will skip not only his next draw step, but the turn after he'll also skip his draw step. We see the sad face drawn on a piece of paper from from our Luxem player. At least they're having a good time.
24, 1 damage off lethal. Can't quite make it out yet.
My God.
Like I missed what he revealed on his Veiling Breeze. Would have been kind of helpful.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly. It was the taunt card that you don't like, and
Windblast Gatekeeper,
and a couple of other ones. I think there was a
GCR.
Windrider down there. All right, let's see a reveal, please. 1 time for the 1 time. Xander trigger.
Any response to the Xander trigger. Now would be a good time to play your favorite wins. You get a free level up if you do it. Defends your board, puts you in a pretty safe space.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way he can play a Lightweavers to kill, so you can just save your Safeguard Amulet as well.
Yeah, it looks like Dust Bunny's doing a little bit of math here.
2 down.
He's gonna Zephyr.
He's gonna Zephyr his Trained Hawk.
Very cute.
So that
save it from Lightweaver's trigger.
Yeah, so that way if Vanish from Sight comes out again, if he gets 1 more Vanish from Sight, he can actually kill. Well, that's rough. He's another Gleaming Cut. That's crazy. Is that 4 Gleaming Cuts or 3?
I think that's at least 3, but no Luxem Sights. 1 Lightweaver's that got banished to his dungeon guide to level up. My God.
Yeah, this is not digging what he needs to dig here. So the Juggle Knives. We do like Juggle Knives.
He's juggling those knives. Gonna do a little bit more juggling probably. Just to try to find something. Anything. Needs another Vanish.
Just needs to put cards down.
Yeah. I think it's Vanish or Bust here.
Wait, did he draw?
Oh, no.
I thought he wasn't supposed to draw because of Resolute.
Oh, yeah, he might have drawn. Tyler, for what it's worth, I don't think that's going to matter here. Even Vanish isn't good enough because
I also don't think it's going to matter from here, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he wasn't supposed to draw there.
So rough. Such a terrific start from the Wind player.
I mean, Attune into second Attune is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts.
It doesn't get much better than that.
That's why you're playing 4, right? That card is so powerful, especially against these slower decks that don't have a whole lot of removal. You just get so much board space by casting.
Yeah, and this deck normally runs removals, which is why he wanted to push them to 5 health instead of keeping them at 4, right? Usually you see the Focus Flames, Planet Explosives prepared.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess in this case, is not there.
Gonna do some danger increasing. He can't be in any more danger than he currently is.
Maybe 1 Luxem Sight here. 1 Luxem Sight.
So he gets 1 Luxem Sight, and then he has 1 more Resolute on Dust Bunny's turn, and he gets to live.
Well, not necessarily, because he could level up and then level up and then Ornamental Greatsword. Well, I guess he can't. I keep thinking it's Lorraine, but it's Tenoris.
No Lorraine.
Tenoris. Oh, Safeguard Amulet. thinking about it.
He's gonna do it.
Banish it on the stack.
Beef.
One
Nice.
Luxem Sight.
One Luxem Sight. 3 life. 3 life and a dream.
Puts him at 21.
3 life and a dream. We're gonna see here what the plan is.
Oh, and then another uncover the plot. That's crazy. He actually came back from it. So when I said like you still don't give him the Chalice of Blood, this is quite literally why. When you give him the Chalice of Blood, like it's just ooh.
Still not good
Because
enough,
you can swing enough to kill him the turn, but you don't want to give him the Chalice of Blood on his turn.
Right.
You want him to have to use it in response only.
He's still down to 18 here. And yeah, looks like he's gonna scoop it up.
Well,
still too many allies on board.
There.
It was a valiant effort.
It was a valiant effort. He went all the way.
Yeah. But that, ooh man, just insurmountable. 3 3/4s on turn 2.
Yeah, turn 2, 3 3/4s. Turn 3, 3 4 5s with a 2/2 squirrel.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of damage on board really fast there.
It's a couple, damage. I think, yeah. Yeah, that was
it's going to be really hard for Pasta to come back here. Like, we talked about the need for removal, and he just doesn't have it in this deck. We're going to see the one Banish from Sight go in for sure.
Yeah.
We're probably going to see the Wind Bauble go in for the Fire Bauble. And then, what, do the 3 Mark the Targets come in for something else?
Yeah, so I'm not really sure what we're playing marks here for. It's just to generate prep counters, but I don't know what he's cashing those in for. Mark is pretty good into the squirrels, so we might see them come in to deal with that sort of classic squirrel into Ace Protector line. It does sort of protect you from that. Blanche not really going to do anything here, so yeah, I just think the Wind Bauble's coming in, the Vanish, the 3 marks probably. Maybe over things like Meltdown that don't have a whole lot of great targets here.
The Meltdown
increasing dangers are scary.
Like he can melt down a sword if it comes out, but it just depends really on whether or not Dust Bunny gets a good opening.
Yeah, it really depends.
Because like Meltdown is really good against Bulwark Sword. If you pull out a Bulwark Sword or like a Sword of Seeking and then you just melt down it right away, they lose a lot of value that they were hoping to have, especially since it's not a Lorraine deck. Right? They can't materialize it for free.
Yeah, it does cost them that materialized stuff. Yeah, that is true. So we might see maybe the Meltdown stay and the increasing dangers come out. You really don't want to cast that against your opponent basically ever.
Yeah.
It's a little scary, even if you're going first. Like they don't get access to it the first turn, but they sure do the second turn, and that's just as scary for these aggressive win decks.
I wonder what we're gonna see on Dust Bunny's side. Probably the Raccoons. Song of Nurturing probably. Maybe. Song of Nurturing could be brought in.
Yeah, it's hard in the dark. So many of these Xander decks have run things like Flame Sweep in the past. So maybe you're worried about getting sweeped, or maybe you're worried about like we had said, those single target removal spells like Focus Flames and Planet Explosives. You can sort of get out of range. It plays a favorable winds-esque role, right? So we might see those come in. I think the Scavenging Raccoons are a good shout. I think those will definitely come in to try to slow down, eat any of that float that happens to be there.
He's probably gonna keep in his Seeking Shots. Actually, Seeking Shots might come out, but I think the Dream Fairies are gonna stay in. He didn't see a Stalwart Shieldmate, but it is a somewhat common thing to see in Xander decks.
Mm-hmm. And Dream Fairy's not even that bad against stuff like Dungeon Guide. A lot of times to kill your 2/3s, these Xander decks will have to reveal a Lightweaver, deal 2 damage to it, and then ping it off with a Dungeon Guide. So you can see the Dream Fairies come into play there too.
Yeah, that forces them to like play it again if they really want to. Right? It's like, okay, well, I have to commit a lot of cards for it. Is it even worth it?
So interestingly, it looks like the Xander player, having lost the first game, does get the choice, and it looks like they chose to go second.
Yeah, choosing to go second against the Wind Allies deck is kind of nice. You get the extra card. If you were a Serene Xander, in my opinion, it's even better.
Yeah.
Just because the Glimpse and then the extra card is really, really powerful.
So we're just going to see a nice SP1 Swift Recruit deployed from our Wind player. And pass over to Xander. No scrying, no glimpsing. Just going to draw their hand and play in Idle Thoughts and do a little bit of looking, though, at those top 4 cards. Hope they're good.
Definitely a looker. Wants to see those 4 cards.
Xander is a
Figure it
looker.
out. Reorder it. The interesting thing with doing this though is that Idle Thoughts early into Xander 1 is very, very useless.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, like, I guess you can just put those 2 cards to the bottom immediately, but you already know what your next like 2 cards after that is. So like the value is not quite as good as you'd want it to be.
Yeah, it's only good if
you
you see bad cards, right? And then you put those bad cards on top, and then you glimpse them to the bottom.
And in this case, it's like, oh, okay, I guess so. You just use the floating if you need to. Alternatively, you could use the 1 card in your memory. You probably use the floating though.
Yeah.
Maybe against wind, you don't necessarily expect Scavenging Raccoons, but against other elements, I would kind of expect things to be ripped out of my graveyard.
Yeah, Raccoon here would be so brutal. We'll see if they came in.
The 2 of Raccoons could be there. We did see the 1-ofs in a lot of other people's decks every single game. You know, that Tempered Steel.
Those Sea Sprite Divers were showing up.
Yeah, those Sea Sprite Divers are crazy.
So yeah, maybe.
I mean, that's the exact role we're talking about right now. Sea Sprite Diver for water. The Scavenging Raccoon. Whoa, 1 in with the Swift Recruit. Wants to pump the damage early.
Intercept.
Might as well though, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't really need to intercept anything.
Yeah, he's gonna thief and cut whatever he wants.
4 down for Asen. Okay, respectable. Bounce the Swift Recruit. You play the Swift Recruit again.
Yeah, it seems like the plan, and I don't think he's keeping either of these back. He's gonna come in for 3 with Asen, up to 4.
Big bad boy.
Deploy that Swifty. Come in for that 5th point of damage.
Yo, low key Asen has one of the coolest looking weapons, but it's so like undertoned because it's behind the cape.
Yeah, his big mace.
Yeah, giant mace. Whoa, okay. We're gonna see a Windrider Vanguard come in.
Another 2 damage up to 6, and my god, for the sake of Pasta, I hope there's not an Attune the Winds lurking down in the memory here. That is gonna so scary next turn.
I feel like it's there. 4 Attune the Winds, it's there.
It is likely.
He's gonna GC. He's gonna fire Resonance Bobble or GCR. Open the turn.
Windmill, slam it off the top.
You know, the other thing is he's not running any Gildas, so he's running like a very consistent, doesn't matter my hand size deck.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. All right, so we're gonna see a little bit of juggling. Juggling class is back. Get that class bonus, draw that card, go to Recollection and draw, and we're gonna see if we got maybe something like a Steven Cut here would be pretty good.
All 4 of those cards are in. He's able to get them all. All the cards from the Idle Thoughts.
This is going to be a cut. It is a cut. Cut for that Windrider. Good night, sweet princess.
Goodbye, Windrider Vanguard. You'll be missed. Little Gawain action there with the Thieving Cut.
It looks like we're just going to pass it back. Maybe holding up some interaction.
Vanish,
perhaps. We will see. Now, curious case. Yeah, looks like they're going to go for that Fire Resonance Bobble, like you said. Go to Rec. No effects. Draw for turn.
Oh, no Vanish. Probably Resolute then, if no Vanish. Alexander.
Now we see a 2/3 deployed, an Attune the Winds deployed, and a sad Xander.
There's a lot of options though. We know he has the Swift Recruit. Could have a Squirrel. Yeah, Scavenging Raccoons would actually be really good here too.
Yeah, to eat that.
Scavenging Raccoons, you can eat both of the action cards, I believe.
Yeah.
Which means it would force him to have to need another Juggle Knives basically.
2/3 of choice. Windrider Vanguard, the best among them.
Oh, wait. Is he acening? Oh, I thought he was going to do another one because he attacked with the Windrider first.
That'd be so spicy.
I thought he was going to bounce for another ace, and I was like, that's crazy.
Maybe he still is. I don't know.
He has 5 cards in hand. So
yeah.
It's a big hand size.
But no Resolute, strangely enough. So damage just being dealt. Yeah, I wonder what they're holding up here. They don't really have a whole lot of interaction. It could be something like a Zephyr.
Paying directly from memory. Increasing danger and an exercise curses. We're going to return. Oh, that's probably a favorable wins in hand then.
Yeah, it could be a Winds, a Song of Nurturing, a Zephyr, something to save them.
Uh,
So he's smartly not going to pick up that Thieving Cut because he understands his opponent's probably holding up some interaction. So he's just going to grab Juggle Knives, get that free cycle instead of going for the like slightly greedier Thieving Cut play.
Totally agree. Totally agree here.
Unless he just has a cut of his own.
Could have a cut.
Oh, maybe he's doing a
Oh,
little dungeon
interesting.
guiding.
A little dungeon guiding. Yeah, that's what it feels like.
There she
Dungeon
is.
guiders.
This way, dungeon guiding you through this game. And a much,
Oh, a
much,
Luxem Sight.
ooh, and a vanish. Really
Wait, he
tough.
must have a fantastic hand if he put a Luxem Sight down for the dungeon guide. Because
Yeah,
he still has
a
4 cards in his hand, right?
right, and he has a lot more room this game too. So like this is looking much more firmly in hand than the first one.
So he does have 4, so there's going to be the uncover. So he probably has another Luxem Sight and a Lightweaver's down.
Yeah, would have to.
Or a Gleaming Cut, actually. Gleaming Cut. Oh my god, there's no way.
Ooh, buddy.
He had 3 Luxem Sights. Oh, that might be, it might just be over, I'll be honest.
That is hard to come back from.
This might just straight up be a scoop now and try to play third game.
But I mean, like you said, Tyler, he really doesn't have any removals, so he's going to be hard pressed to stop this board from growing like just disastrously wide to the point where Dust Bunny might just be able to present lethal on board from 0.
It's hard though. He's got 2 Luxem Sights down, and he overheals the entire board currently.
Yep.
Like even if we do see Tenoris level 1, Tenoris level 2, heavy swing, like heavy swing for 9, 4 cost. Bulwark Sword could make it, I guess, 12. You need a lot on board. You need a lot of influence to be pushing these kind of numbers.
We're really just looking for those Attune the Winds. That's the real force multipliers that you need here. Coming in for 5. Currently dealing -1 damage.
No Attune then.
Yeah, no Attune.
I mean, this might just be a flood the board angle.
Yeah,
I think just drop your Swift Recruit, drop something else. Hold up 1 favorable wins or something.
Yeah, fish for those Attunes. That's really what you need here in this spot. But it is looking like a pretty commanding position from Xander. 2 Luxem Sights. It's pretty strong. He's going to need to find, some Lightweavers to start pecking away at this board. But something that you had mentioned, no Luxera's map in this list, right?
And no Luxera's map, no Insignia of the Korhazi.
So it's going to be a little bit tougher for him.
Yeah, the only way he can get back his preparation counters is with Mark the Target and uncover the plot.
Uncover, yeah. Definitely.
So 2 out of 3 Luxem Sights though. Like,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
6 down for a heavy swing.
Hey, there it is.
Resolute stand, I think. No resolute stand. He's gonna take all 6.
All right, so effective 5 damage dealt. Not bad. He's still got a tremendous amount of influence here on the side of Dusk Bunny, which is impressive with how many resources he's committed already.
I believe Bobble and GCR are still available here for Pasta though.
Yeah.
So influence is going to go up pretty rapidly. We're going to go from 5 to 7, and then following turn potentially from like 6 to 8.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the only real downside is because he has no Insignia, he's not able to like tap Insignia to put cards down and just gain accrue influence while still getting the reveals. He has to actually play cards each time he wants to put something down.
Thinking about this Xander trigger. Just when he wants to think about if he should respond, but nope. Gonna see those 2 Luxem Sights and that Scry just like last turn. We'll probably see that Scry cast this turn as well. Try to pick up a Lightweavers. Maybe that 4th Luxem Sight really just close the door here.
I mean, if he does get the 4th Luxem Sight, puts 3 into memory, it's gonna be pretty impossible for Dust Bunny to overcome that.
Yeah.
That's kind of the big risk here, is that like when you start playing these, like if he plays an uncover here, like it's just toast.
Wow, if even 3 damage deal with that, yeah. Him
swinging the Ace, and yeah.
Oh yeah, with the dungeon guide. Clears it up. Yep.
Yeah.
And I have to agree with you, Tyler. I think it's looking pretty grim here for our Tony player. We'll see if they can make a comeback. But at what point do you just like throw your hands up and say, "Hey, let's try again next game"?
Probably right now is a pretty safe time. 25 minutes left in the round. 20
Right.
minutes is probably the lowest I would consider.
Yeah, I think
Especially if
that's
I'm
reasonable.
not accruing value. If I'm gaining value on the player, I'll play it out to maybe like 12 minutes because you
Hmm.
can play really fast if you want, plus the extra time. But when you're at like the 15 to 20-minute range and you're kind of at a stalemate, it's very unlikely you're gonna draw something that just wins the game for you, right?
Yeah, it really depends what's in the hand here of Dusk Bunny, because of course we can't see that. And if their hand's stacked, then of course you play to your outs and you try to push through this really frightening Luxem setup here. But if the hand's not looking so great, maybe it's just time to move along and try
Mhm.
to get that explosive start you had game one.
It's a little bit unfortunate that he did lose the ace in there because now that he's Tony level 1, he's gonna have taunt, so he'll be able to protect whatever he puts on the board. We're most likely gonna see 2 allies put down, maybe a third depending on what it is. Be nice to see 1 or 2 smaller allies and then an Attune.
Yeah, yeah. Squirrel, 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 Attune. Does that sound good?
That would be pretty nice. Squirrel, Attune. You take out the Bulwark Sword next turn. Oh, he's
It's your
doing okay.
favorite.
So here it is. Here's actually like a good combo though. So
Yeah,
2 down for a Windblessed Gatekeeper is gonna probably put 2 down on enter to buff counter his Windrider Vanguard.
yeah. Make her up to a 3/4. Get a 1/2 taunt for your trouble. An unfortunate non-bow here with taunt on Gatekeeper and taunt on Tony means that he can, the Luxem player can like thieving cut this Windblessed Gatekeeper, but
Well, if he attacks with the Windblessed Gatekeeper this
oh,
turn,
true, true,
then
true.
it actually
Yeah,
just denies the taunt opportunity for the Thieving Cut to come in. So you can swing
right.
for 3 and then swing for 1, and it actually has decent value for this turn. So like you said, I'm not a huge fan of the Windblessed Gatekeeper. In general, it's going to be that 4 cost 2/3. But in this situation where you can use it on the Windrider Vanguard or on an Asin, it's actually not bad.
Do you think you deal with a dungeon guide here, or you just go face?
Uh, I'd I'd probably kill the Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, you're like really not getting any life total pressure here, so it's better to just sort of clean up the board, I think. But they're
And
gonna
you're actually just
choose
getting
go
no life total
face.
pressure here.
Right,
You're kind of just
yeah.
trying to maintain against the Luxem sites, and it's not
Hmm.
a super promising thing. I guess it's potential that he sees lethal soon. Like,
Right.
level up into a heavy swings 9 damage.
Yeah, for sure.
5-card combo in hand, so if he loses 2 there, he still has enough cards to do it. But like we said, it's gonna be the 5 to 7, and now it's gonna be the 6 to 8 for influence value on pasta. So he plays the GCR, banishes it, pre-recollection. Gonna be able to put more cards down. So we're gonna 2 cards down, 3 cards. Holy, 3 down for a creative shock.
That card's pretty good.
Pretty good. It is one of the best. Discarding a dungeon guide.
Yeah, and I assume we're gonna get a big reveal here.
I mean, we're at 8 cards in influence.
Oh
Oh,
my
it's over. It's over.
lord.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I'd be
completely
I'd
over
be
from here.
scooping it up right now. Yeah, it's gonna heal 9. He found a Gleaming Cut. He found a Light Weavers to start picking away on this board. He can pick up that Windblessed Gatekeeper right now with that Light Weaver's Assault.
Yeah,
Just
this is definitely
catastrophic. Yeah, this game is 100%
if I'm the
over.
Win Allies player here, I scoop and try to go game 3 as fast as I can because I
Yeah,
mean, when you're 1-1, you still have a chance to win.
right.
And in the Yeti tournaments, like we know, three wins is a gold pack,
Hmm.
and 4 wins is a booster box. But any draw is essentially a loss in that situation, right? We're not
Yeah.
going by tiebreakers. It's just minimum number of wins. So in this situation, Pasta versus Dust Money, like you really wanna a scoop and just go for next. Try to get that W in. If you can't get it, you can't get it. But from here, it's looking pretty impossible.
Yeah, of course we don't want to give that commentator's curse. We don't have perfect information, right? But it is looking pretty doomed here. A really commanding position from
I
the
mean,
Xander player that it's probably just worth
it's
trying to,
9 heals per
you know,
turn. Like
yeah,
you got 4 damage on board.
right. If
He
that,
he has a Light Weaver's assault too, and at any point he can just play the Light Weavers, clear your
right.
void, and then heal to 0.
Mm-hmm. Gonna see
Right?
that
And
scry come in here. Probably find another card to put down. Looks like he's thinking about it, which is never a good sign. Means he's probably found some interesting options. Gonna ship him to the bottom. Get a
all
blank one.
3 to the bottom. That's the way to go. It's maximum scry value right there.
Mm-hmm.
Cycle 4 cards instead of 3. Big W. And cover the plot.
Oh my
Yeah, that okay.
lord.
Now it's actually just it's actually over now. Oh, he is an Excalibur?
Got an Excalibur
And
now.
2 Lightweavers?
Yeah. So those 2 Lightweavers can pick up that.
Yep.
Windrider Vanguard. And Dust Bunny's all but locked out here.
I mean, there's no shame either in like conceding a game and moving to the next one. Like there's a certain skill in understanding like how long it takes you to win a game,
Mm-hmm.
and what you need to do to get to that next game. And a lot of the times, like playing these two, like as someone who's played both of these decks against each other very regularly in Store Champions, like you just have to scoop and go if you want any chance for it. Right, so Recollection, there's the Vanish from Sight. It's just gonna remain at 0, and it's gonna be like a full board reveal.
Mm-hmm.
He has the 2, so 6 cards down, 3 cards in hand. Right. So what happens is he gets an X card for turn. 10 cards lets him double Lightweaver's Assault.
Yeah, so on the bright side, it seems like he will find a kill pretty quickly. And both players are pretty incentivized to just go to game 3 as quickly as possible. So yeah, we'll probably see on the Xander player's turn exactly that. He has plenty of damage, just Tenoris level 1 here on the side of Dust Bunny, so he only needs 10 damage.
Yeah, and so most likely what's going to happen here is we're going to see the next turn Excalibur into the Safeguard Amulet. In response, naturally you'll banish it. Then you just wait it out. Right? You say, okay, go ahead, take your turn.
Just do it on
and
their
then
turn.
In response to the materialization of opponent's turn, you play a Lightweaver's Assault. In response to your Lightweaver's trigger of the reveal, you just play another one. Right? Or you just wait. You just wait the entire turn out because you are nowhere near lethal. Right? There's no way you're gonna die. You're kind of just chilling, 0 health. It just is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think Pasta wants to end this game too. As he is down a game,
We
he
shot
does
it
want
in
to
the
win the
dungeon
next
guide.
one.
Whoa. The unfortunate nature of Seeking Shot, though, is that for True Sight, you do require level 2.
Can't send that 1 damage upstairs.
True. Imagine the Seeking Shot with the Bulwark Sword to face on your Vanish from Sight turn.
Too good.
For lethal.
Lethal.
Lethal 4 damage would be a little spicy there.
That would be extremely spicy. All right, we're going to see that Terrafring. Just insult to injury here. We're going to see a big reveal.
It'd be an Orb of Choking Fumes here for the extra card. And they are calling it.
All right.
Yep, moving on to game 3. We got 17 minutes left in the round, plus the overtime. There is actually potential for the game to end.
Yeah, I think so. These go pretty quick. This is a very aggressive Wind Allies deck, and sort of like we saw that game, once the Xander player turns the corner and they get their whole setup, we can see the writing on the wall, right? But with a quick start, like we saw in game 1, a very aggressive start will end the game pretty quickly. So I think both players have the right idea that they should have plenty of time to finish this game 3 one way or the other. It really just comes down to if the Xander player does establish the lock in this third game, how quickly can they find the kill? Because obviously at that point, Dusk Bunny is incentivized to, drag the game out as long as possible.
Yeah, it's really tough. It's very contingent on both opening hands. So in the first 3 turns, if Pasta does manage to get a dungeon guide, he's going to be in a great place, right? It's going to be a fantastic way to start recovering. He'll be able to, stall things out with Terrafring, with Chalice of Blood, maybe not die right away. And then on Dust Bunny's side, it's like you just need to find the damage, right? You need to find the Attune the Winds. You need to find the Inspiring Call so you can kind of push damage really, really quickly early on. And if you're unable to do that, like both of these players are going to end up not being able to get that 4-0 potential, right? No ALC booster box. The coveted, rare, sold out booster box we've been so dearly talking about is just going to be missing from the W here. But both players will go home with gold packs, which is quite nice. Seen some good things from gold packs.
Yeah, for sure.
Can we do it? 15 minutes, a dream. Opening hand here for Pasta. Gonna draw 7 for Spirit of Fire, going first. Praise he has an increasing danger.
Yeah, very, very interesting that Pasta is going first now because Dust Bunny lost, so he did choose to go second here as well. So both players valuing that the Xander player wants to go second in this matchup is very interesting.
Yeah, as Dust Bunny, you're really trying to just get the damage out as fast as you can, which is helpful when Squirrel Acing. It's time. The classic.
We're doing the classic.
Sorry, like I was saying, it's very valuable as a Wind Allies player here to pump the damage, right? So you want to be able to swing on your first turn. Whereas for Pasta, like going second is valuable to you just because you want one extra card, right?
Right.
I don't think the Mark the Targets actually came in the deck. I didn't see them at all last game.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll
I think that's a totally defensible decision. They're only really for the squirrels. They would be great here, but only so much you can do, right?
It's also good into the Attune, like thieving cut with the Mark the Target. Does give you the preparation counter back, which is nice. Fast spell available. Ooh, we're gonna see GCR. So nothing in the end steps. Not looking like a great opening hand for Pasta. No creative shocks. Nothing like that. It wasn't able to play the Vanish from Sight early on. No exercise curses for the fast floating. Oh, he's gonna play the exercise curse in the middle of his in his turn. It's gonna be rough.
Yep.
Playing it pre-recollection has something. The only downside of that is to playing it early like that is if Dusk Bunny does get that Scavenging Raccoon, he's going to be able to deal with it, right?
Yeah, and we haven't seen them come into play yet, so Pasta doesn't even know that they're like in the deck. So if those come up, they'll just be so devastating. And that's the sort of tempo though that Dust Bunny needs here, right? They need to keep the pressure on.
You need to pull out those Trash Pandas.
Those Trash Pandas gonna eat those crystals, is what it looks like they're doing in the SP1 art. Probably unhealthy.
Wait, P23, the merch day packs.
Oh, true. Yeah, merch day promo. Yeah.
God, if those were in SP1, I'd have so many of them.
Yeah, those
merch day promos. It's an art I really like. I'm a big fan of the Scavenging Raccoon promos. They're very cute.
They're very cute. They found quite a haul.
Oh, here's the Vanish from Sight yet again. Vanish, pretty good value here.
Yeah, saving at least 4 damage, but so much influence on the side of Dust Bunny that they can just spend this time to deploy some more threats and know that they're pretty safe, at least for a turn or two, to establish their board and start using it to pressure that Xander before the Luxem site impending doom arrives.
The downside to playing the Vanish now is that you won't be able to play it next turn unless, of course, you have a second one. But being 5 health on Spirit is kind of rough. Ideally, you'd want to be, putting down. Okay, it's happening. It's happening. Windbless Gatekeeper with the Ace Protectors. 2 down is going to make that Ace in a 4/5. Big tanky boy.
He protect, but he also attack.
Attack. Yeah, it's going to be spooky. Taunt is really good here. Taunt will be able to protect the
squirrel.
The squirrel.
Yeah.
Xander 1, we're going to get the Glimpse.
And notably, Xander 2 can pick up this Vanish from Sight, which is going to look pretty good if we can manage to get there next turn. So a little bit more safety on the way. That might be why we saw the Vanish last turn, so that it's in the graveyard to be able to be picked up by Deft Executor.
Good size hand right there. There's a lot of influence. It's going to pass the turn. I wonder if we're going to see another Vanish.
Creative Shock,
Resolute.
Exercise Curses, Resolute. All of these are options. Maybe even multiple. Like you said, he has such high influence right now. He can probably cast a couple of spells.
Bulwark Sword. Oh, Inspiring Call's coming out.
Ooh, the calls are here. The call has been heard.
There it is. Vanish from Sight again. 2 down.
2 down. Just thinking about the third, maybe?
3 down, yep, for a Vanish from Sight. Oh, it's going to be one of those games.
So yeah, he's just chaining Vanishes. He's going to be able to level up next turn, get a Vanish back. So at least another turn that Tristan is protecting Xander from the big scary
Tristan's the real hero here.
She's my hero.
Whoa, I'm telling Ari you said that.
I didn't
Lurking. Okay, the board state is good here. The board state's good. He does have a taunt on field, which is nice, though.
Yeah, I mean, you're sort of in
the attune.
The spot where, like, the second you get an opening, you just blitz this Xander down for so much life.
Yep. I mean, he could be holding on to, like, 2 Inspiring Calls, right? Pre-Recollection Inspiring Call on a turn where there's
powerful.
no Vanish from Sight could be pretty good. Oh, I mean, he just brings back the Vanish from Sight, right? So he's gonna
Yeah.
have 3 Vanish from Sights essentially.
So yeah, at least this turn we know that you're still not getting in, but maybe turn 4,
Maybe.
looking pretty good.
It's got to be frustrating. Vanish from Sight being able to return it from your hand as Depth Executioner.
So powerful. Vanish is
Very,
just
very
such
good setup.
a huge tool in the assassin arsenal. Amazing inclusion into this strategy from ALC. Let's see what the plan is. They can't cast a whole lot. They got to make sure they keep up those 4 cards for Vanish on their opponent's turn. So they're sort of in a tough position where they can't like spend resources developing their board because they don't have enough resources to also cast Vanish. So like they might have a Dungeon Guide in hand here. They're just not allowed to cast it because they need to keep that Vanish up. So, you know, the clock might run out, both literally and metaphorically for the standard player.
We do have 9 minutes on the board, so is available to get the kill here.
Yeah.
We are going to see the 3
still
down Vanish.
possible. Wow, this whole time? Vanish?
It's crazy. I didn't expect him to vanish.
Train
Hawk time?
Yeah, oh, that's
Possible.
true.
Rain Hawks could come out.
How do you feel about Hawk Attune the Winds?
Oh, Hawk Attune the Winds would be crazy. You would need so many cards, though. You need 12 cards for that.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
I think single Hawk Attune the Winds is really good value here.
Yeah. Oh, I was so
Windrider
excited.
Vanguard, okay.
A
board of 5 is crazy.
Yeah.
This is a board I have never seen before.
Well, this is like we said last game that like even if he's under these Luxem sites and at literally 0 damage counters taken, you can build your board wide enough that you can just swing for near 25 all at once. And that's sort of the place that we're getting here. Already, what, like 10, 11 damage on board?
I mean, we have 10 damage on the board exactly.
Yeah.
12 if you include the Bulwark Sword.
Right.
So any attunes, any Inspiring Calls, like we go from 10 to 15 to 20.
Yeah.
And we only need 20 for lethal here. So swing with Bulwark Sword, double Attune the Wind, or double Inspiring Call is going to be enough for lethal, assuming that there's no Resolute Stand in hand.
Right. A really precarious situation to be in as the Xander player. Really needs to find some more interaction here. Even something like Resolute is good enough to stem most of the bleeding as long as there's not, you know, double call, double attune. We'll see. We're getting some aggressive hand motions here. Maybe in frustration. Oh my lord.
That's so funny.
Vanish.
The 4th Vanish.
Table.
Actual 3 Vanish from Sights. Natural. 3 natural Vanish from Sights is crazy.
Yeah, you think he brought in that 4th one from the sideboard?
Definitely. I mean, I'd be shook if he didn't bring in the 4th one.
No, he just draws all 3 natural, right?
Here's the Hawk. No, oh my god, he's actually just going for it. See, the thing that's interesting about playing all these extra allies on the board is like, sure, it's great against the potential of him going to level 3 and then Lightweaversing, but what you really want to do here is you want to attune them so that they swing for more through Resolute Stand.
Right.
Because that's probably the biggest value for you is dealing with Resolute Stand at this point. Like, Vanish is whatever.
Yeah, we've seen 3 Vanishes this game, but we've only seen the attunes in the first game. He didn't get any last game, none this game so far. Unless he's, you know, he could be holding it here, right?
Terrifying.
Oh my god.
I guess he's just waiting for a Dungeon Guide, but
yeah.
I don't know. I feel like it's so... Terrorfring is fantastic here, but there's so many turns where he could have leveled up. I'm surprised he just fishing for more cards.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to make the decision pretty soon, right? He's going to run out of these super impactful pieces of interaction, and then, you know, you turn the corner and there's these 6 allies looking to beat you up, and it's not going to go well.
The thing you have to be really careful with, though, is if you're Pasta right now, and Dust Bunny holds a Zephyr, end step Zephyr means no Terrorfring for you.
That's true, and he could be. He has 4 cards in hand right now.
Yeah, very, very dangerous thing to do against a win play, especially when you saw him Zephyr in the previous games, right?
Right, yeah. We'll see how many resources are
Dungeon
expended.
Guide. 3 down for the Dungeon Guide. It's time.
Dungeon Guiding.
Actually,
lose a couple of Norm cards. And how many cards is that in hand? Is it 4? I can't tell.
I think so.
It is exactly 4. So Resolute, the old-fashioned way, and 4th copy of Vanish are both possibilities here.
Oh, please level up. Please level up.
No, not like this.
Not like this.
Not
This
like
can't be the
this.
way to go.
Not like this. Do it.
He keeps touching the material deck, which gives me more anxiety. I think he's debating
All
which
right.
Xander to go into.
Oh, true. Yeah, he could get the one that gives him stealth. Is real.
Stealth and Spell Shroud is not bad.
Yeah. Maybe that means he's light on Luxem here.
Ooh. He doesn't have enough time to actually stall for game. Plus, a draw is, like I said earlier, useless. Ooh, okay. Favorable wins. Free level up.
Gives a free level.
Free level up is good. We like that. I do like fast floating. Oh, there it is. Like I said,
He
end
has
step
the
Zephyr.
Zephyr, your Terrafring?
Oh my goodness. If he doesn't have a Resolute Stand or a Vanish from Sight, the game is over.
Yeah. At least really close. But yeah, I think you're right. I think he has enough damage on board, right? 2, 4, 5, 9, 10, 12, 14 on board. So it's not quite lethal, but if he has any amount of pumps, attune. So no
3,
Vanish.
7,
We went to the draw
8,
step.
12, 10. He just needs one Inspiring Call.
Yeah, one call, one attune is good enough.
Well, you'd want the Inspiring Call specifically so you can swing for 3 first.
Sure, yeah.
So you
do
swing for
get
3.
that extra pump, yeah, from Tony level 1 now.
3, 6, 9, 11, 16, 18, 21. Yeah, 21's lethal. One Inspiring Call is lethal. Oh, he doesn't have one. Well, he's testing the waters for
Testing for Resolute.
Resolute. Yeah. He should swing with the small things first. But I guess it doesn't matter. He probably Resolute immediately, right?
And Attune is fast, right? No, so it looks like
Attune's slow. Attune is slow.
Oh, okay.
Inspiring Call is fast though.
Inspiring is fast, yeah. Oh, wow.
Rallied advance. Okay.
Yeah, pay 2 for my sword.
Oh my goodness.
For 4.
That's kind of big. Wake up the Aeson for another 4. Okay, that's a big one. I forgot he actually had Rallied in his deck.
Oh my lord.
Well, it's exciting.
The mighty shoulder, the biggest burdens.
Yup. So that's actually
that should be enough, right?
That is enough for lethal. That is enough for lethal. So the wake up puts him at 4.
Okay, so he takes 4 here.
Oh, 2 down to Excalibur the Aeson. Okay.
Okay. So he takes 4, he goes up to 13.
Whoa, okay. Not quite lethal now.
Yeah, a little bit short.
But it's pretty close.
Still a commanding position.
Ooh.
No way.
He's got the Inspiring. No way. There's that one. That's a crazy turn. That's a crazy turn. Oh my goodness. That's actually wild.
Insane.
18, 20, and that's lethal. 21.
That's
or 26. Sorry, 26.
Yeah, 26.
Oh my lord. Goodness.
Yeah, we're doing the math right. You are too, Dust Bunny. You got him. 3 more coming across. Yep. My God.
Holy.
Wow.
That was a good
amazing hand. Yeah.
Whoa.
Holy.
The Excalibur caught me there for a second. I was like, whoa. I'm kind of surprised that he Excalibured it after, but I think either way.
Such patient play by Dust Bunny to attack with the ace in there. Like, I'd be so tempted to just like swing with Tony, right? But so tempered to swing with the ace in, make sure there's no Resolute.
I totally missed that he had Rallied Advance in his deck. That's what you're supposed to do when you have Rallied, right? You swing with your biggest thing, and then that's the dead giveaway that you have a Rallied in your hand.
Right.
You swing biggest beast. You Rallied Advance, you do it again. Like, oh man, the 4 damage into the 4 damage again. And it would have been 5 on the second rotation too with the Inspiring Call.
with the Inspire. Oh my lord.
But that Inspiring Call is, I mean, that's what won him the game. And we knew he had it, right? The way he was playing everything early on, we knew he had the Inspiring Call. We were kind of hoping to see that we would see the Attune the Winds, but Attune the Winds didn't come out. But then the Rallied Advance caught us both off guard. It was like, holy.
Yeah, that's what happens, right? Like you chain these vanishes for 5 turns. You have all of these, stop attacking me cards, but like the board doesn't go anywhere. So like
Dude, it was great, dude. The vanish
second,
from sights, the 4
oh
vanish from
god.
sights is crazy.
But just like you said, the Zephyr,
Holy,
your Terrafring, it all came together.
yeah,
The Zephyr into the Rallied Advance into the
yep.
Inspiring Call. Wow, just
I mean, it is what it is,
absolutely
right?
amazing.
Like you play enough wind allies, you remember the lines. Like
Yeah.
smoke bombs, rallied advance,
Mm-hmm.
poison coated oil with rallied advance, and like Zephyr the Terrafring. Like those are the most common things that you see that like suddenly you go from potentially taking 10 damage to like 18 in a turn. You're like, oh, I guess that's just how it works.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely
That's
great
big though.
game. Big
That's big.
congrats to Dust Bunny for taking home that ALC box.
Yeah, it's a huge game for him. So he's gonna be winning that. The vanish chaining.
Wasn't enough.
I'm not gonna lie, that made me a little ill. It's pretty funny to watch.
Yeah.
But as the person who's been on the receiving end of that is
Sure.
a very, very sad and painful moment to just be
Mhm.
like vanish.
Just gotta
And
bide your time.
you have trained hawks in your deck and you
Right.
can't get them. You just can't get them.
Train
But,
Hawk though.
yeah,
You
train
you
hawk.
watch that next ban list. I'm telling you,
Well,
looking
true.
pretty powerful.
Trusty Steed on the ban list, maybe?
Trusty Steed, he's too good.
Thoughts?
He's like a 5/5 for 2 or something. It's too good.
Whoa.
Why are people playing that card?
Guess who
He's
4-0'd?
so huge. Who 4-0'd?
Matt G.
Oh,
Big
a
surprise.
shock. World's competitor, Matt G, on Erupting?
Yup.
What a shock.
Matt G. So it looks like we have 2 confirmed 4-0s. We have a Mr. Matt G, Matt Erupting G,
Mhm.
Dusk Bunny 14 on the Win Tony allies. And we're currently waiting for the results of Bonnie Rain versus Chef Zach. So Bonnie Rain actually put out a tournament report from Nationals where he talked about a slower, more control style Tony allies that he played, Water.
Sure.
But actually today he's on Luxem Xander. So,
Oh, interesting.
in
Also slow and controlling.
yeah, so I sold him the whole deck, so I know that's why he's playing it now. But
Sure.
it's interesting seeing what he puts in the deck
Mhm.
and what he likes versus what he doesn't like. So some things that I consider as like focus flames is always do you put a lot of them? Do you put a little bit of them? I'm personally a big fan of a lot of focus flames. I think focus flames is a fantastic card. I like 2 or 3, but like not everyone's into that.
Yeah,
Gawain,
it's like flavor.
I'm a
to
big
taste,
fan
right?
of Gawain in the main. Big fan.
I love Gawain.
Yeah,
I mean, we
Gawain's
saw a
fantastic.
couple of fire
Regular Gawain
Luxem
art
deck.
or the CSR.
I actually really don't like the CSR art. That's maybe
Oh, you're just like
controversial take.
no.
I actually I prefer the regular one. Yeah, which is tough. Like, I don't love the CSR. So sorry.
I love the CSR.
I haven't seen one in person, so maybe I feel better if I saw.
I'll show it to you.
But okay, all right. But
I gotta know who's winning this game, Bonnie Rain or Chef Zach. It's Serene Xander versus Water Allies Xander. Like,
but we know Chef Zach's got that winning angle.
True,
So,
he's got the winning.
That goes
deck.
a long way.
He's got the money deck.
He's got the money deck too. Yeah, the money deck.
The winning angle is indeed like a big factor here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, super interesting decks today. Even the Luxem decks were like interesting builds. Both of the Luxem decks not Serene today that we saw on stream, which is interesting.
Yeah, both of them are. I want to say both of them are like definitely on the more greedy side for playing Blinding Steel. Just because like not choosing the heavy glimpse focused deck is arguably more greedy because it's harder to get the dungeon guide.
Right.
However, I think everyone hit the dungeon guide. And that was like, whoa.
Just draw better, dude. That's the way to
do it.
True.
I mean, just chain 4 banish from sites.
Yeah, dude. Just play 12 vanishes in your deck and you'll see 4 of them probably. Yeah. So it's only 3. One of them was rebot with Deft Executioner.
Deft Executioner. Yeah. Purchase. I'd like to purchase my fog again. Thank you very much.
But yeah,
I gotta know.
Awesome.
I gotta know who wins. Like we're at the end. We're almost at the end of time. It's like it's right there. Right
yeah.
there.
We were right up against it there with our feature match. So yeah, we just have a couple minutes left. See who is decided as our third 4-0 or third winner of an ALC.
All right, Krios said Gawain CSR is mid. That's crazy. That's crazy. Rye's mid. I said it.
True.
Actually, Rye's not even mid. Rye is like bottom tier.
Now we're just Tyler, you're making personal attacks now, right? Like
no, it's just a Rye. Maybe. There's
bit.
one locals that I would go to in Cali where it was only the Rye player that I ever struggled with to play Wind Allies. The moment I talk to Water, it's free.
Just do that.
You just Frostbind the Peaceful Reunion and 2 down hit Freezing Hail for lethal.
That'll do it.
As you can tell, I'm not a fan of Rye. I don't like Rye.
I didn't realize. I'm seeing it come through though.
Reckless Conversion's fine.
Hey, that card's banned, dude. It's safe. Don't worry
True,
about it,
true.
Like, you don't have to worry about that anymore.
We were talking about it the other day. What would it be like if Reckless Conversion came back? And I said I'd be fine with that if it was only allowed to be used in the mirrors.
Mm.
You can only side in your Reckless Conversions if you're playing against another Rye.
How do you feel about like a restricted list? You like put it one copy?
I actually think the concept of a restricted list is inherently bad. And this might sound weird. So I don't have a lot of experience with TCGs, right? This is my first competitive TCG.
Sure.
But I have a lot of experience with like turn-based like combat-focused games and a lot of like strategy-focused games. And I feel like a restriction on the number of blanks you can use in a deck or whatever it is kind of inherently a bad game design flaw. It means that you made something that was like so pressured to be too good that it is too good, but it's not so broken that you can ban it. Or it fills a niche that needs to be filled, so it can't be completely banned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
So like in a restriction list, I think I'm okay with. It's not like if I see something on a restriction list, I'm like not a huge fan of that concept.
Yeah, it's definitely not like the perfect solution, right? It's like a band-aid.
Yeah, because if you restrict like a deck list number, like let's say you can only run like 2 Ascensions in a deck, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you can only run 2 Ascensions in a deck, it's like, okay, well now I have to run 2 because I might not even get one. And then it's like, okay, do I even want to run this card anymore then?
Right.
Like if this card is still good enough to run it 2, is the card not just like insanely broken?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, I guess that's my thoughts on like a restriction list. I don't know if anyone else agrees or like disagrees, but
yeah,
what are your thoughts?
mean,
I'm curious.
I think Jay's handled their bans and restricted really well. I really like the category list, and I think it's pretty healthy for the game. So I don't personally think that a restricted list would be a great idea. Maybe at some point, it's like pretty unclear to me if Grand Archive is going to be a rotating game. They've sort of like skirted around that topic a little bit. So maybe a restricted list is something for like a more like holistic, like legacy based format. If there is a rotation, but I really wouldn't probably put a restricted list into current GA. I think it feels pretty balanced.
I guess this would be a really good podcast discussion point, but I'll mention it briefly now. I think a restricted list is really good if you use a different format. So a restricted list in 3v3 format, for example, would make more sense than it would in like standard play, where you're just 1v1ing someone else in a best of 3. In best of 1 formats with like limitations on cards anyways, I think a restricted list might make a little bit more sense.
Sure. Yeah, I'm curious to see. We're so up against it that I don't assume that we're gonna get anything, but I think the 3v3 tournament of worlds is gonna be really interesting. I'm like super curious to see how that meta shakes out.
I really wish that we were like slotting in between the 2 events to cast, because I think that'd be really fun to like. Yeah. When I first thought of the event, I was like, okay, so there's 3v3s and there's worlds. So what if they did 2 streams where they had a team doing one, a team doing the other, and then a team like on hold who like gets their break, and then you just like rotate it. Like that would be so cool.
That would be
but
sweet.
It's a lot of logistics, so I don't blame Shinja at all for just focusing on the really important one, right? Like worlds is what we're there for. The ascent is secondary and also very, very inviting to a lot of people.
I agree. How's our game looking? We still cooking?
Let me take a look. Who's cooking? The winner is
drumroll.
Oh, they tied. This. No, the double suicide.
No.
The double suicide. God. A really sad moment. Like I said earlier, 4 O's for the box. 3 wins for a gold pack. So if you take the draw in Yetis, it's basically a double loss.
Well,
hey, a little unfortunate.
Congrats to Dusk Bunny and congrats to Matt G for taking it home.
Dusk Bunny, winner of the event as well. Highest opponent match win percentage.
Awesome.
Matt G doing Matt G things, being a fantastic, absolutely wonderful genius with the erupting deck. Gotta say, it was good. What was your favorite? Match of today?
Oh, I don't know. It's maybe recency bias, but that last game that we just covered was nuts.
It was good.
Really
it was very
good.
it was so
really
clean.
good. Yeah.
It was very clean.
So, I think that has to be my vote, but it's late, and so maybe that's just my brain. That's the only one we can remember. But yeah,
They were
that
good
was
games.
sick.
I
Yeah.
I, I
They were
think
all very good games tonight.
my favorite individual win is definitely the flame sweep for 41.
Oh yeah, that's true. Jimmy Lee's deck. So
The flame sweep for 41 is a fantastic thing to see. But overall, I got to give it to Dust Bunny. That was a great game. Very well played.
Good.
Pasta really he pushed it. He pushed it as far as he could. He tried his best to win that, but sometimes it's not there. The cards aren't there.
Yep.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's pretty much it for the Yeti Weekly. So probably wrap things up here. So big shout out to Dusk Bunny and Matt for winning your ALC booster boxes. Big thanks to you as well, Cam, for staying up. I know it's really late since you're on the East Coast. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a wonderful time on your podcast tomorrow. If you guys don't already know, you should check out Lineage Break. I believe it's 12 noon Eastern.
Noon Eastern. We will be live every Friday. We film our podcast live. You can go find us on youtube.com/lineagebreak if you want to do that. We appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
Buy their mat.
Buy their mat.
Really,
selling a play
really
mat.
nice Arasana mat.
Got a cute girl on it. I like her a lot.
Yeah. So we will see you guys again. The next piece of content will be on the 21st. We'll be streaming the Yeti Online Regional number 2 now with Sapphire Pack. So make sure you enter, join the Discord. I'll be streaming it here with Mr. Lineage Break Cam. But besides that, thank you guys so much. Much appreciated. Peace.
See you on Sunday.
See you on Sunday, guys.